In the vast cosmos, the birth and demise of a galaxy merely represent fleeting moments of shimmering light. Gazing at the night sky evokes a poignant sense of inevitability. Where shall we be 1,000 years from now? Our homeland, the flickering flames of civilization, and Earth itself are but a speck of dust in the boundless expanse of space. An instant in the heavens spans a millennium on Earth. The chirping of insects resonates for merely a season of autumn, yet we are all striving to navigate our paths. What lies beyond the edge of the deep void? Let us embark on this fantastical journey. As the crimson sun descends in the west, the train gradually pulls away, stirring a cascade of withered, golden leaves in its wake, enveloping the atmosphere in autumn's melancholy. Wang Xian observes intently until the train fades from view before retracting his gaze, bidding farewell to several classmates. From this moment onward, they shall be worlds apart, with no certainty of reunion for many years to come, and for some, perhaps, no hope of ever crossing paths again. In the surroundings, some continue to wave slowly, lingering in their farewells, while others remain silent, shrouded in sorrow. The 4 years of university, shared together, have forged bonds that are difficult to sever. The lingering sunlight casts its warm glow upon the falling leaves, the interplay of light and shadow weaving a tapestry that reflects the passage of time. A delicate girl turns away, discreetly wiping away tears hidden behind her glasses. In this extraordinary era, they shall each return to their own destinies post-graduation, perhaps never to meet again in this lifetime. The autumn breeze rustles through the scattered yellow leaves, swirling in disarray. In this season, some find themselves struggling while others bask in success. For months post-graduation, some remain in this city, their futures radiant, while others wait anxiously, holding steadfast, and yet many depart with a sense of wistfulness. Returning to their hometowns, Wang Xian walks the path home. He too contemplates the direction his life shall take. The streets bore the weight of age, with sycamore trees lining the sides shedding their leaves in profusion, carpeting the ground beneath, that a companion walked alongside him, voicing his indignation. How can they cast you aside when you are irreplaceable? They have forsaken you. As a classmate and friend, Qin Sheng believed that whenever there was an opportunity, Wang Xian would inevitably be chosen. However, when the results were announced, a wave of complex emotions washed over many. Wang Xian had, astonishingly, not been selected. Enough about me, how about you? Have you received any news? Wang Xian inquired. Qin Sheng quietly confided that his family had leveraged connections, and he might be heading to New Moon. New Moon. Across the vastness of space, I wonder if we shall ever meet again. Wang Xian paused, realizing that his friends were all departing, that he stood tall and robust, his physique neither frail nor lacking strength, and under the twilight, he shimmered with a faint golden glow, his eyes clear and spirited. I shall return, we will surely meet again. Qin Sheng, a sentimental soul, found it difficult to part from his homeland, particularly at the thought of not seeing his friend again, which stirred an ache within him. Call for me when you come back. Wang Xian embraced his shoulder with fervor. A choked sob wafted through the air, causing Wang Xian and Qin Sheng to turn and witness a male classmate, visibly shaken, overwhelmed with emotion. His face was ashen, and tears streamed down as he cried out, I truly wish to stay in this city, to await the final opportunity. I do not wish to return home in this manner. Having lived and studied here for 4 years, he had exerted himself tirelessly, striving, competing, and plotting his future, hoping to carve out his own place. Yet ultimately he could not remain. He broke down in anguished tears. The autumn breeze carries a chill, and some classmates find themselves engulfed in melancholy. Meanwhile, a couple halts in their tracks, gazing at one another in silence, tears streaming down their faces. They are destined to part ways. The distance between them will no longer be measured in miles, but rather by the vast expanse of the starry sky, perhaps never to meet again in this lifetime. Their faces are awash with sorrow as they embrace for what may be the final time, leaving only silence in their wake. This city, though vast, bears a certain antiquity, retaining the vestiges of a bygone era. Along its streets, numerous ancient trees stand tall, some over a century old. In contrast, the city as a whole embodies the style of the past, preserved through the passage of time. In other locales, remnants of former times lie abandoned, forsaken by humanity, overrun by wild vines and brambles, gradually succumbing to the encroaching greenery. Upon returning to campus, Qin Sheng remains unsettled by Wang Xian's plight, urging him to seek answers as to why he was abandoned, to demand an explanation. Even after graduation, they are permitted to reside on campus until the final selections are confirmed. This rare opportunity allows those chosen to remain in the city in anticipation, soon to venture to the new star, where extraordinary discoveries seem to await. Qin Sheng himself was not selected despite his family's tireless efforts. They could only secure him a chance to enter deep space that he is bound for the new moon, the satellite orbiting the new star, which serves as the most crucial base outside of it. In a hushed tone, Qin Sheng declares, "Do you realize that even now, the mere whispers of what lies there have ignited fervor among those privy to the rumors? You must secure a position, no matter the cost." Beneath the moonlight, the shadows of trees danced gracefully as Wang Xian stretched his body upon the lawn, practicing the ancient art of Sanshu, a discipline imbued with practical efficacy, causing a multitude of yellow leaves on the ground to swirl into the air, filling the atmosphere with their fluttering. Descent, he did not pause. His movements were swift, yet his breathing remained steady as he remarked, "I await the final outcome." The vastness of deep space loomed, the cosmos expansive yet frigid and silent, offering little beyond the old Earth, where humanity had only discovered another life-bearing star. However, many years prior, the gateway to this new star had closed, leaving ordinary individuals from the old world with scant opportunity for ingress. In contrast to the new star, some began to refer to this place as the old Earth. Once, it was known as Earth, the cradle of humanity. Perhaps it indeed bears a certain agedness. Numerous desolate cities lie scattered, overgrown with weeds, abandoned and uninhabited. All of this transpired as a consequence of a war from the bygone era. When technology reaches a certain pinnacle, the onset of a hot war can be terrifying. The once thriving world was ravaged, rendered desolate and bleak. At that time, many fled into the expanse of space. In truth, humanity's technological prowess was not as dazzling as imagined prior to the war. Only nascent bases were established on the moon. Thus, those who escaped could only temporarily find their footing on the lunar surface. Amid such circumstances, humanity unexpectedly achieved a grand migration, discovering and entering a new life-bearing star. To this day, those from the old Earth find this astonishing. Many are compelled to question the historical juncture that precipitated such a sudden explosion of cutting-edge technology. Various parties remain reticent. In the context of the technological advancements of that era, the concepts of stable wormholes and warp drives, among other forms of advanced technology, seemed unattainable within a short time frame. On old Earth, there were those who speculated that all answers could perhaps be found upon the moon. Regrettably, the aftermath of the Cold War was devastating. The planet lay half destroyed, and after many years, old Earth had not yet recovered. The regression in technology was severe, rendering lunar expeditions impossible for an extended period. Over a century has elapsed, and the population of old Earth has only just approached 1 billion, a far cry from its former glory, with many regions still remaining desolate. In the early days of the new star's development, a significant number of survivors from old Earth were relocated, resulting in a mass exodus of talent. This migration persisted for decades and is one of the reasons for old Earth's profound decline and prolonged stagnation. It was not until over 100 years later that the gates to New Star were finally closed. Moreover, the landscape was left scarred and the environment exceedingly harsh in the wake of the Cold War. The remaining population of old Earth was scant, making recovery a formidable challenge. Under the dim moonlight, Wang Xian was performing the scattering technique. Suddenly, his movements quickened, and with a resounding thud, his right hand left a distinct imprint on a large tree. The tree trembled violently, and a cascade of golden leaves fell like rain. Qin Sheng was astonished, exclaiming, "Scattering technique. You have truly mastered some remarkable skills. They will undoubtedly regret abandoning you." Chapter 2. The ephemeral years. Have you truly mastered these relics of a bygone era? Qin Sheng rushed forward, gazing at the distinct handprints emblazoned upon the sturdy tree trunk, a mixture of astonishment and doubt swirling within him. The arts of the olden times, scattered among the dusty tomes, ranged from physical techniques to meditation, and further to energy-gathering methods and inner nourishment practices. with their documentation being remarkably fragmented. In contemporary parlance, these are often referred to as scattered arts, with many labeling them as antiquated techniques. Throughout the years, Qin Sheng had perennially engaged with these practices, yet a lingering skepticism resided within him. Could one truly attain mastery? Wang Xian's performance struck him profoundly. The flesh and blood of his hand had left a clear imprint upon the coarse and unyielding bark. Could it be that the old arts indeed held a viable path? According to the tenets of the ancient era, my accomplishments are but trifles, Wang Xian remarked, his demeanor exuding an air of elegance, appearing as if enveloped in a delicate mist beneath the luminous moonlight. With a sigh, Qin Sheng retorted, "Do not hold the past as a standard. I have never truly believed in it. In fact, many of those records have long been discredited." Engaging in the old arts himself, Qin Sheng was acutely aware of their formidable challenges. Even a modicum of meditation could lead one to the brink of madness. In this age, where technology gleams in the vastness of deep space, how many would still harbor faith in such antiquities? Even before delving into practice, his heart had already begun to waver. Yet, it was within this very context that, upon entering university, individuals approached Wang Xian, Qin Sheng, and their peers, inquiring if they were willing to partake in research related to the ancient arts. Having previously encountered the scattered techniques, Wang Xian was immediately intrigued and readily consented on the spot. As for Qin Sheng, he initially held no belief in such matters. However, upon learning that this research was linked to certain financial conglomerates, reportedly with substantial funding, he was taken aback and decided to participate with a mindset of experimentation. In the early stages, they continued to pursue their original academic courses while utilizing their spare time to engage in what was termed as old technique research. They soon discovered that this so-called research primarily involved their own practice. Moreover, specialized individuals began to prepare unique meals for them, all aimed at enhancing their proficiency in certain esoteric techniques. They increasingly sensed that this research was far from ordinary, as the two elderly professors instructing them in these arts had been transferred from a prestigious institution. Before long, some participants could no longer endure the rigors and chose to withdraw, finding the practice of ancient techniques arduous and rather monotonous. Most significantly, in this contemporary era, skepticism towards the arcane practices of bygone days was prevalent. Nevertheless, despite the considerable number of withdrawals, even more individuals were drawn to join. With the backing of powerful financial entities, significant resources were allocated to recruit more suitable candidates for participation. This initiative was not confined to their city alone. It was a widespread endeavor across various locales, primarily targeting university students. To incentivize engagement, attractive remuneration was offered. Initially, a vast number of applicants expressed interest, but after a large-scale selection process followed by more than 6 months of rigorous elimination, only around 50 individuals remained. Most of these students transferred to the university where Wang Xian and Qin Sheng were enrolled, continuing their original studies while forming a specialized class dedicated to the exploration of ancient techniques. Not everyone, like Wang Xian, initially joined out of mere interest. Those who transferred had been promised that upon graduation, they would at the very least secure a respectable and high-paying position. At this juncture, it became apparent to all that this research was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, why invest such considerable effort into it? The ancient texts of the experimental class bore significant provenance, including unique editions from museums, rare collections from affluent families, and certain religious scriptures. For instance, a particular internal cultivation method, once renowned in ancient times, had ultimately been lost to history. Several years ago, it was rediscovered within a tomb, bringing it back to light, and it has since been compiled as one of the study materials for the experimental class. Moreover, the dietary regimen for all students in the ancient arts experimental class is meticulously prepared by dedicated personnel, emphasizing great care and attention. As they delved deeper, many were astonished to find that some ingredients were exceedingly precious and rare, nearly unattainable in their homeland, sourced from the depths of space. The elderly professor, who taught them the art of energy cultivation, lamented that these ingredients, even on the new star, were prohibitively expensive, let alone those transported from deep space. Some ingredients were simply beyond the reach of money. Among these, certain items originated from the deep seas of the new star and possessed anti-aging properties, while others could significantly replenish vitality, and some were known to enhance one's energy levels. For practitioners of various dispersive arts, nutritional supplementation was of paramount importance. The old professor once remarked that particular ingredients were favored by some remarkably distinguished elders of the new star, as they could effectively delay the onset of aging. This underscores the profound significance of the current research into ancient arts. It is particularly astonishing that, shortly thereafter, over 20 new students joined the experimental class at the New Star Institute. Traditionally, it was the students from the old arts who aspired to study at New Star, yearning for overseas education. Yet this time the roles were reversed. With the arrival of these young men and women, whispers began to circulate, gradually revealing fragments of the truth to the students of the old arts experimental class. Certain organizations, research institutions, and powerful conglomerates were in pursuit of immortality. This revelation indeed sent ripples through the old arts experimental class, leaving many in a state of shock. To modernize, such an aspiration appears laughable and ephemeral. However, throughout history, it seems that all who have reached a certain pinnacle have relentlessly sought this elusive goal. As early as the pre-Qin era, legends of immortals and alchemists captivated the imaginations of later generations, including even kings who were not immune to such desires. Yet, from the time of Emperor Qin to Emperor Wu of Han, and to those who followed, all failed in their quest for the elixir of life. It seemed impossible for anyone to succeed. In the present age, the so-called myths have long been debunked. How could they possibly exist? Yet, it is precisely from the dazzling realm of technology that such news has emerged. To be precise, it is certain elderly magnates among the wealthy who, holding power, yearn for an extended lifespan. Although some provided clarifications, it still sparked a wave of astonishment within the experimental class. History often bears striking resemblances over the ages. Certain prominent figures in their twilight years appear to be unwilling to accept their fate, longing for youth and vitality. In the past, Wang Xian and Qin Cheng had exchanged hushed words, concocting tales of these illustrious individuals. As the elderly gradually decline, they naturally yearn for youth. Otherwise, how could they appreciate the beauty of the young? With immense wealth at their disposal, yet unable to squander it as before, I too would wish for an additional 500 years of life. The elderly women, without a doubt, are far more ruthless than their male counterparts. As the years of beauty fade, replaced by the marks of time, it is the powerful women, wielding significant resources and influence, who find aging to be their arch-nemesis. Should there be the slightest chance, these women would undoubtedly pursue methods to reclaim their lost youth with fervor surpassing that of the men. At that moment, several young men and women from a new generation, overhearing their murmured conversation, rolled their eyes in unison, as it appeared to pertain to their own elders. Chapter 3. The Life Extension Project. The elderly are in urgent need. Their time is limited, and there is no moment to squander as they seek tangible results from research. Consequently, the experimental group for ancient arts has chosen university students rather than starting from childhood, as the former possess a greater maturity and understanding. The study of ancient arts is rooted in the old soil, and various organizations and research institutions believe that reviving the study of these ancient practices from their origins may be the optimal choice. Most importantly, since all myths and legends stem from this ancient ground, there may very well exist some mysterious element here. However, this understanding contradicts the dazzling advancements of deep space technology and cannot be documented. Nevertheless, certain elderly individuals with remarkable backgrounds seem particularly inclined to believe in these mystical doctrines as they enter their twilight years. What do they seek? A more prolonged existence, a yearning to unearth truths from mythology, and a pursuit along the paths of their predecessors toward the elusive road of immortality. Even though they are aware, in moments of clarity, that these aspirations are largely figments of fantasy, one must wonder, if time is scarce and vast resources are at one's disposal, why not explore the possibilities? Thus, the ancient soil began to garner attention, prompting the initiation of various research endeavors backed by substantial funding. Human nature has been consistently interconnected throughout history. From the era of Qin Shi Huang to the present, many have been unable to escape tradition. In recent years, several elderly tycoons have tirelessly advocated for a chance at rebirth, funding numerous research institutions. Of course, the study of ancient arts is merely one of their areas of interest. Those with the power to instigate transformations in life cannot possibly place their hopes solely upon a single line of inquiry. For many years, various financial conglomerates have funded numerous genetic teams and life research institutes, with some projects achieving remarkable advancements. For instance, several anti-aging agents have shown preliminary efficacy. The study of ancient techniques is merely one of the myriad life extension projects in which they have invested. In fact, these life extension initiatives intersect in various ways, particularly under the influence of investors, who sometimes facilitate collaboration. For example, the daily sustenance consumed by Wang Xian and his companions nourishes the blood, invigorates the spirit, and possesses certain anti-aging properties, with its ingredients and proportions linked to a specific pharmaceutical research institute. The members of the Ancient Techniques experimental group often exhaust their mental faculties. Yet regardless of their fatigue, they can swiftly recuperate through dietary supplementation. For those who engage in the daily study and practice of ancient techniques, this is a boon. After a period, their physical condition shows marked improvement. Furthermore, certain biological genetic teams have expressed a desire to collaborate, actively seeking to assist the experimental group in altering their physical constitution through genetic means. One particular genetic team focuses on mitochondrial research, theorizing that altering telomere length could potentially enhance lifespan. Initially, there was significant resistance. Although they are known as the Ancient Techniques Experimental Group, they refused to be treated as mere lab rats and would never consent to such measures. Upon receiving this information, Wang Xian nearly withdrew from the project entirely, as he steadfastly refused to accept such an approach. His meticulous study of body techniques, exploration of meditation methods, and research into energy absorption techniques represent a gradual and methodical process of transforming his physical constitution. In his view, such a crude alteration of the status quo through genetic engineering may leave irreparable hazards, conflicting with his beliefs and desires. In fact, this collaboration was swiftly vetoed by higher authorities, with influential voices asserting that the technology remains insufficiently mature. Subsequently, whispers emerged suggesting that some students from New Star hailed from notable backgrounds, and their families would never permit them to take such risks. Simultaneously, a classmate with connections inadvertently revealed that there were developments at New Star where someone had achieved remarkable proficiency in ancient techniques, prompting these talents to journey to the origins of these practices, eager to delve deeper into understanding. However, he later dismissed these claims as mere drunken ramblings. Wang Xian felt that he might have inadvertently let something slip. Yet, Qin Sheng believed it to be mere drunken talk since he had been the one to intoxicate that classmate that day. Wang Xian speculated that perhaps New Star had uncovered something significant, which could explain why certain heirs of affluent families had joined the experimental class to begin exploring ancient techniques. At that moment, the moon hung high in the sky, casting a slight chill in the deep autumn air. Qin Sheng received a phone call, nodding repeatedly, before turning to Wang Xian and sighing. Zhou Kuan was not merely speaking out of intoxication. He indeed let something slip. During the call, he received the latest news, indicating that recent rumors from New Star had begun to coalesce around certain elusive phenomena. 3 years prior, Zhou Kuan, a student from New Star, had already hinted at such matters. Though it was due to his inebriation and not his intention to disclose, Qin Sheng insisted, "You must secure a place to New Star." He then bid farewell and turned to leave. As a student of the Old Techniques research program, the dormitory area is rather serene, as it necessitates meditation and physical training, demanding an undisturbed environment. Each student is provided with a private room and receives special sustenance dispatched from deep space, underscoring the significance attributed to the Old Techniques project. At dawn, Wang Xian rises and, after practicing a physical discipline known as the Diamond Fist, he settles into tranquility to engage in qi gathering beneath the morning glow. According to the venerable professor, mastery of one or two methods such as qi gathering, meditation, and internal cultivation is imperative, for these constitute the roots of the old techniques, the very source of strength. Physical disciplines, like Xingyi and Diamond Fist, serve as branches and leaves stemming from these roots. Only with robust roots can one flourish abundantly. Wang Xian places immense importance on this, exploring all foundational methods before later delving into selective refinement. The campus area is adorned with a multitude of towering trees, and the lawns are strewn with yellow leaves, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. With his eyes closed, Wang Xian bathes in the morning glow, engaging in qi gathering while integrating internal cultivation, envisioning strands of golden sunlight enveloping him. Though it is a method of internal cultivation, the imagery held in his mind seems to manifest physically, as he feels warmth radiating from his body, akin to being encircled by golden flames. Should anyone be nearby, they would undoubtedly perceive the peculiarity about Wang Xian. The morning glow surrounding him is more vibrant than that of others, as if a layer of fire dances around him. While he gathers qi and employs internal cultivation, the mere visualization of attracting golden rays appears to be unfolding in reality. His body becomes increasingly heated, eventually succumbing to a delightful tingling sensation as a surge of energy courses through him, initially causing discomfort, but ultimately yielding a profound sense of ease. His peculiar sensations had only recently emerged. Wang Xian understood that through years of practicing qi collection techniques and integrating inner nourishment methods, he was beginning to reap the rewards. Last night, he pressed his right hand forcefully against a thick, sturdy tree trunk, leaving a distinct imprint, a testament to his gradual mastery of the foundational arts. On the path of ancient techniques, he had made significant progress. In the experimental class, although Qin Sheng, Zhou Kuan, and others were also practicing the ancient arts, most had merely enhanced their physical condition. Wang Xian, on the other hand, was unique in his ability to absorb qi and nourish his body. If Qin Sheng, Zhou Kuan, and the others were to confront ordinary individuals, one of them could easily withstand a dozen foes. Their long-term dedication to the ancient arts and the consumption of rare medicinal dishes had considerably improved their physical prowess. Even before harnessing qi, Wang Xian was already far superior to his peers. Thus, Qin Sheng often spoke out on his behalf when it came to the ancient arts. No one could rival Wang Xian. In fact, he could likely subdue any classmate in the experimental group using just one hand. Wang Xian's body grew increasingly heated, eventually bordering on a feverish state, as if delicate currents of electricity coursed through his flesh and bones. This was a manifestation of qi collection and a sign that his inner nourishment had reached a certain level of refinement. In his mind, he envisioned strands of dawn's glow entering his body, while simultaneously imagining a dark, murky mist emanating from his skin. Correspondingly, his body reacted abnormally, his metabolism accelerated, and a viscous sweat, damp and sticky, began to seep from him. He felt as though his flesh and blood were being baptized by the morning glow, both internally and externally purified, brimming with vitality, and his entire being was infused with strength. The early morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a delicate golden hue upon wisps of mist. For young men and women strolled along, with the two gentlemen occasionally exchanging a word or two, while predominantly, the two ladies engaged in lively conversation. One of the women was strikingly beautiful, her animated speech punctuated by bursts of laughter, exuding a vivacious spirit. The other lady possessed a gentle elegance, imbued with an air of scholarly grace, her demeanor softened by a warm smile. They were also students from the old technique experimental class, hailing from the new star. "Look, isn't that Wang Xian? His body seems to radiate light," exclaimed the youthful woman, her captivating eyes wide with disbelief. The more reserved lady replied in astonishment. Could it be that he has mastered the qi gathering technique? One of the gentlemen expressed his surprise. "I can't believe someone in the experimental class has actually achieved it." However, he quickly shook his head, aware that such accomplishments had lost their significance. Another gentleman interjected, "What a pity that the old techniques have ultimately become obsolete. They have been officially discarded. Soon, we shall return to New Star, where new discoveries await us. Seizing this opportunity, a new era may soon dawn." The group, all from New Star, were well informed of the latest developments. The old techniques were deemed outdated and had been forsaken, making way for superior alternatives. It felt as though they were in a different world, where the rules had changed. During the new book period, one could now cast monthly votes. Please lend your support. In the afternoon, there are still chapters to explore in the evening. Chapter 4. The supernatural Wang Xian found tranquility in his mind, his thoughts focused, as he entered a meditative state. Yet, he remained acutely aware of a gaze directed towards him. He opened his eyes and looked beyond the forest. For classmates from New Star were astonished. Despite the considerable distance, Wang Xian had sensed the presence of outsiders. "Did you see that?" As he opened his eyes, a flicker of golden light dissipated within them, remarked Zhou Kuan in a hushed tone. Wang Xian paused to gather his energy, concluding his internal cultivation. His complexion was flushed, and he radiated vitality. In the morning glow, even his hair seemed to shimmer with brilliance. The four approached briskly. Su Chan, spirited and lively, called out from afar, "Wang Xian, I think I just saw you glowing." She was tall and unbothered by the chill, wearing a slightly off-shoulder dress that accentuated her long, slender legs beneath her strikingly glossy black stockings. Her long hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders, and her youthful, radiant face was adorned with a smile, her eyes sparkling with life. Wang Xian chuckled. Should I interpret that as a compliment on my handsomeness, my charm, and my sunny disposition? His tall stature, bathed in the morning light, indeed had a dazzling effect. His bright eyes and pearly white teeth contributed to his overall brilliance. Such narcissism. Su Chan scoffed playfully. Zhou Kuan could not help but inquire, Wang Xian, have you mastered the energy-gathering technique? His complexion was fair, with delicate features, though he bore a hint of melancholy. Despite possessing a good physique, he always seemed to lack the vigor of exercise. The group hailed from New Star and had been classmates for several years, establishing a familiarity with Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded. Recently, I have managed to grasp it, albeit with great difficulty. Among the four, Su Wenba, typically aloof and rarely engaging with old classmates, could not help but express his regret. The ancient arts, having emerged long ago, now seem rather outdated. He shook his head. The morning sun was abundant, yet the autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves, bringing a lingering chill. Li Qingzhu, true to her name, exuded a gentle and tranquil demeanor. Imbued with an air of scholarly grace as she spoke softly, one cannot dismiss it so readily. The ancient arts, at the very least, promote physical strength and longevity. And there are tales of formidable individuals from antiquity. The newcomers from New Star were well aware that this path had become obsolete, now discarded, and her words served merely to console Wang Xian. Although moved, Wang Xian felt no regret for his chosen path. Initially, his pursuit of the ancient arts stemmed from genuine interest rather than any ulterior motives. Moreover, he had not abandoned his original field of automation, having successfully obtained his degree. Su Wenba shook his head. Those are baseless legends, and in this era of dazzling technology, even if there were indeed remarkable individuals in ancient times, their relevance would be rendered meaningless when faced with spaceships and mechanized forces in the modern world. Yet, as he gazed into the distance, his eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to flickering flames, for he knew that New Star had made even more astonishing discoveries, representing a far superior choice, igniting within him an exhilarating passion. After a brief conversation, Su Chan smiled at Wang Xian and remarked that one should not become overly invested in old skills, for they had already graduated and must now consider matters related to employment. The individuals from New Star understood that once a wrong path is chosen, no amount of effort can amend it. Zhou Kuan opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, he could only pat Wang Xian's shoulder in resignation. Bound by the admonitions of his elders, he could not divulge any information about the situation in New Star until it was fully clarified. They were still in a phase of strict confidentiality. I wish you a safe journey back to New Star. Take care. Wang Xian nodded, aware that unless unforeseen circumstances arose, their paths would likely diverge indefinitely. The gates of New Star had long been closed to the old world, without being actively chosen by that realm. It was exceedingly difficult for individuals from here to emigrate. If the opportunity arises before your departure, I shall treat you to a drink, Wang Xian said with a smile. The four were already turning to leave, yet Zhou Kuan stumbled slightly, realizing that Wang Xian was teasing him. Typically possessing a somewhat melancholic demeanor and speaking little, he would become utterly uninhibited when intoxicated, engaging in endless chatter. 3 years prior, it was Wang Xian and Qin Sheng who had challenged him to a drinking contest, leaving him in a state of utter disarray, unable to recall anything from that night. Wang Xian watched them as they departed. In the following days, classmates would gradually set off on their journeys back to their hometowns. The separation of those forced apart at the two ends of the starry sky evoked the deepest sorrow among them. In the classroom, the couple bid farewell in silence, only for one to break down in tears once the other boarded the departing train, evoking a sense of poignancy. Their relationship had always been strong, yet it culminated in such a heart-wrenching manner. In this deep autumn, the one leaving undoubtedly bore a sense of disappointment. Although the news from the New Star was shrouded in ambiguity, many had already sensed that they were on the verge of missing their greatest opportunity in life. The only solace for the departing individual was that the issue regarding employment had been resolved, as was promised upon joining the experimental class. Wang Xian had not yet left, for his home was in the neighboring small town. It was close enough that if he could not venture to the New Star, he would remain in this city to work. Qin Sheng had been absent for several days. Being a local, He had been diligently seeking precise information. His family's business was related to deep space trade, and, while merely one of many suppliers, it held some influence. On a morning several days later, Qin Sheng appeared on campus. Wang Xian, I have finally comprehended the reason behind the establishment of the old arts experimental class. It pertains to the peculiar conditions discovered at the new star. He rushed over early in the morning, his face flushed and warm, but not from exertion, rather from excitement. His family had extensive connections, and he had just received news that the mysterious phenomena reported from the new star were suspected to be related to supernatural forces. Perhaps supernatural powers truly exist, he exclaimed. How could this not stir the heart and ignite a flurry of imagination? Qin Sheng is typically a sentimental individual, yet presently his emotions are rather turbulent. However, upon perceiving Wang Xian's condition, he momentarily lapses into a daze. You have actually cultivated such a remarkable stir? Although he was already aware of Wang Xian's successful energy absorption, the sight before him still left him quite astonished. As the sun rises, life begins to flourish, and Wang Xian appears to radiate light, enveloped in a particularly rich morning glow, resembling a delicate flame in motion. Wang Xian pauses, brimming with vitality, in a state even more invigorated than in the previous days. Please wait a moment. Just moments ago, he had been basking in the morning light, nurturing himself and expelling the impurities from his body, which left him feeling somewhat sticky. He swiftly took a cold shower. Emerging in clean attire, he remarked, I have long held certain conjectures. Many elderly individuals with profound backgrounds grow increasingly enamored with mysticism in their twilight years, ultimately taking action to unearth myths from the past and invest in the study of ancient arts. They must have discovered something significant back then. Although these individuals have aged, they were once astute and should not be so foolish as to commit basic errors. Moreover, some students of notable status and background have arrived from afar to join the experimental class, further corroborating certain matters. In the early stages, they may have sought to engage with supernatural forces through the study of ancient arts. Wang Xian continued, his brow furrowed. However, it appears that circumstances have shifted. His intuition is sharp. Just days prior, he had encountered Su Wenba, Su Chan, Zhou Kuan, and Li Qingzhu, and through their words and actions, he had begun to unravel part of the truth. They had mentioned that ancient arts are outdated and obsolete. On the side of the new star, it appears to have lost interest. Moreover, when Su Wenba inadvertently gazed towards the horizon, his eyes sparkled with a vibrant glow, a manifestation of yearning and excitement, as if he ardently longed for something. Supernatural forces. Perhaps there exists another path, while the old techniques have been cast aside. This is the conclusion Wang Xian drew after observing the demeanor of several individuals. There will be updates tonight. Gratitude is extended to MT-ing T NGZHSH-ing, T-ishing BYBNZN, YLNN Shi-ingy OSH-ing-N, FITI New York BNZN, ZHW-ing BNZN, La Song, GD, SY, SNSH-ing-UN Shiodo, SNSH-ing-UNJNGL, SHNZH Ochu NGSH, SHM-ing DORN, L NGZQ Chi-ing, Zhu JNBGODU, M-ing G Su, YNGC, and NIBN, SHYU 13071717102, 3160, L Oing SHNGSH, UNSH-ing CH-ing WNR. Thank you to the aforementioned lords. Additionally, gratitude is expressed for the collections, votes, and support from all book friends who have invested in the deep void. Thank you all for supporting the new work. Chapter 5. Discarded like rags. Qin Sheng was astounded. He had devoted considerable time and expended immense effort to uncover certain secrets through familial connections. Yet now, Wang Xian, merely through his own observations, had deduced even more, suspecting the existence of an alternative path that touched upon supernatural forces. Thus, the ancient arts were cast aside so easily. Qin Sheng felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Upon learning those secrets, he had been exhilarated, believing he had finally grasped the truth, that the study of ancient arts was a means to access the supernatural. In that moment, he had solidified his resolve to diligently explore the ancient arts and overcome any obstacles on that path. However, the revelation of another route leading to the supernatural doused his fervor with a cold reality. It took Qin Sheng a considerable time to regain his composure, feeling somewhat disheartened. What had the new star truly discovered? Beyond the mysterious phenomena, Had they unearthed a genuine pathway to the extraordinary? Clearly, if this were true, it would trigger unimaginable repercussions, both conceptual and tangible transformations in the real world. Qin Cheng, with a serious demeanor, recognized the increasing value of the opportunity to journey to New Star. If one could reach the supernatural forces, the possibilities would be boundless. The two engaged in conversation while having breakfast. The special food transported from deep space was indeed a rare treat. What was once deemed unpleasant in texture was now met with a sense of longing. Both expressed their sentiments with a hint of nostalgia. Although these ingredients are exceedingly rare and exorbitantly priced, their combination yields a rather unimpressive flavor. Qin Cheng inquired of Wang Xian whether he had consulted the old professor who had imparted their ancient techniques to explore potential solutions to the challenges posed by the new star. Wang Xian shook his head, despite the old professor's fondness for him. He lacked the authority to influence the ancient technique research project, having only been invited to impart knowledge without further involvement. Qin Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction, deeming the selection criteria for candidates unjust towards Wang Xian. After some contemplation, Wang Xian conjectured that the selection likely pertained to possessing a keen intellect and the capacity to unleash extraordinary potential, hinting at a subtle connection to the mysterious realms. He had previously perused the list of the first selected individuals, leading him to this conclusion. For instance, there was a pair of twin sisters in their class who often experienced inexplicable telepathy. When the younger sister was startled, the elder would simultaneously feel a pang of anxiety. On one occasion, while the elder was peeling an apple, she sustained a deep cut on her finger, and although the younger sister was in a different city far away, she felt a corresponding pain in her own finger. Such phenomena defy explanation. During the selection process for the experimental class, the sisters were among the first chosen. Qin Cheng then queried, "What about He Qing?" He found it perplexing, as his impression of He Qing was that of a reserved and unassuming individual who seldom spoke. It was reported that He Qing initially showed little interest in the ancient techniques and only enrolled upon learning that graduation would guarantee a respectable and well-paying job. Thus, Qin Cheng found himself puzzled as to why He Qing, who evidently displayed signs of resistance, was ultimately selected. A notable incident had transpired in He Qing's life when he was merely 14. He witnessed his younger brother on the verge of being struck by a speeding car. In a moment of selfless bravery, he dashed forward, forcefully pushing his brother out of harm's way, only to be run over by the vehicle himself. Miraculously, he emerged unscathed, albeit with dark marks left on his body from the tires. At that time, everyone was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the event, eventually attributing it to some mysterious potential that manifested in the face of life and death. The investors of the Ancient Technique Research Project had thoroughly investigated this incident from He Qing's youth, revealing the depth of their understanding. The initial group of selected individuals each possessed their own unique attributes. For instance, there was a young woman with extraordinary perceptive abilities. Her most notable experience occurred when she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety prior to boarding a flight, convinced she was unwell and that her heart was failing, prompting her to seek medical attention at the last moment. As fate would have it, the flight she missed that day tragically met with disaster. Such occurrences seemed almost unbelievable. Qin Cheng was astounded, having never heard of such phenomena before. Wang Xian also expressed his astonishment, recalling that he too was taken aback upon first hearing the story. Though he noted that this particular girl was indeed exceptional, while the rest of the individuals and events were somewhat more palatable. On that day, the final list of those selected to journey to the new star was confirmed, and, as expected, no new names had been added. A portion of the students in the experimental class had remained behind, steadfast in their hopes, waiting for one last opportunity. Now that the results were unveiled, they were filled with profound disappointment. Though some had long anticipated the outcome, it still left them profoundly unsettled. Wang Xian remained calm, having foreseen this result from the outset. Qin Cheng sighed, lamenting for his friend. The old techniques had been honed to a remarkable degree, yet were cast aside, merely because a glimpse of the supernatural forces at the edge of deep space had emerged, unveiling an alternative path. The New Star faction opted for the extraordinary, officially relinquishing the old ways. Qin Cheng and Wang Xian engaged in extensive conversation, reflecting on the few classmates who had departed early, both feeling a twinge of melancholy. Wang Xian was somewhat fortunate, remaining in the old world where he could still gather with those friends. Qin Cheng inquired, "Aren't you going to see your girlfriend? She is returning to New Star soon. If you don't go now, the opportunity may never arise again, and it might be difficult to meet in the future. Wang Xian shook his head. We have been apart for over a year. I want to go to see her, as I wouldn't want her family to worry unnecessarily and create complications for her. Let us each find peace. Qin Sheng sighed, recalling a former girlfriend from New Star who had once exerted considerable pressure on Wang Xian. Her family was quite formidable, having issued several warnings when they visited the old world. Could it be that your exclusion this time was influenced by her family, seeking to restrain you from going to New Star? A sudden thought crossed Qin Sheng's mind. After all, Wang Xian's ex-girlfriend came from an exceptional background. Despite the abandonment of the old techniques, looking back, it was evident that some individuals had sent their children from New Star to study the old ways, clearly preparing for an encounter with supernatural forces, suggesting a significant background. No, it cannot be. Although their encounters have been limited, Wang Xian possesses an understanding of her family's personalities that prevents him from being overly concerned. Moreover, it has been over a year since they parted ways, and their lives have diverged significantly. Additionally, the old techniques research project is underpinned by powerful conglomerates, and no one dares to tamper recklessly. As night falls, the stars twinkle, and the two engage in deep conversation. In just a few days, I will be heading to New Moon. Wang Xian, my heart is conflicted. I genuinely wish for you to have the opportunity to journey to New Star, to encounter supernatural forces and embark on that new path. Yet, I also feel it is exceedingly unfair how they have carelessly discarded the old techniques, treating them as worthless, leaving us abandoned. At this point, Qin Sheng took a moment to steady his emotions before continuing. Therefore, I find myself hoping that you can achieve great success on the path of old techniques. How wonderful it would be if those myths and legends were indeed true, allowing you one day to wield the old techniques against supernatural forces, to subdue the beings of the extraordinary realm from New Star, making them comprehend the grave error of forsaking the old ways. He had always held a skeptical view of the old techniques, yet now he yearns for the ancient myths to manifest once more. However, after regaining a semblance of calm, he exhaled heavily, acknowledging that all of this is unrealistic. The so-called legends are devoid of substantiation. Wang Xian gazed up at the starry sky, pondering whether immortals and myths truly existed in antiquity. He shook his head. Even if there were irrefutable evidence of the immortals' existence, it would merely serve to instill confidence in later generations, holding no significance for him. He does not believe in deities or immortals. His pursuit of ancient arts is not driven by mythology, but rather by a genuine curiosity to explore the depths of this path. Whether celestial beings ever existed is of little concern to him. His conviction is unwavering as he seeks to validate this journey through his own experiences. I have heard that tonight's moon ticket voting will quadruple, which seems rather excessive. Even double would be insufficient. If anyone possesses moon tickets, please consider casting them for Deep Space Beyond. Chapter 6. The Goddess Beneath the Night Sky. A silver streak traversed the heavens, gradually drawing closer, descending deep into the campus. Could it be the return of the goddess in a flying saucer? Qin Sheng looked up, pulling Wang Xian along, eager to witness the phenomenon. The campus boasted a helipad, equipped with ample facilities. Wang Xian protested, "It's your goddess, don't drag me along." He observed that Qin Sheng, though often contemplative, became somewhat impulsive in his excitement, which rendered him unreliable at times like this. In truth, nearly everyone acknowledged her as a goddess. Yet, Qin Sheng insisted on having Wang Xian accompany him, asserting that missing the sight even once might lead to a lifetime of regret. Wang Xian found himself speechless. Was this truly the goddess of Qin Sheng's heart? It felt akin to gazing upon a departed figure. Rest assured, my admiration is purely aesthetic. I have a girlfriend and principles, Qin Sheng emphasized. After some reflection, Wang Xian recognized that the area in question was in close proximity to Professor Lin's residence. He felt compelled to go and take a look, particularly since the old professor was set to leave the old world in a few days. In fact, just days prior, Professor Lin had contacted him, inviting him to visit when he had the time. Wang Xian understood the elder's intentions. He likely wished to discuss how to secure a spot for him to travel to the New Star. Wang Xian had always been reluctant to burden others, especially knowing the nature of the investments behind the old techniques research project, which made external involvement nearly impossible. He held a deep respect for the old professor, aware of his kindness, and thus felt even less inclined to see the elderly man seek out investors on his behalf only to be turned away. The campus is vast, with considerable distances between locations. As Wang Xian and Qin Cheng approached, the helipad had long descended into silence, likely deserted by then. Wang Xian glanced at the silver-gray flying saucer and remarked to Qin Cheng, "You may as well go see your goddess. I shall pay a visit to Professor Lin." He reconsidered, musing that it would be unwise to follow in the dark and risk being misunderstood by Zhao Qinghan. If there were bodyguards lurking, a beating would leave him with no recourse for explanation. Thus, he resolved to accompany Qin Cheng to visit Professor Lin. Ultimately, Qin Cheng hesitated and decided to uphold his principles, striving to be a good man deserving of his girlfriend. Professor Lin's residence was a quaint courtyard situated only a few hundred meters away, and they arrived swiftly. Unexpectedly, they encountered someone outside the courtyard. Zhao Qinghan, the goddess referred to by Qin Cheng, was immensely popular on campus and indeed strikingly beautiful. Under the lamplight, her shoulder-length hair danced with the gentle breeze, framing her exquisite, pale oval face. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her lips shone with a subtle gloss, contributing to her delicate and sweet appearance. The first button of her white blouse was undone, leaving her collar open to reveal a hint of her fair, glistening collarbone, while her lower half was clad in casual trousers, giving her an effortlessly relaxed look. Nevertheless, she exuded an astonishing allure that captivated the night. "Zhao Qinghan," Qin Cheng called out, surprised to see her outside Professor Lin's residence. "It's you two. What a coincidence." Zhao Qinghan greeted them with a radiant smile, her freshness and beauty evident as she continued, "Professor Lin hasn't returned for quite some time. Someone entrusted me to bring him some local specialties from New Star. It is evident that her simple attire in the evening is chosen for her own comfort, yet it does little to conceal her exquisite figure. Standing at an impressive height of over 170 centimeters, her curves are striking, with long, slender legs that enhance her already remarkable physique. Coupled with her rare beauty, she undeniably captivates the attention of those around her. Are we to send a local specialty?" Qin Cheng inquired with a smile, naturally bridging the gap between them. A few individuals clad in black swiftly appeared, their vigilance palpable as they cast wary glances. Qin Cheng felt a slight stiffness in his demeanor. Did he truly exude an aura of insecurity? He considered himself reasonably attractive, with a friendly countenance, so why was he met with such distrust? "They are my classmates. There is no need for such caution." Zhao Qinghan gestured for the black-clad figures to relax. Then, with a cheerful wave to Wang Xian and Qin Cheng, she remarked, "I must take my leave. I just came from the New Star and feel quite fatigued, utterly exhausted." Only after she had walked a considerable distance did Zhao Qinghan stop to inquire of the black-clad man, "Why were you so vigilant just now?" The young man possesses considerable skill. After a few glances from him, we sensed a significant threat, one of the men in black replied. Zhao Qinghan was initially taken aback, but then laughed, blooming like a radiant flower in the evening breeze, splendid and beautiful. "Qin Cheng, impossible. If it came to a confrontation, he would be no match for me." If Qin Cheng had heard her thoughts, he might have felt a pang of sorrow, for the goddess in his eyes considered him utterly non-threatening and weak, not even capable of besting her. The man in black shook his head and said, "It is not him. It is the other young man who merely greeted you with a smile, yet spoke little. After he surveyed us, we all sensed something was amiss. This individual possesses formidable strength." "Are you referring to Wang Xian?" Zhao Qinghan nodded thoughtfully, remarking, "I have always believed that, in terms of traditional techniques, he does not surpass me. However, it seems that during my absence, he has successfully harnessed his energy. Regrettably, I did not observe closely just now." As she reflected, she recalled Wang Xian's demeanor, calm and composed, perpetually adorned with a serene smile, his eyes clear and expressive, exuding an innate tranquility and confidence. It appeared he had scarcely regarded her. Rather, he had been quietly assessing the few men in black who surrounded her. Zhao Qinghan glanced back and murmured to herself, "I shall find an opportunity behind." In that instant, she sensed that, from hundreds of meters away, someone in the darkness was gazing in their direction. As she turned to depart, she felt a peculiar intuition that when she had looked back at Professor Lin's courtyard, Wang Xian seemed to have noticed her and cast a glance in her direction. Meanwhile, Qin Cheng expressed his dissatisfaction. "In all my years, this is the first time I have been categorized as a dangerous individual." Wang Xian reassured him, "Those men in black are not targeting you. They are on guard against me." "Ah, what sort of heinous deed have you committed? Surely it cannot be something you did to Zhao Qinghan in the past?" Qin Cheng's imagination was quite vivid. "What are you thinking? I merely felt that those individuals possessed decent strength. I wanted to ascertain whether they practiced traditional techniques or had embarked on an alternative path of the new stars. Qin Cheng's spirit was instantly invigorated. Come on, old Wang. Look at your calm and composed demeanor. You quietly gauge their foundation. How is it? Wang Xian immediately corrected him. You need to change how you address me. Qin Cheng chuckled heartily. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said, I believe it still adheres to the principles of the old techniques. Yet in the subtleties of movement and instinctive reactions, it lacks purity, as if it has amalgamated with other styles. He then added, moreover, Zhao Qinghan is not as fragile as you imagine. You are far from being her match. No way. Has she mastered the old techniques to such a degree? Qin Cheng felt a sudden sense of numbness and murmured, among the group just now, could it be that I was the weakest? Just then, the courtyard door opened, revealing Professor Lin. I just saw Qinghan off and then heard voices outside. It turns out to be you all. Professor Lin, with his hair sprinkled with gray, appeared to be in his 60s and was somewhat portly. He had once been a master of the old techniques, but had suffered severe injuries, which hindered his recovery and capacity for practical combat. Since then, he had devoted himself to theoretical research of the old techniques, textual studies, and, coupled with his prior combat experience, had gained considerable renown in the exploration of old techniques. Wang Xian stepped forward and said, Professor Lin, I have been wanting to visit you these past few days, but I hesitated, fearing I would be a bother, hence the delay. Oh, you are being too formal. The elder welcomed them into the courtyard to converse, shaking his head. I truly cannot assist you. I have been turned down. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a warmth in his heart, understanding the situation and expressing gratitude for Professor Lin's willingness to humble himself and seek assistance. However, the investors were notoriously inflexible, granting no favors to anyone. I apologize for the trouble, Wang Xian said earnestly, unwilling to witness Professor Lin being rebuffed in his pursuit. Professor Lin waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by such matters. The courtyard was modest, adorned with various flowers and plants, with a fish pond to the right, where water lilies floated gracefully and koi swam playfully, infusing life into the small garden. The living room was bathed in soft light, and on the coffee table lay a somewhat worn photo album, exuding a sense of nostalgia. One open page revealed a young woman in her prime, strikingly beautiful. Professor Lin, who is this? She is truly stunning, Qin Cheng inquired. She is a painter, and her singing was also remarkable. She enjoyed prolonged fame, beloved by many from our generation. Professor Lin replied. Wang Xian examined the photograph closely, noting the worn edges that spoke of decades gone by. Yet Professor Lin had preserved it with care. Qin Cheng, feeling at ease with their familiarity, couldn't resist making a jest. You are quite sentimental, to cherish someone for so many years without change. Professor Lin nodded. Indeed. I admired her since my senior year of high school, and even now, my affection remains steadfast. Wang Xian and Qin Cheng were left momentarily speechless. What are your plans moving forward? Professor Lin asked Wang Xian. Wang Xian replied candidly, I intend to start working, but I also wish to continue along the path of traditional arts. You must pursue new horizons. Professor Lin encouraged. He then lowered his gaze to the album, pondering slightly. Wang Xian promptly spoke up. Professor Lin, you need not go out of your way to seek someone on my behalf. Professor Lin lifted his head and inquired of Wang Xian and Qin Cheng. What do you think? Did the immortals ever truly exist? Wang Xian keenly observed that Professor Lin was not examining the photograph of the woman, but rather one adjacent to it. It was an aged, yellowed photo imbued with a sense of time, poorly lit and somewhat blurred, yet it was evident that it depicted a stone table beneath the earth, upon which lay a collection of bamboo slips. Such slips are commonly found in pre-Qin tombs, instantly igniting a flurry of thoughts in Wang Xian's mind. Before Wang Xian and Qin Cheng could respond, Professor Lin spoke again. What do you believe has been discovered on the new star? I extend my gratitude to the esteemed members who have supported this work, and wish all readers who have collected and voted for this book a day filled with joy. Chapter 7. The non-existence of immortal beings regarding new celestial phenomena. It seems that mysterious occurrences and supernatural forces have emerged, yet Wang Xian and Qin Cheng possess limited understanding. This is primarily due to the asymmetry of information. They reside in the old world, making it arduous to access the most avant-garde secrets. As for the immortals, their existence appears even more ethereal. Wang Xian posits that long ago, there existed a group of individuals who either practiced the art of energy absorption or devoted themselves to meditation. cultivating both their bodies and spirits to attain powers far surpassing those of ordinary humans. His conjecture finds some corroboration in ancient texts. He recalls similar accounts in the Huangdi Neijing, which speaks of ancient beings who harmonized with the principles of yin and yang and excelled in esoteric arts, thereby achieving a unity of form and spirit. In antiquity, should a singularly powerful figure, like a one-armed tiger tamer, emerge from the mountains or marshes, they would likely be revered and worshipped by early ancestors. However, as time progresses, such tales may distort and gradually evolve into myth. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that among ancient peoples, there existed exceptionally potent individuals who mastered meditation and other practices to the highest degree, nurturing themselves and thus acquiring extraordinary powers. For instance, ancient texts recount rare cases of practitioners whose physical forms and spirits were extraordinarily vigorous, capable of tossing an elephant with a single hand. Wang Xian believes that should one push the old arts to their utmost limits, such feats may indeed be achievable. When an individual's power reaches this echelon, what does it signify among the ancients? It embodies the essence of myth. Wang Xian contends that there have never been true immortals or deities, merely a group of individuals who once wielded immense strength. Thus, in the realm of ancient arts, he harbors no superstitions. Rather, he persistently explores along the paths laid out by his predecessors, seeking to validate this journey through his own experiences. After articulating his hypothesis, Wang Xian proceeded to elaborate further. The question remains whether those who have been deified can continue to evolve, reaching levels of power beyond our comprehension, especially considering that ancient arts have long since declined. Perhaps the legendary immortals are merely embodiments of those practitioners who have further refined their abilities. Wang Xian contends that they are simply rare and exceptional individuals among humanity. As the ages pass, both myths and these immortals have faded into obscurity. Professor Lin smiled at Wang Xian, remarking, "According to your hypothesis, immortals and Buddhas are also human. Thus, the immortals and all Buddhas have dissipated." Wang Xian nodded, asserting, "As long as they are human, their fate is predetermined. They have all perished." Qin Cheng listened intently, deeply intrigued, yet felt a pang of regret as he pondered. If those extraordinarily powerful individuals from ancient times were to survive into this era, harnessing advanced technology to reach the supernatural forces existing in the new star, could they extend their lives, perhaps even achieving the immortality coveted by the wealthy? Throughout history, whether among tycoons or those in power, the pursuit of longevity has remained an unchanging ambition once they reach a certain height. Professor Lin, moved by the thought, shared that he had personally encountered individuals who are now advancing this research and investing considerable resources into it. "If you wish to study ancient arts, I shall not deter you. I have some materials I can offer." Professor Lin stood and retrieved several sheets of paper from the bookshelf. With a grave expression, he handed them to Wang Xian, urging him to keep them safe. Qin Cheng, instantly curious, craned his neck to catch a glimpse. Professor Lin cast a glance at him and said, "If you wish to learn, I shall not hinder you. However, mastering such arts requires an exceptionally solid foundation. You must exert considerable effort. Otherwise, you may encounter grave issues that could jeopardize your very existence." Professor Lin made it clear that without the ability to cultivate one's inner self and harness vital energy, one should refrain from engaging with such practices. Upon hearing these words, Qin Cheng's expression immediately fell. Wang Xian, upon listening, quickly comprehended that this referred to a particularly formidable foundational technique. Inner nourishment, energy absorption, and meditation have the potential to fundamentally transform a person's physical constitution and spirit, a principle referred to as the essence of the root in ancient practices. Although physical techniques are dazzling and essential in real combat, they must be anchored in foundational methods. The contents recorded on the bamboo slips I deciphered and documented on these papers were revealed by Professor Lin to stem from an ancient tomb dating back to the preaching period. Wang Xian felt a profound astonishment. This truly was a legitimate ancient technique, its origins remarkably antiquated. During that era, the preservation of bamboo slips was an arduous task. Before the tombs of such ancient times were unearthed, the bamboo slips would have already deteriorated. Even if they had not decayed, the moment the tomb was opened. Due to the drastic changes in internal and external conditions, 90% of the bamboo slips would likely be destroyed, let alone retain any written records. Professor Lin remarked, "Today, With advancing technology, some valuable remnants from antiquity can be swiftly processed and preserved as they are unearthed. Qin pondered for a moment and inquired, "After 2 or 3 millennia, are these records still of any use, or have they become obsolete?" Professor Lin nodded, acknowledging the validity of the point raised. The progression of time is indeed relentless. However, the records inscribed on these bamboo slips hold immense value. After all, that era witnessed the emergence of exceptionally powerful practitioners, and the foundational techniques of that period were surely commendable. Furthermore, Professor Lin explicitly informed that this particular technique has been validated and is remarkable, even extraordinary. After hearing this, Wang Xian solemnly stored it away. Professor Lin continued, stating that following the dissolution of the old arts experimental class, Wang Xian was confronted with 2 challenges: the absence of medicinal cuisine crafted from rare ingredients and the lack of more profound ancient texts. Concerning the former, Chu Feng had already recognized it as an issue, yet regarding the latter, he had acquired substantial knowledge of the ancient arts, including unique editions from museums and rare collections from affluent families. Could anything surpass these wonders? Professor Lin conveyed that the curriculum of the experimental class was indeed exceptional, with an illustrious provenance, but it merely constituted a fragment of the rare secret texts. What he had learned was incomplete. In fact, Professor Lin himself had not had the opportunity to peruse the subsequent chapters. Those texts were exceedingly precious, and only a portion of the foundational techniques had been presented to them. If someone were to master the entirety, it would naturally lead to the arrival of further teachings. Regrettably, the experimental class was disbanded, and the project on ancient arts research was abandoned, resulting in no further foundational techniques being made available. Qin remarked with a smile that the foundational techniques recorded on these bamboo slips had indeed provided Wang Xian with a solution to one of his pressing issues. Should he, one day, rise to prominence as a formidable practitioner in the modern world, it would certainly be intriguing and worth anticipating. If one could indeed delve deeply and master this knowledge, perhaps it would resolve another issue, negating the need for rare ingredients and medicinal concoctions for cultivation. Professor Lin's statement left Wang Xian astounded. What did this imply? The root methods inscribed on the bamboo slips were remarkably enigmatic and astonishing. How formidable could it be? Qin was taken aback. Naturally, the remnants left by those practitioners were anything but simple. The ancient arts from that era were exceptionally brilliant, with the pursuit of longevity and elixirs closely tied to these practitioners. Professor Lin revealed that during a certain period, the tycoons of the new star had expended vast resources and manpower to scour the ancient lands in search of primordial tombs, hoping to unearth artifacts related to these practitioners. Nowadays, the numerous burial sites beneath the old land have been thoroughly excavated, leaving little room for overlooked treasures. Thus, even if one wished to pursue the path of ancient arts, one must journey to the new star for many invaluable texts, secret methods, and rare scriptures from various dynasties no longer reside in the old territories. Qin mumbled in dissatisfaction. Did some among the tycoons possess a peculiar collecting obsession? What purpose did all this ancient knowledge serve? It undoubtedly serves a purpose. After validation, certain life research institutions have analyzed and applied ancient arts, yielding targeted modern advancements in biological fields that can slow the aging process of some individuals. Professor Lin divulged many secrets. In truth, numerous valuable items have been unearthed from the ancient tombs, such as the discovery of golden bamboo slips, crafted from a unique species of bamboo that has withstood the test of time, remaining as hard as iron to this day. However, this plant had long been extinct in the ancient soil, and prior to its excavation, there was no knowledge of its existence. It is conceivable that the contents inscribed on such bamboo slips are anything but ordinary. They must be extraordinarily remarkable. Regrettably, once these treasures fell into the hands of various organizations, research institutions, and tycoons, they became shrouded in secrecy, rendering them nearly inaccessible to outsiders. During a certain period, these tycoons and various organizations invested immense resources and dedicated years to search for such artifacts in the ancient soil. Professor Lin unfastened his jacket, revealing old wounds on his body, adjacent to his heart, where 2 scars, each the size of a fist, were evident. It appeared that he had been pierced by some external force in the past, and the sight of it remains quite terrifying. In pursuit of the bamboo slips depicted in the photographs, I endured a series of life-threatening injuries. One was inflicted by a fist, while the other was caused by a modern weapon. Consequently, Professor Lin, once a master of ancient techniques, could no longer engage in practical combat, and surviving was nothing short of a miracle. This illustrates the intense competition among major organizations and tycoons in their quest for such artifacts. Upon seeing Wang Xian, Professor Lin was reminded of his younger self, filled with a fervent desire to explore ancient practices. Sadly, his own path had long since been severed. Wang Xian reassured him that perhaps new medications would emerge in the future to address Professor Lin's physical ailments. At my age, I have already let go of what needs to be released, Professor Lin replied, shaking his head. Qin Sheng remarked, thus, even if Wang Xian wishes to pursue the path of ancient techniques, it would be prudent for him to venture to the new star, as all the valuable resources have been thoroughly scavenged by those there. Professor Lin responded with gravity. Not only that, the discoveries on that side may have far-reaching implications, potentially instigating certain transformations in the future. What I share is merely conjecture, not information gleaned from the Research Institute or any internal organizations, hence it requires no confidentiality. The mysterious phenomena and supernatural forces reported from New Star are intrinsically linked to specific artifacts. Moreover, whispers regarding these rumors and news first emerged several decades ago. Yet only in recent years have credible details begun to surface. Concerning those secrets, it appears there has been a groundbreaking advancement. Otherwise, our old techniques would not have been so readily discarded. Thus, a rare opportunity presents itself, since New Star seems to have discovered an alternative path. The precious bamboo scrolls and various root techniques hoarded by the financial magnates may soon become accessible, no longer esteemed as they once were, making them far easier to obtain than in the past. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement. His desire to journey to New Star intensified, far surpassing his previous aspirations. Even now, Qin Sheng remained dissatisfied, pondering, what kind of path has New Star truly unearthed to so callously abandon the ancient techniques and us, casting us aside as if we were worthless? It must be more than merely a single path. Professor Lin shared his reflections on the matter. In recent decades, an array of rare new species has emerged on the New Star, such as a small tree known as the Tranquil Essence. This tree, entirely white, exudes a fragrant aroma. Capable of nurturing the mind and spirit, consuming a few of its leaves daily is said to possess anti-aging properties. It is rumored that this exorbitantly priced tree was discovered in the vast wilderness during the extensive development of New Star. There are also other plants, medicinal herbs, and peculiar small creatures. Professor Lin, once a master of ancient arts, traversed the mountains and rivers of New Star in his youth and had never encountered such species. I suspect that their discoveries extend beyond mere pathways. They may have uncovered a living planet, possibly touching upon the extraordinary. This revelation is undoubtedly astonishing. It seems that the New Star had been aware of such findings for quite some time, having explored this remarkable locale while concealing it from the general populace for many years. Professor Lin added that in the past, they often faced challenges, and only in recent years have they made progress. However, I believe that regardless of what they have unearthed, their aspirations to immediately harness supernatural powers remain somewhat unrealistic. One point that Professor Lin emphasized is that if a new world has indeed been established, the herbs, diverse resources, and extraordinary items found there would significantly benefit the ancient arts. He glanced down at the photograph of a woman, hesitating over whether to seek out this old acquaintance to secure a place for Wang Xian. The new book faced a fierce battleground upon its initial upload, coinciding with a quadruple voting period. Thus, I kindly ask fellow readers to cast their votes in support. Thank you ever so much. Chapter 8. The Gathering. Qin Sheng observed that Professor Lin was somewhat lost in thought as he gazed at the woman in the photograph, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Wang Xian felt that Professor Lin was a man with stories to tell. He had ventured into ancient tombs from the pre-Qin period, received the legacy of alchemists, survived 2 gaping wounds to his chest, and even knew a stunningly beautiful woman who had once shone brightly in the limelight. This was merely a glimpse into his extraordinary experiences, hinting that Professor Lin was far from ordinary in his younger days. Professor, do not dwell in sadness. After all, she is just a woman, and the past is but a memory, Qin Sheng interjected, disrupting the tranquil atmosphere. Professor Lin shook his head. Where are your thoughts wandering? Today, I merely feel a touch of nostalgia. Moreover, this is purely admiration, nothing more. Qin Sheng found these words familiar. Not long ago, He had also uttered the phrase pure admiration, instantly recalling Zhao Qinghan. "I completely understand you," he declared, feigning the demeanor of a kindred spirit. Wang Xian spoke up. "The woman in the photograph bears a resemblance to Zhao Qinghan." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng scrutinized the image and indeed noted the similarity. His expression transformed into one of astonishment, and he sighed. "Professor, our appreciation of beauty seems aligned. I believe we could become lifelong friends." In response, Professor Lin delivered a sharp slap to him, revealing that the woman in the photograph was Zhao Qinghan's grandmother. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng's expression fell. This was the grandmother of his goddess. Wang Xian instantly understood why he had seen Zhao Qinghan at the entrance earlier, as the two families shared a notable connection. It was precisely because of this encounter with an old acquaintance that Professor Lin had reopened this album tonight. Wang Xian had come to realize that Professor Lin might wish to meet the woman for his sake, yet he was reluctant to disrupt the tranquility of the elder's spirit, cultivated over many years. "Professor Lin, you need not fret over my affairs. I have formulated a preliminary plan that should suffice to resolve the issue." Professor Lin, taken aback, merely lowered his gaze upon the photograph. Wang Xian could intuit his intentions, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, truly befitting someone traversing the path of ancient arts. In ancient times, practitioners contended with fierce beasts and wrestled with fate, embodying humanity, yet daring to coexist alongside the celestial bodies in their radiant glory. Having inherited such a legacy, embarking on the path of ancient arts, Wang Xian pondered how he might confront matters of life and death if he could not even surmount this minor challenge. A man of gratitude, he primarily worried that Professor Lin's reunion with old acquaintances might stir memories of the past, thus unsettling the peace and serenity the elder had maintained for so long. After all, some matters were best left undisturbed. "Very well, you shall resolve it on your own." Professor Lin smiled, having severed his own path, eager to witness a successor carry the ancient arts to their culmination. That evening, their discussions predominantly revolved around the ancient arts, with Wang Xian engrossed in the study of the esoteric teachings from the preaching era. Indeed, within the realms of energy cultivation, inner nourishment, and meditation, this ancient methodology possessed unique insights, remarkable and extraordinary in nature. Professor Lin informed him that the foundational techniques taught in the experimental class were indeed potent, albeit incomplete, rendering them incapable of standing in comparison to this preaching secret art. However, as Wang Xian delved deeper into his studies, he found himself increasingly challenged. The subsequent accounts were shrouded in ambiguity. Was this truly a viable foundational method? For instance, the text refers to a certain domain that was once desolate, only to later describe the fertile black soil, and as for what follows, the accounts become increasingly ethereal. Wang Xian, perplexed, sought the counsel of Professor Lin on the spot. "Upon your return, it would be prudent to peruse some texts related to the sects of the bygone era, those of Taoism and Buddhism, since they contain discussions on the terminology and phenomena of the preaching period. Revisiting this method thereafter may yield fruitful insights," Professor Lin elucidated. He explained that some of the descriptions should be connected to the diagram of the inner landscape of the Yellow Court. Given the vast temporal distance from the preaching era, certain words and phenomena require the aid of later texts for comprehension. As Professor Lin elaborated, he also mentioned Guhong's Biopuzi and Chun Tuan's Wuji Tuesday. Wang Xian nodded attentively, diligently taking notes. Qin Sheng, listening nearby, felt overwhelmed. Did one truly need to peruse the Taoist canon before aspiring to learn the legacy of the alchemists? Their conversation extended late into the night, with Professor Lin imparting all his knowledge to Wang Xian. Through years of extensive research into numerous texts, he had managed to decipher the alchemical heritage. Wang Xian gained immensely from this exchange, yet he felt it was indeed necessary to delve into the literature of the ancient era upon his return. As dawn broke, Wang Xian completely revamped his qi-gathering technique and internal nurturing methods, practicing according to the alchemical tradition, resulting in significant gains. Bathed in the morning glow, he sweated profusely, experiencing a metabolism more rapid than ever, as if purging impurities from within. His body felt sticky to the touch. He sensed an unprecedented vitality, lightness in his form, brimming with vigor, and a potent force coursing through him. To the new star, his tone was resolute, determined to enhance his abilities in preparation for the journey ahead. "Wang Xian," a voice called out to him from afar. Soon, Zhou Kuan approached, his handsome face still bearing a hint of melancholy. However, upon arriving here, he revealed a sincere smile. You truly haven't left the campus. You're still practicing the old techniques. It seems you've become somewhat ensnared in them, he remarked. Lowering his voice, he continued, take my advice. Prepare early. The old techniques have been forsaken by the new star, and new methods have emerged. Hearing these words, Wang Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Although he had already surmised this, he remained grateful to Zhou Kuan. I will be moving in 2 days, but I will still remain in this city. My job is nearly confirmed, and I will report in 5 days, Wang Xian shared. Zhou Kuan sighed upon hearing this. I hope all goes smoothly for you. May we gather again in the future. He then expressed his intention for the evening, a gathering, and inquired if Wang Xian would like to attend. The chosen ones would depart from the old world in 4 days for the new star, and they were preparing to commemorate their time together. For once they arrived at the new star, each would embark on their distinct paths and part ways. Zhou Kuan reassured him, rest assured, it is merely a simple gathering. Our 4 years of camaraderie will not lead to any discord. It is primarily a celebration of the end of our pure and beautiful years together. From here on, we shall step into the vast complexities of society, facing various trials and tribulations. Wang Xian remained silent, indifferent to the potential for discord. His thoughts were instead consumed with the concern of causing trouble for others. Go, there will be those you long to see. Zhou Kuan expressed his eagerness to engage in conversation with Wang Xian, hoping to indulge in a delightful drink together. Wang Xian, taken aback, realized there had been a misunderstanding. There was no one he particularly wished to meet, and he merely sought to avoid any upheaval. Among the unselected students in the experimental class, some remained in the city. Wang Xian informed him of this. Zhou Kuan replied, I will notify everyone, but some are watching you, curious to see if you will attend. The students chosen to venture to the new star, and those who remained on the old soil, though well acquainted and friendly, might still feel an air of peculiarity surrounding such gatherings. All right, I shall go. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Just as Zhou Kuan departed, Qin Sheng called, Old Wang, they are organizing a gathering and have invited me as well. I feel quite conflicted. I'm not heading to New Star, merely New Moon. Are you going? Wang Xian first corrected him on the address before responding, you stand atop the moon above them, gazing down daily. What is there to be conflicted about? Come pick me up in the evening, and we shall go together. Qin Sheng promptly exclaimed, excellent. I was waiting for that. I was actually worried you wouldn't go. Chapter 9. Classmates Qin Sheng drove into the campus, picking up Wang Xian as they departed. Hailing from a family engaged in commerce, his circumstances were quite favorable, and he had acquired his own vehicle several years prior. On that autumn afternoon, the sky was clear and expansive, its refreshing azure hue appearing as if it might cascade down to purify the entire city. Isn't it a bit too early for us to head over? Qin Sheng inquired. Not at all. We'll arrive just on time, Wang Xian replied, gazing out of the window. The city presented a juxtaposition of ancient relics, such as centuries-old stone pagodas, standing steadfastly amidst the modern skyline of towering skyscrapers, bustling and vibrant in their contemporary allure. As they approached the commercial district, they encountered throngs of pedestrians and a cacophony of vehicles, the traffic proving somewhat congested. I am about to leave, and while I never felt much attachment to this place before, I find myself unexpectedly reluctant now. Qin Sheng sighed, a sense of emptiness enveloping him. Wang Xian reassured him. Once you rise to prominence, you will traverse freely between the old and the new realms. By then, everything will be inconsequential. Lining the roads were numerous ancient ginkgo trees, their yellow leaves fluttering down in a cascade, forming a thick carpet beneath the sun, a sight of pure golden beauty. Interspersed among the ginkgos were several maple trees, their fiery red foliage sprawling like a vast sunset, radiating warmth. In this season, the grass and trees began to yellow, and most of the lovely blossoms had withered, revealing the desolation of autumn. Yet, the golden ginkgos and the vibrant maples flanking the city streets shone with a brilliance that evoked a starkly contrasting sensation. In this season, the city embraced both fervor and melancholy, coexisting in harmony. The gathering took place outside the city, where Qin Sheng drove smoothly to a hilltop villa area, renowned for its breathtaking views that overlook the entire city. Although most of the New Star's classmates were rather unassuming, some possessed backgrounds and origins of considerable significance, making the choice of this location unsurprising. The rented villa was situated atop the tallest of the gentle hills, sprawling over several acres, complete with an expansive lawn and a swimming pool. Furthermore, this mountaintop surprisingly featured 2 helicopter pads. Qin Sheng's gaze was immediately drawn to 2 silver flying saucers already parked nearby, their sleek lines exuding an aesthetic appeal that left him momentarily speechless. At this stage, you shouldn't compare yourself to extraterrestrials, Wang Xian remarked with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng realized the humor and couldn't help but smile. He had never contemplated it before, but upon reflection, many of his classmates appeared almost otherworldly. As Su Chan approached, she happened to overhear their conversation. Wang Xian, though you may be considered quite handsome with clear eyes, it seems your words lack kindness, making it sound as if we are some sort of alien species, she teased. Naturally vibrant and lively, she stood gracefully, her short skirt revealing long, slender legs that radiated youthfulness and vitality. You've complimented me every time we've met recently. First praising my radiant glow, and today directly calling me handsome, which leaves me feeling quite flattered. You don't harbor any ill intentions towards me, do you? Despite her youthful beauty, Su Chan was far from bashful. She maintained her composure. Now, let us not divert the topic. With an air of scholarly elegance, the usually reserved Li Qingzhu spoke up with a smile, saying, I also heard you claim we are extraterrestrials. Yet our ancestral roots lie in the old land, and this is our homeland as well. How can we be deemed aliens? Wang Xian, while clasping his fists in a gesture of apology, chuckled as he joined her on the expansive lawn. Wang Xian, come here. You dare to call me an alien? Let me see if you've indeed gained a significant increase in strength and made new breakthroughs in physical prowess. Otherwise, prepare to face the combined wrath of us few. Along the way, familiar faces greeted him, and Wang Xian easily mingled with them, exchanging laughter and banter, seamlessly integrating into their midst. On the lawn, barbecue grills had been set up, and an array of buffet food began to adorn the long tables. Among the students selected to journey to the new star, there were over 20, while a dozen remained in this city, soon to return to their hometowns. The gathering was lively, devoid of any barriers or awkwardness. However, many of those staying in the old land felt a sense of loss. They had heard whispers and understood that missing the new star meant missing an opportunity for destiny's favor, as extraordinary events seemed to be unfolding there. Some had already heard rumors that extraordinary powers would soon emerge. In such a grand era, it was difficult to fathom the future for their classmates who ventured to the forefront, touching the supernatural. Wang Xian. The emotions of those remaining in the old land were intricate as they greeted him, each reflecting on the surprising reality that even Wang Xian had not been selected. Wang Xian empathized with their emotions and approached them for an extensive conversation, discussing the future. He genuinely felt a sense of regret for this group of students. Their insistence on remaining in the city, awaiting the final list to see if any new names would be added, spoke volumes about their state of mind. Simultaneously, it indirectly attested to their confidence in themselves, as these individuals had indeed achieved commendable success in their previous endeavors. However, it was unfortunate that the selection criteria this time did not consider such accomplishments. I heard that the blood samples we provided during our physical examination were sent to New Star, where they conducted some form of analysis as part of the selection process, remarked a male classmate who remained in the old land. Wang Xian was taken aback. This was the first he had heard of it. He had initially believed, based on his earlier analysis of Qin Sheng, that the process was straightforward, unaware that such testing was involved. Qin Sheng attempted to lighten the mood, saying, "Let us not dwell on the past. Do not feel disheartened. Remaining here is not so dire. If we cannot reach the extraordinary, then let us strive to become tycoons from this day forth, commanding and controlling the extraordinary in the future." This remark elicited laughter from the group. As night descended, they stood atop the hill, gazing down at the city aglow with lights, its nightscape breathtakingly beautiful. As time passed, many had indulged in drink, their spirits elevated. Those chosen to go to New Star, yet rooted in their homeland, were particularly exhilarated, envisioning a future where they could one day become extraordinary beings. Consequently, most of them drank to excess, some liberating themselves in the revelry. Nonetheless, the overall atmosphere remains rather pleasant. Whether hailing from the New Star or born in the old soil, the students destined for the New Star assure their classmates that, should the opportunity arise in the future, they will undoubtedly extend their support to those left behind. In the distance, the city glimmers with radiant lights along its streets, resembling intertwined silver chains. An endless sea of luminosity merging into a dazzling brilliance. At this moment, the sky is adorned with countless stars, their light cascading down in a splendid display. Some individuals, slightly inebriated, find it difficult to distinguish between the celestial twinkle and the earthly glow, as if the heavens and the world below have become entwined. Eventually, someone lost control. Weeping openly, he had not been selected, and after drinking, his inner disappointment surfaced, leading him to tears. Wang Xian and a few classmates quickly regained their composure, escorting him to a room to rest, advising him to refrain from further drinking, and fortunately, no serious issues arose. At that moment, someone approached Wang Xian, holding a shimmering glass, gently swaying it to release the fragrance of exquisite wine. Upon noticing this, Qin Sheng promptly joined Wang Xian, standing side by side to confront the newcomer. The individual sported shoulder-length hair, his appearance not particularly handsome, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, leaving a lasting impression, exuding a palpable air of dominance. Kong Yi, do not provoke trouble, Qin Sheng cautioned. If there were anyone among the students with a strained relationship with Wang Xian, it would undoubtedly be this person. Wang Xian, typically composed and steady, maintained amicable relations with all his classmates. Kong Yi, hailing from the New Star, harbored animosity towards Wang Xian primarily because he had once pursued Ling Wei upon enrollment, only for Wang Xian to become her boyfriend. Where do you intend to go? Am I not discerning enough for the occasion? Must you seek discord here? Kong Yi is a formidable individual, slightly provoking Qin Sheng, primarily out of dissatisfaction with his earlier demeanor. Wang Huan intervened, raising a glass towards Kong Yi, saying, "Let us drink, for we are all classmates, soon to part ways. What is there that we cannot set aside?" After all, there was nothing substantial to begin with. Kong Yi cast a sidelong glance at Qin Sheng before clinking glasses with Wang Huan and downing his drink. He then declared, "Come, follow me. I have a rare selection of exquisite delicacies sent over from New Star, just for you before our farewell." Wang Huan walked alongside him, while Qin Sheng, feeling uneasy, trailed behind, apprehensive of potential troubles. "Behold, this deep-sea dragon fish. Surely you have never tasted its like. It is considered a rare delicacy from New Star. And this, the ethereal snow cattle from the meadows at the foot of the New Star Snow Mountain, boasts exquisite meat. The finest cuts can be prepared as top-tier sashimi there. Not to mention here, you have undoubtedly never experienced it. This is exclusively reserved for certain esteemed individuals. Do indulge, it is remarkably fresh." Kong Yi led Wang Huan into a room, showcasing the ingredients laid out on the table, his breath reeking of alcohol. Qin Sheng found him insufferable, perceiving his demeanor as excessively domineering, continuously boasting about New Star and dismissing Qin Sheng's experiences with an air of arrogance. Thus, he retorted curtly, "What is so novel about this? Do you know how I savor top-tier snow cattle sashimi? At dawn, as the first rays of sunlight break, I chase after cattle on the HLB grasslands, for that is when the beef is at its most tender." Kong Yi was left utterly speechless, and Wang Huan too found himself at a loss for words. A hearty laughter erupted as the doors to the room swung open, allowing a lively group to enter. It was a delightful and utterly novel experience. Upon returning to New Star, I too shall partake in it. Even the usually aloof Su Wenba was caught in the merriment. Kong Yi, discerning the situation, realized that the group was wary of him, concerned he might cause a disturbance. He felt a surge of indignation and remarked, "Am I truly so despicable? How could I possibly create trouble for Wang Xian? Moreover, at this stage, provoking him would only result in a beating. I am no match for him." As a farewell gesture, I had specifically arranged for rare ingredients, all of which are immensely nourishing. I am aware of his obsession with practicing traditional techniques, and these items would greatly benefit his health. I can attest that Kong Yi indeed invested considerable thought into reconciling with Wang Xian before parting ways. Su Chan spoke up, and Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand. Let bygones be bygones. We have turned the page. I wish you a brilliant future and extraordinary achievements." He clinked glasses with Kong Yi, and Qin Sheng approached, stuffing his mouth with several pieces of beef, joining in the toast. "This is certainly superior to the beef from the HLB grasslands." The trio raised their glasses and drank heartily. "Wang Xian, you are quite commendable. To be frank, had it not been for my pursuit of Ling Wei, your character would have resonated with me, and we might have forged a friendship." Kong Yi slurred in his speech. "It is not too late now. We are classmates and friends," Wang Xian replied. "Ling Wei is yet to arrive. I suspect she will be here shortly," Zhou Kuan quietly informed Wang Xian. Not long after, Wang Xian and Kong Yi, with their arms around each other and the scent of liquor lingering, made their way to the lawn outside, instantly drawing the attention of a crowd. Remarkably, these two were able to coexist peacefully. The atmosphere became significantly more vibrant, as even they managed to dissolve old grievances, prompting the guests to raise their glasses and indulge, some becoming slightly inebriated. Several individuals hailing from the old land, soon to embark for the new star, eagerly expressed their aspirations for life there. "What beautiful visions do you hold?" someone inquired, articulating their own desires. "Once I settle down there, I must purchase a villa in a picturesque location akin to this one before us, preferably in a more secluded area with immense future appreciation potential. The population in New Star is bound to grow." Wang Xian chuckled and remarked, "What you envision, others have likely already set in motion. Everything you desire and yearn for." At that moment, Qin Cheng interjected, "What I desire and yearn for is to be alone with Zhao Qinghan." His hasty words altered the tone of Wang Xian's statement. "Every place you cherish and long for is undoubtedly already bustling with activity." The surrounding crowd cast him peculiar glances. He gave Qin Cheng a light pat on the shoulder and said, "Why are you butting in?" Yet, an unusual silence enveloped the group as they gazed past Wang Xian. He quickly regained his focus and turned around, instantly encountering the stunning Zhao Qinghan. Gratitude is extended to San Sheng Yuan Shuehua, Duko Ku Long, Jiang Zhuo Chun, Xing Yu Xia, Tian Geng Shang De Tai Yang, Jian Xiaofeng Ling Xiaoyan, Yin Han, and Zue Sun Tian Yi Wei and I. Sincere thanks to the aforementioned leaders. Chapter 10. The new technique. Zhao Qinghan, tall and graceful, donned a fitted white dress that fell just above her knees, unequivocally showcasing her exquisite figure with its alluring curves and elongated legs. The night breeze caressed her silky, raven-black hair, while her fair, oval face radiated beauty. Once characterized by a fresh and sweet demeanor, adorned with a smile, now her expression was frozen in stillness. The atmosphere was hushed. Every individual remained motionless. Even Zhao Qinghan, a woman well acquainted with grand spectacles and possessing high emotional intelligence, found herself ensnared in a moment of silence, underscoring the peculiarity of the ambience. Wang Xian turned around, standing directly opposite her. The crimson maple trees on the mountainside painted a picturesque backdrop, while the city below sparkled with lights, creating a serene beauty that contrasted with the tension in the air. Wang Xian had not anticipated Zhao Qinghan's sudden appearance, and the unexpected shift in the atmosphere was primarily instigated by Qin Cheng's interjection. "You have arrived late. Take a drink as penance," Wang Xian proclaimed. No one expected him to remain so composed, devoid of hesitation, as he raised his glass in a courteous gesture towards Zhao Qinghan. Although Zhao Qinghan typically exuded calm confidence and frequently attended various events, having encountered numerous grand occasions, she felt a slight stiffness in her body moments ago. Instinctively, she began to lift her wine glass, but soon regained her composure. As she raised her glass halfway, a smile blossomed anew on her face, radiating brilliance once more. Yet, she refrained from speaking or clinking glasses with Wang Xian, keen to observe his demeanor and any swift, astute reactions he might display. At this moment, Qin Cheng spoke up. "Qinghan, do not misunderstand. Old Wang is quite reliable. I was merely speaking too hastily." The previously composed Wang Xian now felt a surge of unease, silently lamenting, "Brother, do you not possess the art of conversation? Why must you interject again?" The optimal way to handle such a situation was to swiftly move past it. There was nothing to clarify. Thus, Wang Xian maintained his composure, as if nothing had transpired. Zhao Qinghan, rendered speechless, raised her glass and lightly clinked it with Wang Xian's, gently moistening her crimson lips before turning to depart, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. "Did I say something amiss?" Qin Cheng inquired, aware that he was merely complicating matters further. Wang Xian patted his shoulder and replied, "You are not wrong. See, you have effectively sent her away, and now everyone is spared any embarrassment." Qin Cheng exhaled a breath laden with alcohol. "No, my intention was to have a few words with her, share a drink, yet now she has left. Who am I to seek out? Just go over to her. She has not departed yet," Kong Yi advised him. Subsequently, he pulled Wang Xian away to the edge of the mountain, where they leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant lights dotting the land. "This time, someone is advocating for you, hoping to usher you into the realm of the new stars," Kong Yi remarked, resting his hands on the railing. Wang Xian was already aware that Professor Lin had sought out investors. However, he sensed that Kong Yi had more to convey. prompting him to turn his head and look at him inquisitively. The project leader of the ancient arts research has taken note of you. Although your circumstances do not align with the selection criteria, your remarkable performance in ancient arts has prompted a desire to make an exception and bring you along. Indeed, there are underlying issues at play, as Kong Yi has sought him out for a private conversation. Ling Wei's family has intervened, intending to confine you to the old territory and prevent your transition to the new star. These revelations struck Wang Xian like a thunderclap, abruptly sobering him, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon Kong Yi. Kong Yi, ever assertive, met his stare without flinching and said, "If you doubt my words, you may investigate. There will surely be traces left behind. Moreover, since I am aware of this matter, others must also possess knowledge of it. Why share this with me?" Wang Xian inquired. Kong Yi replied gravely, "I fear that should you receive only fragments of information, realizing someone is suppressing you, you might misplace the blame upon me. I refuse to bear that unjust burden." Before departing, he added quietly, "Ling Wei's family wields far more power and influence than you might imagine." As Wang Xian observed Kong Yi's silhouette receding into the illuminated villa, he remained rooted in place, turning once more to gaze at the resplendent city below. "Have I been too optimistic in my perceptions of others?" he murmured. Earlier, Qin Sheng had expressed suspicion that Wang Xian's ex-girlfriend's family might be exerting pressure to keep him confined to the old territory, a notion he had initially dismissed. Wang Xian had encountered Ling Wei's father. To be precise, it was that middle-aged man who had approached him, exerting pressure. Upon their initial meeting, although Ling Qiming presented a stern demeanor, he also revealed a different facet of himself, one edged with a father's concern and affection for his daughter, fearing she might choose the wrong companion. At that moment, Wang Xian felt scrutinized by Ling Qiming's piercing gaze, who questioned him with sharp words. However, he remained unperturbed. If he were to envision having a daughter who found herself in a relationship on an alien planet, Wang Xian believed he too would harbor some trepidation, perhaps even rushing over to assess the situation. Ling Qiming's formidable presence was truly overwhelming, to the extent that Wang Xian found it increasingly difficult to endure the incessant warnings. Nevertheless, during that time, despite Ling Qiming's commanding aura, he refrained from leveraging his connections against Wang Xian, leaving him with a relatively favorable impression of the man. Wang Xian had always been reluctant to judge others with malice, often putting himself in their shoes. Interpreting Ling Qiming's actions as a protective instinct of a dominating father towards his daughter, while excessive, it was somewhat comprehensible. However, he now realized that he had romanticized certain individuals and events. Shaking his head and exhaling a heavy sigh, he turned back, unwilling to dwell on what had transpired. Understanding that one must always look forward. "Wang Xian, over here." Zhou Kuan called him over for a drink. Wang Xian's eyes flickered with apprehension. He knew that once Zhou Kuan indulged in alcohol, he would become uninhibited, as if transformed into a different person, incessantly chatting. Zhou Kuan, unbothered, declared, "Didn't I mention when I came to find you that we would have a good time tonight and engage in a proper conversation?" Nearby, Su Chan and Su Wenbao exchanged glances, sensing a tremor of unease. Zhou Kuan was clearly intent on spilling secrets, and once intoxicated, he would become a veritable fountain of words, answering any inquiry without hesitation. "Is he doing it on purpose?" Li Qingzhu murmured. Su Chan curled her lip and replied, "Let him be. The new technique is no longer a secret. It will surely spread to the old world in due time." Wang Xian understood that Zhou Kuan, inebriated, was inclined to share some information with him. At that moment, Qin Sheng sauntered over, his face alight with joy. "I just had a private drink with the goddess. She mentioned that she'd come to see me on the moon when she has the time. By the way, she also inquired about you, old Wang, wanting to know the level of your old technique. I told her it's roughly equivalent to 9. 8 of Kong Yi, 12. 5 of Zhou Kuan, and 11. 6 of Su Wenba." Zhou Kuan, initially prepared to enjoy his drunken state, immediately bristled at this remark. "Qin Sheng, is there any need for such comparisons?" Kong Yi approached, his expression darkening. "Do you even know how to speak?" Even the aloof Su Wenba couldn't contain himself, his lips twitching as he said, "Qin Sheng, is this how you measure things? Have I become a unit of measurement? I was merely speaking off the cuff. When drinking, why should men be so calculative?" Qin Sheng interjected, pulling Zhou Kuan along. "I enjoy drinking with you the most. Come, let us share a drink." Zhou Kuan shot him a sidelong glance. Realizing that Qin Sheng was intent on getting him drunk to extract secrets, unaware that he himself was about to disclose information to Wang Xian. Wang Xian swiftly intervened, concerned that Qin Cheng might truly intoxicate Zhou Kuan to the point of collapse. Take it slow, he cautioned. Qin Cheng was taken aback. After Zhou Kuan downed half a glass, he gradually began to let loose. I inform you all that a new technique has emerged from the Nova Sector, also referred to as the Supreme Technique, with some even aspiring to label it as the Divine Technique. Zhou Kuan, you certainly possess audacity, carelessly voicing such matters in public. Some of these issues remain under wraps. Is it wise for you to act so recklessly? Abrupt words echoed as someone approached with purpose. It was a young man, sporting a short haircut, robust in physique, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, with piercingly bright eyes. Yungu, I've had a bit too much to drink. I'll be more cautious next time. Zhou Kuan had regained his composure, yet remained unperturbed, clearly familiar with this individual. The newcomer appeared slightly older than Zhou Kuan and Su Wenba, with a sun-kissed complexion radiating vitality. He was assertive, his words blunt, as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Xian and Qin Cheng, stating, "You truly dare to engage in such conversation? Trying to intoxicate Zhou Kuan to extract information, are we?" Zhou Kuan promptly interjected, "Yungu, this is merely a gathering among classmates. If you wish to drink, please do so in another room." Kong Yi Su Wenba and others swiftly moved to obstruct his path, urging him to refrain from such behavior. "Who do you think you are, speaking so rudely? Have you consumed gunpowder?" Qin Cheng was unyielding, confronting him directly. Upon noticing Su Chan, Li Qingzhu, and others approaching, Yungu chuckled, saying, "What are you all so anxious about? Am I truly such an unreasonable person?" Zhao Qinghan stepped forward, saying, "Yungu, I understand why you are here. Could you please temper your demeanor?" Yungu smiled and replied, "I am not here to cause trouble today. I merely heard that someone here possesses noteworthy skills in the ancient techniques and wish to engage in a friendly exchange. Wang Xian, are you not curious about the new techniques? Come, let us engage in a friendly spar, and I shall demonstrate for you." Such words were uttered by the individual known as Brother Yun. In an instant, not only were the classmates from the old world taken aback, but even those from the new stars were astonished. He had actually mastered the new techniques? Wang Xian remained composed, having already noted that this person had arrived aboard a small airship, landing in a slightly smaller clearing not far from two flying saucers. Upon his arrival, he directly approached this way. Wang Xian realized that this individual was indeed coming for him, as his gaze had frequently lingered upon him, scanning and observing. Now, this young man had even explicitly called out his name. A simple spar. Do you dare to engage in a contest? Old techniques against new techniques. Do you have confidence? The youth, referred to as Brother Yun, inquired once more. Wang Xian regarded his face, lost in contemplation. In the past, if someone had inexplicably challenged him, he would likely have dismissed them, indifferent to their provocation. However, this young man stirred something within him. He had evidently grasped what was termed the new technique, and Wang Xian was eager to discover the nature of this new path. The new techniques, also known as super techniques, are sometimes referred to as divine techniques. The assertive man continued to speak, adding, "The old techniques are on the verge of being phased out in the new stars, and some have begun to label them as obsolete techniques." He gestured to Wang Xian, saying, "Would you like to prove something? Let us see if the old techniques can still radiate a new brilliance." Chapter 11. The Clash of Old and New. This is a lengthy chapter. The old era, with its scattered techniques buried in dusty tomes, is referred to as the old arts, and some even call it the scattered arts. Presently, those from the new generation have begun to derisively label it as inferior arts, indicating its gradual decline. However, anyone who immerses themselves in the old arts and continues to study them finds such designations quite jarring. Under the cover of night, Wang Xian remained calm and composed. Given that the other party approached him with intent and possessed the new arts, he resolved to engage. "What shall I call you?" he inquired. "Zhou Yun," replied the young man, known as Brother Yun, a smile revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. In an instant, he exuded an aura of danger. His gaze sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a predator fixated on its prey, silently advancing. "I assumed your surname was Ling," Wang Xian remarked, unperturbed by his imposing demeanor as he met Zhou Yun's eyes. Upon hearing this speculation, Zhou Yun narrowed his eyes, yet they sparkled with intensity, becoming increasingly menacing. Wang Xian, ever perceptive, noticed the fleeting oddity in Zhou Yun's expression and refrained from further inquiries. "Come," Zhou Yun beckoned. "Let us witness whether the remnants of the old arts scattered among the dusty pages, truly deserve to be enshrined in a museum. He smiled, radiating a wild energy, his steps silent yet not linear, suggesting extensive practical experience. Qin Chung interjected, "On what grounds do you seek to engage in combat? Where do you hail from? What is your identity? And what are your intentions?" Concern for Wang Xian flickered within him, for the opponent had come with purpose. It was unlikely they would act without a measure of confidence. Wang Xian waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for further words. Since a decision had been made to engage in combat with the individual before him, there was nothing more to discuss. Zhou Kun, Su Chan, Kong Yi, and others attempted to intervene, but upon seeing Wang Xian nod in agreement to spar, concern etched their faces. Let it be understood that this is merely a sparring session. No one is to unleash their full strength, and moderation is paramount, Zhao Qinghan proclaimed. As her words echoed, sounds emanated from the distant helipad, where two mechanical beings approached with haste. These frigid, metallic automatons possessed intelligence and were equipped with lethal technological weaponry. Standing guard at the edge of the lawn, their gaze fixed on Zhou Yun and Wang Xian. Zhou Yun's pupils constricted. He realized that Zhao Qinghan was issuing a silent warning, primarily aimed at him, fearing he might incite a bloody altercation with his extraordinary abilities. He nodded and replied, "Very well, it is settled. I merely wish to observe whether those who practice ancient techniques still have a viable path forward, or if they have truly fallen into obsolescence." Zhou Yun was tall, with short hair and a sun-kissed complexion that exuded vitality and strength. Assuming an aggressive stance, he projected an imposing aura. In that fleeting moment, Wang Xian activated his internal cultivation method, exhaling a breath of turbid air, infused with the aroma of wine. He had indulged somewhat excessively that evening, which posed a slight disadvantage. "Do you need to rest for a moment?" Zhou Kun inquired promptly. Qin Chung nodded in agreement. Indeed, after consuming such quantities of alcohol, one's reflexes are bound to lag. "Just give me a few minutes," Wang Xian responded. Then he closed his eyes, drawing upon the esoteric traditions of the pre-Qin necromancers as his foundational technique. In a unique rhythm, he envisioned the light of the stars and the moon transforming into a cascade of luminous rain, enveloping his being. Simultaneously, he imagined the impure energies within him continuously expelled through his pores, exchanging with the moonlight and starlight. Such visions are not unusual. Contemporary practices of internal cultivation and meditation often encompass similar records and exercises. However, the singular frequency and rhythm hold paramount importance. The origins of the pre-Qin necromancers' techniques are astonishing, and their effects are nothing short of miraculous. Many perceived an illusion that Wang Xian was enveloped in a pristine white light, favored by the celestial bodies, rendering him somewhat ethereal and elusive. This extraordinary phenomenon left all witnesses in awe. Could ancient techniques be practiced in such a manner? Is there indeed a path to follow? 6 minutes later, Wang Xian opened his eyes and declared, "It is done." He possessed a tall and well-proportioned physique, exuding strength and calmness in the night. "I was waiting for that very phrase," Zhou Yun exclaimed as he charged forward, propelled by a tempestuous wind. His speed was astonishing, leaving many spectators momentarily stunned, only to see deep footprints imprinted on the lawn. Moreover, wherever he had tread, the earth and grass erupted, a testament to his overwhelming power. Bang! Wang Xian reacted instinctively, kicking a long wooden table laden with buffet food towards the oncoming figure. To the spectators' astonishment, Zhou Yun, resembling a humanoid lion or tiger, did not halt. With a single strike, he shattered the sturdy wooden table into splinters. With a sharp crack, the long wooden table shattered into countless pieces, scattering in all directions as people hastily dodged, their expressions shifting dramatically. Zhou Yun was ferocious, exuding a primal intensity. His assault was formidable, capable of endangering lives with its immense force. Wang Xian slightly leaned to the side, his body displaying remarkable agility as he deftly evaded Zhou Yun's striking hand, which lunged forward like a tiger or a leopard, leaving him momentarily off balance. Wang Xian's palm sliced through the air, colliding with Zhou Yun's trajectory, the impact so great that it stirred the very atmosphere around them. Indeed, Zhou Yun was a formidable adversary. In that fleeting moment as he charged past, his right elbow swung back, clashing with Chu Feng's palm, producing a deep, resonant thud. Both men staggered slightly, yet Zhou Yun pressed on. As he turned, Zhou Yun launched himself once more, soaring through the air like a fierce black tiger pouncing on its prey, exuding a palpable sense of danger and wildness. Targeting Chu Feng with his fists and feet. This time, Wang Xian did not retreat. Instead, he swiftly and decisively spun around, delivering a kick into the void. With a thunderous bang, it was as if a bolt of heavy thunder had struck midair, the resonant sound causing hearts to race. Zhou Yun was sent tumbling away, his form agile, though he wobbled slightly upon landing. He ultimately regained his footing with balance. "You truly possess some skill," he remarked, staring at Wang Xian, genuinely surprised. "You employed old techniques. What of your so-called new methods?" Wang Xian inquired. "If I can defeat you using the old techniques, why complicate matters by resorting to new methods?" Zhou Yun replied. He exuded a menacing aura, instilling a palpable sense of aggression, his body taut and poised to unleash a new wave of ferocious assault. "What I employed was merely the framework of antiquated techniques. My strength did not derive from energy cultivation or internal nurturing methods. We have progressed with the times, having long ago integrated advancements in genetic research." Zhou Yun was indifferent to the revelation of his foundational abilities. As for him, it merely represented an enhancement of physical strength and power, not the source of extraordinary prowess. Nearby, those observing felt a chill. The students from the New Star understood the implications. Long ago, there were individuals at New Star engaged in such research, focusing on the prenatal optimization and editing of genes. Though most of it was conducted in secrecy to avoid public disdain, Zhou Yun's formidable physical strength was not a product of energy cultivation or internal practices, but rather a straightforward result of genetic advancement, rendering him terrifyingly powerful and nearly insurmountable for the average person. Wang Xian ceased to speak and initiated an assault. Since his opponent harbored a strong intent directed at him, he chose to strike directly. On the lawn, the two figures moved with remarkable speed, their fists and feet striking with such force that they emitted a thunderous resonance, truly alarming many onlookers. Such power, if unleashed upon a human body, could lead to grievous injury or even death. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath them, the turf erupted. Their feet struck the ground with such intensity that they not only created deep craters, but also shattered the surrounding grass, sending debris flying. Indeed, when ancient techniques were mastered to a certain extent, they surpassed the capabilities of ordinary individuals, possessing immense lethality that ensured their enduring legacy over the years. However, the practice is exceedingly arduous, and it remains uncertain whether the cause lies in the shifting environment or the dazzling advancements of modern technology, which have rendered hearts increasingly restless. The number of individuals capable of mastering the ancient arts dwindles, and those who do achieve such mastery often find the results mediocre. At a certain level, progress becomes nearly impossible, leading to an inevitable stagnation. Consequently, these arts have fallen into decline, making encounters with true masters all the more rare. Presently, Wang Xian's performance at this age is truly remarkable, even overshadowing the genetically gifted Zhou Yun. In the arena, Zhou Yun staggered backward, trembling under Wang Xian's relentless assault, a sensation of dread creeping over him. How could such explosive power emanate from his tall physique? Bang! Wang Xian's punch sent Zhou Yun reeling, causing a tumult of blood to surge within him, nearly forcing him to spit it out. In an instant, Wang Xian followed up with a sweeping kick. Although Zhou Yun managed to evade the critical strike, his shoulder was still grazed, igniting a searing pain that tore through him. His clothing was shredded, and blood began to flow. Had he not dodged in time, his shoulder bone might have suffered fractures. What a monster! He assessed inwardly, recognizing that even with his robust build and formidable constitution, he could hardly withstand such force, let alone others. Despite undergoing genetic optimization, he still found himself unable to fend off Wang Xian's blows, each strike laden with terrifying strength. He harbored grave doubts that a punch to his head would not shatter it like a watermelon. With a deep exhalation, he expelled the stagnant air from his lungs. Retreating swiftly, his demeanor transformed, appearing somewhat ethereal. A faint blue mist enveloped his form, exuding an air of mystery as it clung to his skin. "Do you not wish to witness the new technique? Come forth," Zhou Yun bellowed. A chorus of gasps resonated from the crowd. His demeanor was distinctly peculiar, emanating an aura of danger that compelled them to instinctively retreat. The students of the New Star Academy felt an undercurrent of anxiety, for they understood that this was indeed the new technique, drawing upon supernatural forces. Its eruption would be nothing short of catastrophic. Wang Xian, Speak up immediately if anything feels amiss. Someone cautioned, their concern palpable. Wang Xian halted his advance, refraining from direct confrontation, as he instinctively sensed the extraordinary power at play, choosing instead to observe quietly. Zhou Yun charged forward, the thin blue mist swirling around him as if on the verge of luminescence, and he unleashed his full force against Wang Xian. Something is amiss. Wang Xian retreated, realizing that the tempestuous onslaught was merely a ruse. The true threat lay in the encroaching blue mist, which seemed to distort the very fabric of space. In that fleeting moment, a shiver of dread coursed through Wang Xian. Yet, he quickly discerned the impossibility of such spatial distortion. Zhou Yun lacked the capacity for such power. Was it then a distortion of his perception? Drawing upon the ancient arts passed down from the Preaching alchemists, Wang Xian invigorated his spirit, piercing through the haze with clarity. He was genuinely taken aback. The opponent's supernatural technique, embodied in that blue light, had the capacity to affect one's mind. Had he faltered for a mere instant, defeat would have been his fate. With a mighty swing of his right palm, he unleashed an incredible force. Had a typical person been struck, they would surely be sent flying, bones shattered. Yet, Zhou Yun did not retreat this time, and his right fist, suffused with a pale blue luminescence, collided with Wang Xian's palm, resulting in a mutual grunt of exertion from both combatants. Zhou Yun was struck by an overwhelming force, feeling as though his fist might shatter, with blood trickling from the gaps beneath his nails. This evoked a sense of dread within him, prompting the use of his supernatural abilities. How could his opponent inflict such harm upon him? Fortunately, he had resorted to his extraordinary skills. Otherwise, his finger bones might have sustained fractures. Upon the collision of Wang Xian's right palm with his fist, an unusual sensation surged through him, compelling him to retreat at great speed. Yet, an enigmatic force continued to infiltrate his body, manifesting as a faint blue light. In that fleeting moment, he felt a tingling in his arm, and even his internal organs seemed to protest. He retreated with urgency. Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation. The supernatural arts transcend your imagination. While the old techniques have become obsolete, Zhou Yun declared, not pausing but instead swiftly moving, his figure resembling a gust of wind, enveloped in an ethereal azure glow. He could not afford to grant Wang Xian a moment's respite, intent on swiftly concluding the battle. What is that thing, old Wang? If you cannot endure, speak up at once. Qin Cheng exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency as he scanned the surroundings, lifting a table in preparation to charge forward. That is the new technique. A preliminary encounter with supernatural forces, Zhou Kuan whispered, revealing the truth of the matter and elaborating further. In the West, this type of energy is referred to as the God particle, while in our land, it is known as supernatural elements. In the arena, Wang Xian found himself in a perilous situation, confronting supernatural forces for the first time, completely bewildered. His mind was not only disturbed, but his body was also succumbing to erosion. Suddenly, a faint rumble akin to thunder resonated from within him. He activated the foundational techniques of the Taoist arts, resonating through his internal organs, and unleashed a unique physical technique. 5 organs thunder sound technique. Someone exclaimed. After all, they were students well versed in the ancient arts, experts who immediately recognized the method employed by Wang Xian. This body technique was exceedingly esoteric, far beyond the reach of ordinary practice, at least. None of them had succeeded in mastering it, and yet Wang Xian had managed to manifest it. In an instant, his 5 organs resonated with a unique frequency, significantly enhancing his metabolism, which accelerated further, causing wisps of delicate blue light to emanate from the pores of his skin. Zhao Qinghan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she instructed the machine, "Quick, record this." How astonishing that one can unravel supernatural techniques in such a manner. Although Zhou Yun has merely grazed the realm of supernatural power, to have his first strike nullified by an ancient art is indeed remarkable. With his body returning to normal, Wang Xian unleashed his most formidable abilities, his body reverberating with thunderous energy as his hands sliced forward like bolts of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the cacophony of violent collisions, the faint blue light surrounding Zhou Yun was forcefully dispersed by Wang Xian, sending him sprawling backward, blood streaming from his mouth. The fact that Zhou Yun, who had mastered the supernatural technique, was defeated left everyone profoundly shaken. Wang Xian had triumphed over Zhou Yun with the old arts. Wang Xian approached, intent on observing the dissipating blue light enveloping Zhou Yun. Suddenly, Zhou Yun, unable to restrain himself, sprang to his feet and launched another assault. Wang Xian seized his arm, the thunderous vibrations within him dispelling the blue luminescence, and then landed a punch squarely in Zhou Yun's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony, resembling a bent shrimp. Defeated, yet still seeking to strike at me? Wang Xian lightly yet decisively struck his palm against Zhou Yun's spine, instantly inducing excruciating pain and stiffness, rendering him nearly immobile. Wang Xian, drenched in perspiration from the vigorous exertion of the five organs thunder sound technique, prompted by his foundational skills as a practitioner, felt a significant drain on his energy. Fatigued, he chose to sit atop Zhou Yun, issuing a stern warning against any further movement, lest he inflict severe harm. Now, tell me your origins. Wang Xian inquired of Zhou Yun. At that moment, a small airship descended, and a middle-aged man emerged, followed by a young woman in her 20s, who walked out silently, her head bowed in displeasure. Upon noticing Zhou Yun pinned beneath Wang Xian, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 12. A gentle overlook. Zhou Yun doubled over in agony, his abdomen racked with pain akin to that of a bent shrimp, crouching low to the ground. His spine had been struck with a forceful blow, rendering half of his body rigid and immobile. Wang Xian, weary from the ordeal, utilized him as a makeshift seat, perching himself upon Zhou Yun's shoulders. Descending from the airship was a middle-aged man clad in traditional Tang attire. Although slightly portly, he emanated a commanding presence. Upon witnessing the scene, his expression turned frosty. He refrained from uttering a word, yet his gaze pierced through the air with an intensity that could unnerve most. However, Wang Xian remained unfazed, still seated atop Zhou Yun. The middle-aged man was flanked by a cadre of robust figures dressed in black, evidently bodyguards, all armed with firearms. One among them barked at Wang Xian, demanding he rise. Wang Xian remained silent, his right hand casually descending, two fingers inadvertently resting upon Zhou Yun's temple. Those present were practitioners of ancient arts, fully aware of the implications of such a gesture. At Wang Xian's level of prowess, his vitality was so vigorous that even in the face of sudden peril, instinct would guide his fingers to strike at a vital point. Didn't he expect you to arrive as well? This could be problematic, Zhao Qinghan interjected, stepping forward. Zhou Kuan, Kong Yi, Su Chan, and others greeted the middle-aged man with courtesy, clearly acquainted with him. The middle-aged man turned, casting a frigid glance at the bodyguards, who immediately fell silent and retreated back to the airship. Wang Xian had triumphed. Zhou Yun was serving as a seat. The young woman trailing behind the middle-aged man, who had been sulking with her head down, seemed to awaken from a stupor, her expression one of astonishment. She was acutely aware of Zhou Yun's formidable abilities, often spoken of in the context of the extraordinary. In the past, Zhou Yun had once passionately lamented that a new era had arrived, and the future might indeed witness the emergence of immortal beings. This individual, who had cultivated new techniques, possessed a formidable character and harbored ambitions toward immortality, was unexpectedly defeated by the very target he had set his sights on, reduced to sitting as a mere stool. Wang Xian, rise at once. The woman commanded, her brows furrowed in ire as she glared at Wang Xian, who was seated upon Zhou Yun's back. Wang Xian remained seated, ignoring her, silently channeling the ancient methods of the Preqin alchemists. His weary form gradually rejuvenated under the faint moonlight. The middle-aged man, taken aback, though he did not practice the old techniques himself, had experienced much and could discern certain subtleties. You are quite young, yet you have managed to cultivate the old techniques to this extent, he remarked, then gently inquired if Wang Xian could rise to speak. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian stood up, shaking off his fatigue, appearing increasingly upright and spirited in the moonlight, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Since the other party was willing to converse amicably, he naturally would not be confrontational. His earlier refusal to rise was merely a statement of his desire for equality. Wang Xian had always maintained such an approach, keeping a respectful distance from those with a commanding presence who were accustomed to controlling the situation. Qin Sheng promptly moved closer, standing beside him. The young woman behind the middle-aged man, who had just emerged from her reverie, hurried forward to assist Zhou Yun, inquiring about the severity of his injuries. How should I address you? Wang Xian asked politely. My surname is Zhou. You may call me Uncle Zhou, the middle-aged man replied, scrutinizing him closely, as if attempting to see through him. Wang Xian remained unperturbed, Even the formidable presence of Ling Wei's father failed to intimidate him, rendering the slightly less imposing individual before him incapable of exerting any pressure. Qin Sheng nudged Zhou Kuan and whispered, "Are all these people with the surname Zhou related to your family?" Zhou Kuan shook his head, "Certainly not. With such a vast expanse, how could it be that merely sharing the Zhou surname means they belong to our family?" He is Zhou Mingxian, the uncle of Ling Wei. The newly initiated practitioner of the new technique, Zhou Yun, is the eldest son of Zhou Mingxian and also a cousin to Ling Wei. The woman who had earlier appeared to be in a trance was Zhou Yun's biological sister, Zhou Ting. Zhou Mingxian remained motionless, his unwavering gaze fixed on Wang Xian for a full 3 minutes, his own body slightly stiffening. In the end, he could only manage a resigned smile. "Youth is truly a blessing. I have long heard your name, and now seeing you in person, I find you quite impressive." He revealed a smile and nodded. Wang Xian returned the smile, recognizing such words as mere pleasantries. "Uncle Zhou, what brings you here today?" Su Chan inquired, voicing the mild discontent shared by several present. After all, this was their class reunion, and Zhou Yun's intrusion was unwelcome, even though many were aware of the underlying circumstances. Zhou Mingxian sighed, "Is it not obvious? I have come specifically to apprehend Zhou Yun. Having just scratched the surface of this new technique, he seems oblivious to the vastness of the world. Within just a few days, he has engaged with over a dozen individuals in bouts, searching for opponents. Upon learning he had come here, I rushed over, determined to teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. He shall be confined indoors for 6 months." In the distance, Zhou Yun stood, his body rigid. Zhou Ting curled her lips in disdain. Although Zhou Yun had taken the initiative to provoke trouble with Wang Xian, it was absurd to suggest that their father would decide to drag him back upon learning of the situation. During their journey, he had believed that Zhou Yun would likely injure Wang Xian and intended for her to offer an apology on Zhou Yun's behalf, thereby demonstrating the Zhou family's requisite sincerity and preventing outsiders from finding fault. "Uncle Zhou, what brings you to the old land?" Kong Yi inquired. "Primarily for business reasons, and also to check on Ling Wei's parents," Zhou Mingxian replied casually. "I heard from Ling Wei that her parents are apparently coming over in a couple of days." Zhao Qinghan remarked nonchalantly. "Ah, yes, they will be arriving shortly to personally take her home, so they won't be accompanying you," Zhou Mingxian added. Zhao Qinghan's beautiful, bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Uncle Zhou, could it be that the Zhou family and the Ling family have uncovered something in the old land, prompting you all to bring people along?" Zhou Mingxian chuckled. "You are quite the clever girl, always drawing connections from everything. However, this time there is nothing of the sort. It's merely a matter of trade in deep space. You are aware that both the Zhou and Ling families have substantial business interests here." He continued, "What could there possibly be in the old land? The tombs of the immortals remain elusive, and the grand mausoleums of preaching sorcerers have all been thoroughly excavated. The underground is barren, devoid of anything. Currently, those powerful organizations, influential forces, and nations are primarily focused on deep space, where they have discovered invaluable treasures far exceeding anything here." He then fell silent, realizing that there were still some students from the old land present. He turned around and looked kindly at Wang Xian, saying, "I just overheard them mentioning your deep commitment to the ancient arts and your diligent practice. I wonder if you could demonstrate for me. In my youth, I encountered a master who could pierce steel with his bare hands. I would like to see if you possess that same tenacity. If you exhibit a semblance of his aura, I shall reward you with a scripture." This middle-aged gentleman was quite generous. Indeed, Qin Sheng remarked softly. Wang Xian smiled, replying, "I certainly cannot compare myself to the esteemed figure you mentioned. This is merely my personal amusement. You are too modest. How about this? You perform a demonstration for me. It would be best to find a partner to practice with. Of course, do not misunderstand. I do not mean for you to engage in a duel with anyone," Zhou Mingxian clarified. "Let us do this. Find the most ordinary robot that can only defend passively. You may attack as you wish and showcase your techniques." Wang Xian chuckled, saying, "I am quite fatigued today and lack the spirit to practice. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself." Just as Zhou Mingxian was about to respond, Zhou Yun called out to him from a distance. He smiled and nodded at Wang Xian before walking away. Qin Sheng whispered, "A person like him must possess remarkable scriptures. Regardless of his intentions, you should seize the opportunity to obtain the tome first." Wang Xian replied, "Do you truly believe that after I just fought his son, he would bestow upon me a preaching secret technique? Even if he were to offer me ancient arts, I doubt they would be of significant value. Moreover, he is Ling Wei's uncle, aligned with her father's interests. What reason would he have to be so concerned about me? He added, this individual has many ulterior motives. What motives? Qinsheng inquired. He regarded it as a gentle condescension, presenting himself as a tolerant elder who grants you an opportunity. Yet, in the midst of laughter, he subtly belittles you. What robots are present here? Aside from the likes of Zhao Qinghan's mechanical figure, perhaps only the housekeeping robot in the Zhou family's airship chamber exists. I engaged in a struggle with the room-cleaning robot, subsequently earning a scripture as a reward, which would eventually lead to the realization that we inhabit different realms. Qinsheng, with a sense of gravity, finally sighed, remarking that this middle-aged man was far more formidable than his son, feeling somewhat overwhelmed and contemplating the next encounter. Even with his son, nearby, Su Chang and Zhao Qinghan erupted in laughter upon hearing his final biting words. Wang Xian called out from a distance, Uncle Zhou, I am feeling rather unwell today and cannot perform for you. I appreciate your gift of the scripture. Zhou Mingxuan's expression momentarily faltered before he smiled warmly and replied, no matter, I look forward to witnessing your extraordinary skills next time. He waved his hand, signaling someone to fetch the ancient techniques manual from the airship. Observing this, Qinsheng was initially taken aback, then suddenly turned to Wang Xian, exclaiming, Old Wang, you're quite the strategist indeed. Why not seize the opportunity? Zhou Mingxian approached personally, a gentle smile gracing his features as he handed Wang Xian a weathered paper book. Young man, you are indeed impressive. It is a pity that you were not selected this time. However, since you remain in the old land, strive to develop here and endeavor to make a name for the ancient techniques. Having spoken these words, he turned with Zhou Yun and Zhou Ting, boarding the small airship. Fading into the night sky, it is time for us to depart, Wang Xian remarked to Qinsheng. Zhou Kuan interjected, aren't you waiting for Ling Wei? I suspect she was likely detained by her uncle and others. She should arrive shortly. Wang Xian shook his head in resignation and replied, I have mentioned this several times already. There is truly nothing between us now. It has been over a year since we parted ways, and you have all witnessed the disposition of her family. It is best for us to go our separate ways and wish each other well. Chapter 13. The end of the old path. The hilltop was dappled with light and shadow, the nearby maple trees ablaze in vibrant crimson, while the distant woods cast vast shadows. In the twilight, the occasional stir of night birds broke the silence with their calls. That evening, many indulged in libations. Their hearts poured forth in candid confessions. Some spoke with fervor and grandiosity, proclaiming it to be an extraordinary era, urging one another to seize opportunities and ascend to greatness. Even harboring aspirations towards divinity, they ignited the sacred flame and ascended the lofty platform. Even a typically reserved young woman shed her reticence. A fellow student, emboldened by drink, exclaimed, What are the celestial beings? I believe they are the extraordinary ones. The myths of your need not be dismissed as mere fables. Bodhisattvas, the three pure ones, immortal sages, and even spirits may yet return. Of course, I refer to individuals of that caliber, not the ancient bodhisattvas or supernatural beings who have long since faded from existence. Time is relentless, and what must be erased has indeed been erased. The three pure ones and immortal sages were once flesh and blood, undeniably powerful in their time. However, based on the excavated steles, temples, and various ancient texts, it appears they were far less formidable than our imaginations suggest. There is no need for excessive deification. Several life research institutes have collaborated to analyze their remains, and even the most formidable of these extraordinary beings could not withstand modern technological weaponry. A single nuclear strike would obliterate them entirely. The speaker was a male classmate from Nova, clearly inebriated, divulging sensational insights that the local students had previously never encountered. The financial magnates of the new star once unearthed remarkable treasures from the ancient soil, even discovering relics believed to be the bones of the Buddha. A fellow student interjected, remarking that such discoveries are not extraordinary and require no astonishment. For instance, in certain religious practices, one occasionally finds subterranean chambers beneath stupas containing stone, iron, jade, and gold caskets that house Buddha relics. These finds are not unique to one location, but are scattered across the old lands. Additionally, unexpected treasures have been uncovered in the ancestral grounds of Taoism, prompting multiple explorations thereafter. The artifacts and the subterranean stone inscriptions narrate numerous historical events, and when analyzed by several renowned life research institutes, they yield scientifically accurate conclusions. It is posited that bodhisattvas, immortal beings, and the three pure ones were indeed flesh and blood individuals. Wang Xian inquired of Zhou Kuan whether these assertions were credible. Zhou Kuan quietly responded that they were not entirely reliable. The excavated remains, hair, and various artifacts from the tombs do not definitively clarify anything. Remarkably, he was not yet intoxicated, and he continued, stating that these discoveries diverge somewhat from the legends of the immortal beings, being more akin to formidable practitioners of the craft. Wang Xian asked, so, does the research from the new star provide concrete evidence that even the most powerful practitioners from the preaching era could be slain by technological weaponry? Zhou Kuan confirmed this, explaining that certain research institutions had been fortunate enough to acquire several remains of these practitioners. Tests have indeed shown them to be corporeal beings, and many technological weapons could indeed bring about their demise. Wang Xian let out a rare sigh, a sentiment seldom seen from him. For those devoted to the study of ancient arts, wishing to pursue this path, even the most resolute spirits might feel a pang of melancholy upon hearing such conclusions. The most formidable sorcerers of the preaching era had reached the zenith of ancient arts, but they could only progress so far. With the advent of technological civilization, it became effortlessly feasible to extinguish that minuscule cadre of the most powerful individuals among ancient humanity. In this era, technology shines brilliantly, suffocating the former glory of old arts. A single neutron bomb can obliterate anyone, whether legendary figures or the mightiest sorcerers perched atop the pyramid of power. What of the immortal masters? Wang Xian inquired. Zhou Kuan responded, upon deeper investigation, some posit that the immortal masters were merely the most elite sorcerers, or perhaps individuals surpassing preaching sorcerers by a notch, mythologized through oral tradition. Ultimately, they were human and could not escape death in the face of technological weaponry. Wang Xian sighed for the second time. Living in this era, it appears there is no avenue for those devoted to the old arts. The prospects are bleak, with the end in plain sight. Surely, you do not aspire to traverse this path and become akin to a preaching sorcerer? Zhou Kuan gazed at him in astonishment, then shook his head, stating, currently, following this path leads directly to the conclusion. The outcome is already predetermined. Some conglomerates and organizations previously invested in the old arts not for its offensive capabilities, but rather for the pursuit of longevity. In terms of lethality, it pales in comparison to modern technology. He added, moreover, with the emergence of new arts as an option, which involves supernatural powers, the old arts have even lost their standing in the quest for longevity. Zhou Kuan lowered his voice. The new arts hold great promise. The prospect of attaining divine status in the future is not beyond reach. Some research institutions are already preparing for studies in this domain. Once I have perfected my new technique, should the opportunity arise, I shall enlist someone to send you some materials to see if you might embark upon this path. After uttering these words, he emphatically declared his inebriation, claiming he was unsure of what he had said. Nevertheless, he continued unabated, engrossed in his own discourse. Discovering this new technique is merely a serendipitous gain. The true value lies in the revelations at the far reaches of deep space. If I were to tell you that some seek to venture forth, relying on the formidable foundation of advanced technological civilization, would you believe it? Though I harbor my doubts. Whispers of such endeavors have begun to circulate. After sharing this, he lamented his spinning head, stating he needed to retreat to a room for a moment. Long after Zhou Kuan's departure, Wang Xian remained silent, pondering the path of the old technique. Is the end visible at a glance? The outlook appears dim. Yet, I am determined to forge ahead, to witness that conclusion. I yearn to continue my exploration there, Wang Xian mused. Qin Cheng leaned in closer, remarking, Old Zhou is quite considerate, subtly imparting a wealth of information. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, he bid farewell to Qin Cheng and the others. Departing from the scene, I must take a moment to address my emotions before we leave, old Wang. I shall vanish for a couple of days to tend to matters at home, Qin Cheng murmured on the way. In his inebriated state, he was, of course, unable to drive. They had a designated driver to return them. Indeed, by noon the following day, Qin Cheng reappeared before Wang Xian, his eyes rimmed with red. An unmistakable air of despondency enveloping him, revealing his more sensitive side. I am delighted to inform her that I am heading to the new moon, and that there may be a chance to immigrate to the new star. However, she calmly responds with a mere 2 words, it's over. I assure her that I will return to take her along, yet she insists that she will not wait for me. How utterly ruthless. Her words are concise and resolute, totaling merely 6 characters. Qin Sheng is on the verge of tears. Conversely, Wang Xian finds it amusing, believing the girl to be quite intriguing, especially since he has met her. Currently in her 3rd year of university, he recognizes her reliability. Did you not have the patience to inquire why? When asked, she expressed her desire not to squander time, preferring to part ways before we become strangers. Wang Xian, upon hearing this, reflects. This girl is truly remarkable, decisive, with character, unpretentious. And her words resonate with truth. The future is fraught with uncertainties. Given your disposition, you might forget her in no time. Old Wang, you underestimate me. Qin Sheng exclaims in indignation. I genuinely like her. Wang Xian chuckles, refraining from engaging further. Qin Sheng, growing anxious, retorts, you can't possibly think I have feelings for Zhao Qinghan, can you? Absolutely not. When I refer to her as a goddess, it's merely an expression of admiration. Who would choose her as a wife? She is suited for distant admiration. Who would keep a deity at home? It is utterly incompatible for intimate companionship. Besides, even if I had intentions, she would surely avoid me. I am self-aware enough to recognize that she would choose you, old Wang, and not even consider me. Do you even know how to communicate? It seems as though one has no options, and settling for the second best would lead to choosing me. So do not drag me into this. Old Wang, I must say, you come across as rather conceited. Otherwise, I could inform Goddess Zhao that she should choose you. And you might not even agree. Wang Xian paid him no mind. Seeing his calm demeanor, Qin Sheng grew anxious and urged, Old Wang, you must provide me with a suggestion. If turmoil brews in the backyard, I would be reluctant to depart. Please help me devise a plan. Wang Xian nodded and replied, I have encountered this young lady before. We dined together, and she is indeed remarkable. You must strive to seize the opportunity and ensure you do not let it slip away. How do I pursue her? Primarily, the geographical distance separates you. However, your family's business is linked to deep space trade, making you one of the suppliers below. Surely, you can leverage connections to find someone who can facilitate the exchange of letters, photos, and audio between you, conveying to her that since communication is possible, there is no need for an immediate separation despite years apart. There will always be opportunities to reach a resolution in the future. Very well, I shall take my leave. Qin Sheng turned and dashed away, disappearing from sight. A quarter of an hour later, Wang Xian exited the campus and strolled along the pavement, flanked by numerous ancient ginkgo trees, their golden leaves carpeting the ground. Upon reaching the end of the path, he arrived at a grand building and entered directly. Although the structure towered impressively, the foot traffic was sparse, lending an air of desolation. Just as he approached the elevator, someone intercepted him. Wang Xian said nothing, producing a business card crafted from pure gold and presenting it forward. Before the elevator, a few individuals narrowed their pupils. One of them silently gestured for assistance, prompting another to press the elevator button. Wang Xian nodded and stepped inside, followed closely by someone beside him. The two descended together in the elevator, which eventually halted at the rare 13th underground level. Upon exiting, Wang Xian took a moment to acclimate to the dimly lit environment, where the sparse illumination suggested a setting reminiscent of a cavern hewn from rock, rather than a modern structure. A guide led them through a winding path within the subterranean stone chambers, navigating the intricate twists and turns until they finally entered a stone room, where the light brightened significantly. The layout here was quite contemporary, indistinguishable from an opulent office, and a man sat behind a mahogany desk. You have finally arrived, he remarked, his thick black hair framing a face obscured by a cerulean mask. Judging by his voice, he appeared to be in his 40s, a middle-aged man. I have graduated and left the old experimental class. I am now a free agent, Wang Xian replied calmly. A crisp sound resonated from the masked man's hand, akin to the chime of jade striking against metal. Wang Xian's pupils momentarily constricted as he discerned what the man was toying with. 2 golden bamboo slips, a rare object Professor Lin had once mentioned. Oh, you are familiar with such items? Since you have made your choice, I shall gift you one, the masked man said, tossing a golden bamboo slip lightly into Wang Xian's hand, its weight substantial and imposing. Wang Xian lowered his gaze to discover that intricate engravings adorned the surface of the golden slip. The plot twist is about to commence. The tender new book seeks your support. If you possess monthly votes, kindly cast them. Thank you. Gratitude extends to the following esteemed patrons. The Heart Dwells in Departure, The Drift of Smiles, 3 Lifetimes of Fates, Descendants of the Dragon, and strikingly handsome. Chapter 14. Exploration. The bamboo slips, utilized since the pre-Qin period, vary in length from a few centimeters to over half a meter, inscribed with characters using a knife. The piece in Wang Xian's hand gleams in a golden hue, exuding a warm luster under the light. Measuring 8 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 2 centimeters in thickness, it is relatively short, yet feels weighty and substantial, suggesting that it would sink immediately upon immersion in water. Instead of text, the golden bamboo slip features several intricate designs, a creature with a human head and a serpent's body, depicted in various poses. Its long hair cascades down, rendering its gender indiscernible. It exhibits a coiling posture, as well as an engraving of it rolling on the ground, and another illustration depicts its serpent tail upright, piercing the sky like a sword. The slip bears no writing, only these enigmatic images, which offer no apparent connection to ancient techniques, at least. Wang Xian has not discerned its value. For many years, it remained an enigma in my possession, treated merely as a piece of jade. The middle-aged man with a green mask spoke, his short, thick hair framing a calm demeanor as he sat quietly. I have gained too little. A plethora of golden bamboo slips has fallen into the hands of the tycoons on the New Star side, and I secured only 2. His tone was unremarkable. Wang Xian was convinced that this individual was a master with astounding achievements in ancient arts. To dare seize from the jaws of a tiger and contest with the forces dispatched by the tycoons, successfully procuring 2 slips, is no small feat. Such bamboo slips are even regarded as rare treasures on the New Star side. Once acquired by major organizations, they are kept secret and studied discreetly, rendering them virtually unseen by outsiders. Has anyone from the New Star side deciphered anything? Wang Xian inquired, uncertain. The middle-aged man with short hair responded tersely, unwilling to delve further into the topic. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. 2 years prior, Wang Xian had encountered him, during which he first became aware of the shadowy areas within this seemingly tranquil city. In the subterranean depths of a landmark building, specifically the 9th level, a brutal contest of ancient martial arts took place every Friday night. Competitors engaged in fierce combat within an iron cage, bloodshed being a common occurrence, with the vanquished often suffering grievous injuries. Meanwhile, the stands outside the cage were crowded with masked spectators of unknown identities, both men and women, who watched the intense battles, roaring and screaming, a chaotic blend of excitement and disorder. At that moment, Wang Xian firmly rejected the middle-aged man, clearly stating his resolve never to tread the murky paths. He had a passion for the study of ancient martial arts, yet he would not debase himself by showcasing bloodshed for the entertainment of others. The middle-aged man merely laughed, explaining that he was only there to reveal another facet of the city to Wang Xian, asserting that the authentic world was far removed from what he typically perceived. The gruesome battles within the cage bore little relevance to them. They merely sought to identify promising talents on occasion. As for themselves, they were a band of adventurers. Their experiences were far more perilous, exhilarating, enigmatic, and even terrifying than those contests within the iron cage, for they had ventured into the cosmos, transcending the confines of the old world. The middle-aged man assured him that, in terms of future prospects and capabilities, adventurers shone brilliantly, incomparable to those who merely navigated the gray areas. They conversed several times during that period, yet Wang Xian consistently declined his invitation. A short-haired middle-aged man left him a golden business card, informing him that if he changed his mind after graduation, he could seek him out. 2 years prior, this man had foretold the inevitable dissolution of the old arts experimental class, predicting that the investment project would be shelved. Why did you seek me out? Wang Xian had once asked him earnestly. The short-haired man replied that it was primarily the allure of the old arts experimental class that captured his attention, and upon observing the entire cohort, he ultimately focused on just 2 individuals. The rest of the class lacked resolute determination and harbored doubts about the old arts. Even if they continued down the traditional path, their achievements would be limited. Indeed, after embarking on the journey of the old arts, Wang Xian found himself inexorably drawn in, successfully harnessing energy and nurturing himself within just a few short years. The short-haired man believed that Wang Xian possessed significant potential and was likely to achieve extraordinary success in this domain. This organization, while relatively free and loose in structure, wielded undeniable strength and was shrouded in mystery, its tendrils having already reached into the cosmos, rivaling new stars. Allow me to formally introduce myself. You may call me Aoki. The short-haired man, donning a blue mask, broke the silence. Does this mean I am now part of it? Wang Xian inquired. Aoki replied, not quite yet. You are among the promising talents I have selected over the years, but you are not the only one. Will there be trials to undergo? Indeed. That is the established protocol. While I have faith in you, I cannot alter the rules. The middle-aged man with short hair, Aoki, informed him that an adventurous expedition would take place within 2 days, serving as an assessment for him, and inquired whether he would participate. Absolutely. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. After joining us, you will have a general understanding of what lies ahead, yet I must emphasize again what exploration entails. It inherently carries risks, and there may even be threats to life. You must contemplate this carefully. Wang Xian responded, no problem, I have thought it through. Aoki, appearing quite serious, stated, you shall reside here. We must ensure that no information leaks before the expedition, as it is of utmost importance. Wang Xian acknowledged this, agreeing to stay. Holding the golden bamboo slip, he gazed at Aoki, who was seated behind the mahogany desk, and asked, may I inquire about a few matters? Aoki replied, it depends on the nature of your questions. If they pertain to certain astonishing secrets, even if you successfully join us, an equivalent exchange will be required. Wang Xian queried, I wish to know, does the end of the old technique road lead to the pinnacle of practitioners, and is there truly no path beyond that? Aoki sighed, I empathize with your sentiments, for I too began my journey with the old techniques. However, this path is exceedingly arduous. One expends countless effort and sweat over decades, often with little to show for it. The theoretical zenith is indeed the practitioner, and the terminus is already established. It was, as expected, the same answer, mirroring the conclusions derived from the life studies conducted at New Star. In truth, what is most disheartening is that, even when one knows the endpoint of the journey, few can reach that destination. Since the decline of the pre-Qin era, the number of individuals capable of attaining the status of a master has dwindled, and since ancient times, they have completely vanished. The ancient arts have increasingly fallen into obscurity, and the masters have become mere legends, elusive and difficult to grasp. The position occupied by these masters represents the ultimate destination of the path. Has no one dared to continue the exploration? Wang Xian inquired. It is easier said than done. Throughout the ages, even the true masters have not re-emerged, so how could later generations dare to contemplate such matters? Qingmu bitterly shook his head and remarked, in ancient times, there were some formidable figures who aspired to further the path, but regrettably, none succeeded. Why were those masters able to push the ancient arts to their zenith, while their successors could never surpass them? Wang Xian posed the question. Do you think it was merely the efforts of a few masters? Qingmu responded. No. It was the result of generation upon generation of powerful masters continuously refining the ancient arts. Eventually, they reached a point where there was simply no further path to pursue. And the pinnacle of those masters may well have been the strongest individuals among ancient humanity. That evening, Qingmu instructed his subordinates to prepare various equipment necessary for Wang Xian's expedition, including alloy knives, daggers, protective suits, and lifelike human masks. Additionally, there were firearms. The following morning, they set forth, first heading outside the city to board a small spacecraft at a secret estate, destined for Qingqing Mountain. This advanced small spacecraft was undetectable by the satellites of the old world. Wang Xian sat for the first time in such a spacecraft, feeling a sense of novelty towards everything around him. Yet, he remained composed, observing quietly without asking unnecessary questions. He sensed that there was much to learn. Aoki's personal involvement in this mission underscored its significance. Apart from Wang Xian, there were 4 other companions, all donning realistic human masks, concealing their true expressions. Aoki declared, our destination is Qingqing Mountain. Recently, a consortium from the New Star has dispatched personnel to secretly excavate within the mountain. Our objective lies there as well. What has been discovered in Qingqing Mountain that has attracted the attention of the New Star's elite? Someone inquired. Prior to the operation, everything had been shrouded in secrecy. Even they were unaware of the destination until now. With a grave demeanor, Aoki responded. It appears that someone has uncovered remarkable records from a bamboo slip left by a pre-Qin alchemist, directing our focus towards Qingqing Mountain. Are they still interested in the alchemist's legacy? The New Star has already abandoned the old techniques for advanced methods, a voice questioned. Aoki, with utmost seriousness, stated, the deciphered bamboo slip contains some esoteric matters. It seems that Qingqing Mountain harbors something that excites and stirs even the alchemists, prompting this clandestine visit by the consortium. The group felt invigorated, and even Wang Xian's heart raced at the thought of new discoveries in Qingqing Mountain. Could it be related to the celestial immortals? The foremost figures among the alchemists were regarded as celestial immortals, yet some disputed this, believing there existed entities far more mysterious and powerful. Members of the Zhou and Ling families had unearthed the underground palace, and indeed, they found their intended target. Aoki whispered softly. He had just received the latest intelligence report. Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Could it truly be those two families? The journey was not lengthy as they approached their destination. Qingqing Mountain, renowned as one of the 4 sacred mountains of Taoism and one of the 5 great immortal mountains, is also regarded as one of the birthplaces of Taoism. It is said that Zhang Daoling once established his teachings amidst the verdant peaks of Qingqing Mountain, and some believe he ultimately transcended within this very range. Chapter 15. Metamorphosis. If it is less than 5,000 words, one cannot truly deem it a lengthy chapter. Thus, I shall refer to it as a moderately lengthy chapter. Check your gear. Aiko's voice resonated with a low gravitas, urging those aboard the spacecraft to prepare for the imminent operation. The screen of the vessel vividly displayed the topography of Qingqing Mountain, lush with verdant foliage, dense woodlands, and peaks that stood sentinel like ancient fortifications. Wang Xian donned his protective suit, which felt somewhat cumbersome, yet offered a certain degree of defense against bullets and cold weapons, potentially safeguarding his life in critical moments. The alloy knife strapped to his back was exceptionally sharp. In close combat, it served as a formidable weapon, while the dagger proved invaluable in confined spaces, capable of delivering lethal blows to adversaries. There is a piece of equipment I am uncertain how to utilize, Wang Xian remarked, gesturing toward a small vial of liquid. Aiko elucidated that it contained an artificial iris. Wearing it would prevent the revelation of his identity. Following her instructions, he gazed into a small mirror, observing his pupils transformed into a pale blue hue, complemented by a lifelike mask, rendering him akin to a Westerner. Qingqing Mountain, steeped in Taoist tradition, emanated an aura of profound mystique. Could it be that something extraordinary has truly been unearthed? Inquired the Black Tiger, his interest piqued. They communicated solely through code names, refraining from uttering their true identities. We must halt them this time. We cannot allow them to succeed in transporting anything away. The old Earth is nearly hollowed out, with all the treasures spirited away to New Star, becoming the private collections of research institutions and conglomerates, remarked the Hawk, a sentiment echoed with indignation by the others. Across the ancient lands, every renowned mountain and river has been thoroughly scoured, and even the revered Qingqing Mountain is no exception. It has been excavated countless times. The prospect of new discoveries today indeed takes them by surprise. As a novice, Wang Xian inquires, will such resistance provoke retaliation, ultimately leading to widespread conflict? Aoki shakes his head and replies, no, even though the ancient lands have fallen, they cannot be swayed or stirred by just 1 or 2 financial conglomerates. Furthermore, the relationship between the ancient lands and the New Star remains amicable, given their shared origins. Have faith in the organization. We have already ventured deeply into the cosmos and are not afraid of them. Heihu adds, firstly, the clandestine excavations by the conglomerates are inherently unjustifiable. They cannot protest against being thwarted, and in time, everything will settle down as if nothing happened. However, this does not imply a lack of danger. On the contrary, the conflicts can be quite fierce, and casualties are to be expected. Wang Xian remains silent, as this expedition diverges from his original intent. He initially believed it was merely an exploration of hidden realms and perilous, uncharted territories. High-energy weapons have been set up in the mountains, and the second and third groups can deal with them. A voice crackles through the communication device. Aoki responds, ensure everything is resolved. We cannot afford to be trapped inside the crypt once we enter. No problem. The fourth group is on standby at all times. Wang Xian feels a sense of gravity. This undertaking has evolved into a small-scale battle, far exceeding the capabilities of their group alone. Aoki remained composed, seemingly aware of the thoughts swirling within his mind. He calmly elucidated, when it comes to matters that stir excitement and fervor among the practitioners of the Pre-Qin era, should there indeed be a connection to the immortals, the value would be incalculable. Therefore, we must ensure absolute precision this time, deploying multiple teams in unison. Lao Mu, you need to focus. Be prepared to unleash a powerful electromagnetic pulse to incapacitate the automatons and their corresponding weaponry within the underground palace. Lao Mu will remain aboard the spacecraft, tasked not only with the final extraction of our team, but also with the destruction of any potential doomsday devices that may exist. Will they have countermeasures? Wang Xian, a novice, inquired humbly. Aoki responded with utmost seriousness. Rest assured, we are highly proficient in our operations. Afterward, you may take your time to study our various procedures and preparations. Qingqing Mountain, perpetually verdant, was adorned with stone stairways and winding paths that led to secluded nooks. Numerous ancient pathways were nestled within the cliffs and the dense groves. This location is steeped in legend, renowned as a Taoist paradise. Regrettably, over the course of several decades, the underground has been excavated into a web-like structure, making new discoveries exceedingly rare. Aoki, Black Tiger, Kite, and Xiao Wang ventured into the forest, leaving Lao Mu to guard the spacecraft. Xiao Wang was the codename for Wang Xian within the team. Leading the way, Aoki moved like a stealthy panther through the woods, while the others, all adept practitioners of ancient arts, followed closely behind, their formidable prowess evident. Soon, they arrived at their destination, the entrance to the subterranean tomb. Nestled within a remote low hill on the fringes of Qingqing Mountain, it was no wonder that it had been overlooked in the past. A number of tireless automatons were diligently excavating, having penetrated deep into the mountain's belly, extracting copious quantities of earth and stone. Though they stood at a considerable distance, the hazy outlines of the tomb within were already discernible. Qingmu gestured for his companions to remain patient, advising them to wait outside for the Zhou and Ling families to open the tomb and retrieve the treasures before they would ambush them at the exit. There was no need to venture into danger just yet. Amidst the thunderous roars of machinery, several stone doors were forcibly breached. The tomb was vast. Voices of excitement echoed from within. An altar had been discovered, upon which rested a golden box. The air was filled with jubilant shouts as a throng of people cheered. Those guarding the entrance could no longer contain themselves. Many, waiting for the noxious air to disperse, rushed inside, eager to catch a glimpse of the tomb that might house relics of the immortal beings. Heihu, Yaozi, and Fengzheng breathed rapidly, for they were practitioners of ancient arts and placed great value on the artifacts of the immortals. Qingmu, however, remained remarkably composed, silent as he awaited the final moment. Yaozi remarked, "These are rare treasures from ancient soil, yet over the past several decades, they have nearly been plundered clean. This time, we must ensure they do not succeed." "It's almost time," Qingmu communicated discreetly with Old Mu, instructing Old Mu, "Proceed." He then directed teams 2 and 3 to take action, neutralizing the high-energy weaponry that lay in ambush within the mountain. Initially, all the automatons near the underground palace malfunctioned. Some collapsed outright, while others crackled ominously, with electric sparks flying in all directions. Should these mechanical beings remain unresolved, they would pose a significant threat, for they are impervious to blades and carry energy weapons, qualifying them as formidable instruments of destruction. Even armed with mere blades, their lethality is formidable. Boom! A powerful shockwave reverberated through the mountains, neutralizing the high-energy weapons that the Zhou family and Lingjia had preemptively prepared. Were they all eliminated? Wang Xian's expression darkened, for that represented countless lives, an experience he had never before encountered. Aoki replied calmly, "No, most are merely stunned. Our primary objective was to disarm them." Boom! In the next moment, an explosion erupted outside the underground palace, causing earth and stone to collapse and completely block the entrance. Faint roars could be heard from within the palace, trapping everyone inside. The surroundings fell silent, with no one coming to the aid of those ensnared. After a brief pause, Aoki began issuing commands once more. "Team 5, Team 6, follow me and await the opportune moment to enter the palace." Are we to suffocate them all? A chill ran through Wang Xian. This adventure diverged significantly from his expectations. The Black Tiger shook his head, stating, "No, under normal circumstances, we do not engage in killing. We shall wait until they succumb to hypoxia and faint, at which point we will excavate the entrance." Aoki remarked, "I truly hope we can uncover a legacy more potent than the methods of the sorcerers. Otherwise, our future appears bleak. Even masters of ancient techniques are quite vulnerable beneath the might of modern weaponry." He was moved to express his thoughts, feeling a profound sense of helplessness as one who practices ancient arts in this era, perceiving no hope ahead. Their efforts seemed futile. They were attempting to excavate the mountainside with energy weapons, seeking an alternate escape. Qingmu rose to his feet, summoning not only teams 5 and 6, but also requesting teams 2, 3, and 4 to join in the hunt. Heihua dismissed the notion, asserting, "How far can they truly tunnel? This is a formidable mountain. Do not forget that Qingqing Mountain has been excavated countless times. The underground is already hollowed out, riddled with a labyrinth of paths. Perhaps they could indeed carve a way through, making it exceedingly troublesome for us to pursue them later." With a resounding boom, the entrance was blasted open, and a pathway emerged. At that moment, the other teams arrived. Wang Xian quietly prepared himself, shouldering a metallic blade while wielding an energy gun, a weapon capable of modulating energy output for lethal or incapacitating effects. Being somewhat inexperienced, he opted for the lower power setting that induced unconsciousness. They had yet to breach the mountain's core. "Let us proceed cautiously. Charge in," Qingmu commanded, sweeping his energy gun forward. Amidst muffled groans, the sound of bodies collapsing echoed from within the mountain's belly. Suddenly, Qingmu lunged forward, and at that instant, Wang Xian sensed an icy shiver run down his spine, prompting him to drop to the ground. With a soft thud, a translucent blood hole appeared in the chest of the hawk beside him. The protective gear failing to shield him, blood splattered in every direction. The hawk fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to utter even a sound before succumbing. The impact on Wang Xian was profound. It was the first time he witnessed a murder, and it transpired right before his eyes. Despite his mature mindset, he was deeply shaken, his heart quaking violently. A vibrant life had been extinguished. Just moments before, they had walked side by side, and now, bloodied and lifeless, they lay on the ground. He questioned whether his choice of this path had been too hasty. It was entirely unlike his imaginings. He had parents and loved ones awaiting his return at home. He could not perish in this treacherous realm. Wang Xian endeavored to regain his composure. Above all, he must ensure his survival, for the paramount objective of any adventure is to safeguard one's life. They had yet to strike, yet their adversaries could not contain themselves. There was little left to discuss. Qingmu growled, first adjusting the output of his energy weapon to its lethal setting. With a sweeping motion, he demonstrated extraordinary prowess. Charging into the darkness while deftly avoiding the onslaught of energy beams, his acute senses guiding him through the labyrinthine corridors. Wang Xian was astonished. Qingmu was indeed a formidable powerhouse, an exceptional master. With a swift flash of steel, Qingmu closed in on the assailants, wielding his alloy knife with terrifying skill, wreaking havoc among the throng. "Charge!" commanded the Black Tiger, followed closely by Feng Zheng and several other groups. Wang Xian also sprang into action, employing the stunning effect of his energy gun, incapacitating several foes in the process. Although it was his first encounter with such weaponry, he managed to hit his targets with precision at close range. Wang Xian proceeded with utmost caution, maneuvering along the mountain wall and concealing himself behind the rocks of the underground palace, narrowly avoiding the energy beams on several occasions. However, the energy beams soon dissipated, leading to an intense clash between the two parties at close quarters. "Qingmu, I have encountered a formidable master who wields profound new techniques. I cannot withstand him," cried Heihu, his body drenched in blood. One individual, with fingers aglow, struck at Heihu, unleashing a cascade of radiant light reminiscent of the evening glow, which resulted in Heihu sustaining grievous wounds on one side of his body during the collision. With a fierce roar, Qingmu charged forward, engaging the master in a fierce confrontation. Just then, the mountain wall crumbled as someone shattered the stones, tumbling into a passageway. Indeed, as Qingmu had surmised, there existed an intricate web of underground pathways nearby, all previously excavated. The adversary locked in combat with Qingmu clutched a golden box and swiftly retreated into the passage. A throng of individuals followed in haste. "Chase them," Qingmu commanded, leading the pursuit, with others closely trailing behind. Feng Zheng called out to Wang Xian, "Your marksmanship seems rather unrefined. Just moments ago, a few shots nearly struck our own people. Remain here and do not follow." Wang Xian nodded, though he felt his instincts were keen enough to avoid hitting his comrades. He chose not to argue, whether it was a concern for his novice skills or a genuine lack of confidence in his aim, and thus he remained behind. The underground palace fell into silence, with a multitude lying on the ground. Some had perished, while many others were merely rendered unconscious by energy gunfire, suffering no serious harm. Wang Xian was exceedingly cautious, concealed behind a massive boulder, meticulously observing and sensing his surroundings. Indeed, he spotted an individual feigning unconsciousness nearby, a person whose breath was irregular, clearly alert and seemingly anxious. As Wang Xian squinted his eyes in surprise, he recognized the familiar face of Zhou Yun. To his astonishment, the scion of the Zhou family had personally come. He could only imagine that Zhou Yun was now regretting his decision profoundly, never anticipating that trouble would arise. After all, in the past, the various financial conglomerates had excavated sites with remarkable ease, enjoying overwhelming advantages. Even when faced with interference, the situation remained largely unaffected, making such a dismal defeat rare. Wang Xian silently murmured an apology to Zhou Yun, acknowledging that he could not contend with Zhou Mingxian, his formidable father. As Qin Sheng had remarked, every encounter with Zhou Yun would result in a beating. Most notably, Wang Xian sensed something unusual. It appeared that Zhou Yun had temporarily exchanged his ordinary black attire with someone else, opting not to wear advanced protective gear, an evident attempt to evade responsibility. Moreover, Wang Xian noticed that something was concealed beneath his chest. With quiet determination, Wang Xian picked up a stone and silently hurled it. The resounding thud echoed as Zhou Yun clutched his head and screamed, leaping up in agony, blood streaming from his wound. Wang Xian had not intended to kill. He was merely a recent graduate, lacking any deep-seated enmity with Zhou Yun, thus refraining from inflicting lethal harm. Like a lizard gliding along a wall, he deftly maneuvered along the rocky surface, swiftly tearing Zhou Yun's garment to seize a jade box hidden beneath, before retreating rapidly to once again conceal himself behind the giant stone. Indeed, his decision not to employ the energy gun to incapacitate Zhou Yun was astute. It was precisely because Zhou Yun was racked with pain that he sprang up, flailing about, while those feigning death in the shadows dared not fire recklessly in this direction. It was only after Wang Xian seized the jade box and retreated, and Zhou Yun struggled to flee, that energy beams were unleashed towards him. Capture him. The jade box concealed within the golden case was originally in my possession, but he has now wrested it from me. Zhou Yun bellowed. Boom. Wang Xian sheltered behind a massive boulder, and the altar, perilously close to him, was struck, shattering unexpectedly into fragments before collapsing with a thunderous crash. A chorus of gasps resonated through the air. Beneath the altar lay an expanse of space, where, against one side of the stone wall, a mat was found, upon which sat a figure clad in feathered robes, with flowing black hair. His complexion was rosy and lustrous, appearing to be merely in his 30s. Draped in feathered attire, he was a preeminent master among the sorcerers, whose corporeal form astonishingly still existed in this realm. The denizens of the underground palace were astounded. Most crucially, this unparalleled sorcerer held a scroll of silver animal hide in his hands, peering down at it, as if still imbued with life, perpetually existing. The members of the consortium, privy to the truth, were aware that this individual was, in fact, already deceased. Whoosh! Several figures darted down, utilizing the rocks and other cover to approach the legendary sorcerer of unparalleled prowess. In a chilling turn of events, silent and swift, the black-haired man disintegrated into dust, his feathered robes scattering as though he had transcended, vanishing entirely from sight. The 6 figures clad in black rushed forward, only to inexplicably shatter, their blood and ethereal garments cascading to the ground, staining it crimson. The garments disintegrated, drifting down like dust, until ultimately, only a silver beast skin scroll remained, glimmering faintly with a silvery hue. This astonishing spectacle left Wang Xian utterly astounded. As the double period draws to a close, do you still possess any monthly votes? Kindly consider bestowing them upon the tender new book. Gratitude is extended to the 2 esteemed leaders, Daigua Sauce and Heavenly Emperor Fist, for their unwavering support. Chapter 16. The Silver Beast Skin Book. Wang Xian stood resolutely. Had he not maintained his composure moments ago, had he leapt into the fray, he would have undoubtedly met a tragic demise, shattered upon the ground. The sorcerer had once been immensely powerful, and even in death, his transformation into dust could incite such terrifying occurrences. He began to entertain the belief that the sorcerer's claims regarding transcendence were not mere exaggerations or ethereal legends, but rather truths that could indeed be realized. Was that fleeting moment a glimpse of ascension? Wang Xian pondered this query. The sorcerer's state was remarkably unique. Upon their initial encounter, his hair was jet black, his complexion vibrant, full of life, only to vanish in an instant. He seemed to drift as if isolated from the world, ascending to the heavens. Even notable figures from history composed verses in admiration of such phenomena. In various texts, the terms transcendence and ascension are often used in tandem, and what he had just witnessed seemed to embody the age-old pursuit of immortality. Wang Xian reflected, feeling a disquieting revelation unfold. Certain rare religious manuscripts bore striking similarities to what lay before him. In ancient times, a great sage had secluded himself within a stone chamber, awaiting descendants to unearth the subterranean realm, while he had long since faded from existence. Upon witnessing this, the descendants worshipped him, believing that he had transcended to the heavens. Wang Xian remained silent, realizing that this was not the ascension of a celestial being, but rather the dissolution of spirit and form into mere dust. Undoubtedly, this was disheartening news for those who adhered to ancient practices, further affirming that the notion of transcending and ascending was but a myth. The stark truth was brutal. The revered sages had all succumbed to death. With a thud, a corpse was cast down, landing upon the beast-skin book, its faint silver glow shimmering without any unusual occurrences. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures leapt down consecutively, plunging into the subterranean crypt below, once again racing toward the roll of silver beast-hide parchment, clad in feathered garments. The foremost among the practitioners, a master of unparalleled prowess, was engrossed in its study until death, his expression rapt and absorbed, ultimately succumbing to a state of transcendence. One could surmise that the silver scroll was extraordinary, likely possessing monumental significance. Wang Xian was determined to grasp it, eager to uncover the secrets inscribed within. Nearby, debris erupted as 2 individuals opened fire, attempting to suppress him with a barrage of gunfire, preventing him from revealing himself. Energy beams shattered the rocky walls, enveloping the area in chaos. Wang Xian remained unperturbed. While targeting the 2 in front posed a challenge, he held the advantageous position over the 3 in the lower chamber, making it convenient to strike. Armed with an energy rifle, he patiently fired precise shots, honing his skills and acclimating to the accuracy of the weapon. Bang! One assailant was sent sprawling to the ground. After several more shots, the second was struck by a beam, convulsing violently before swiftly losing consciousness. However, the 3rd individual in the lower crypt successfully secured the silver beast-hide scroll, retreating behind a rock to remain motionless. Wang Xian exhibited remarkable patience. Time was on his side, and soon, Qing Mu and He Hu would undoubtedly return. He was not the one who needed to feel anxious. Indeed, it wasn't long before Zhou Yun could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Throw the beast-hide scroll wrapped in stone up here." The cloaked figure below complied, and in a flash of silver light, the scroll was hurled upward, landing amidst the scattered rubble above. Zhou Yun was anxious. The scroll was somewhat distant from their position, and throwing it from underground posed a challenge due to the angle, making it difficult to deliver it directly before them. Wang Xian, however, remained composed, methodically using his energy gun to finish off the black-clad figures sprawled on the ground in the upper crypt. Regardless of their actual condition, he ensured they were thoroughly rendered unconscious, even those feigning death. The crypt had been subjected to a comprehensive purging by his hands, granting him a sense of reassurance. Crack! During this process, stones around Wang Xian occasionally exploded. The 2 adversaries across from him were remarkably precise, continuously firing and applying pressure that left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Zhou Yun, in a state of urgency, feared that Qing Mu and He Hu would return to attack. He whispered, "We have no time to lose. While he is currently suppressed and unable to show himself, one of us must go retrieve the beast's skin." The 2 were hesitant. Although the opponents were not intent on killing, merely employing the stunning effects of their energy guns. Who could ascertain whether this was a deliberate ploy to entice them into recklessness? They had previously employed such tactics. Under Zhou Yun's insistence, one individual reluctantly steeled himself and charged forward, only to narrowly avoid gunfire as beams swept toward him, compelling him to retreat swiftly, relieved by his agility. Time is not on our side. Zhou Yun gritted his teeth, deciding to vault from behind the rock himself, hoping to leverage his nimble skills to seize the prize. Yet, a beam grazed past his ear, sending a chill of sweat cascading down his back, prompting him to decisively retreat once more. Wang Xian sensed that time was of the essence. He resolved to take the initiative. Otherwise, with Qing Mu and He Hu returning prematurely, he might miss the opportunity to study the beast skin scroll. Thunderous sounds echoed as Wang Xian propelled a smooth, rounded boulder forward as a form of defense, charging toward the silver beast skin scroll. This fellow possesses considerable strength. Let us emulate him and advance with our own boulder, shouted Zhou Yun, as he pushed one stone while the other two coordinated their efforts to move another. As they progressed, the shifting angles allowed Wang Xian to successfully eliminate the individual lurking in the lower dungeon. Gradually approaching the beast skin scroll, Wang Xian was poised to confront his adversaries. The duo pushing the boulder assessed the timing of their impending collision, preparing to shoot from different angles, confident that their numerical advantage would secure victory. However, events unfolded contrary to their expectations. They had underestimated Wang Xian's strength. With a sudden surge, he accelerated the boulder, transforming its earlier sluggish pace into a formidable force. Now, with both hands propelling the stone, he charged forward like a roaring locomotive. With a resounding crash, the two boulders collided. The duo miscalculated and were violently hurled away by the immense force, sustaining serious injuries. One individual groaned as the back of his head struck the rocky wall, blood streaming down, rendering him momentarily unconscious. The other was propelled into the air, firing his weapon in desperation. Wang Xian deftly evaded the shots and retaliated, yet his aim faltered, as several beams of light missed their target, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. With a swift flick of his wrist, he flung the dagger from his grasp, embedding it into the shoulder of his foe with a resounding thud, eliciting a cry of agony. Wang Xian remained speechless, realizing that the energy gun he wielded lacked the precision of a mere cold weapon. Crouching low, he evaded the barrage of fire from Gao Yun, seizing a rock in passing. With a resounding crash, he struck the man who had been pierced by the dagger, rendering him unconscious and bathed in blood without a sound. Zhou Yun felt a mix of tension and exhilaration, having successfully grasped the animal skin scroll in his hands, a triumphant shout nearly escaping his lips. Yet, now was not the time for celebration. He steeled himself, taking refuge behind a boulder while persistently firing at Wang Xian's direction. Wang Xian retaliated, but the effect was less than satisfactory. He crouched behind a piece of green stone, setting aside his energy gun to draw his long blade, which he then hurled with precision. Zhou Yun remained concealed behind the boulder, scarcely revealing himself, only occasionally raising an arm to fire. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped him. As he lifted the energy gun, he heard a sharp crack. His weapon had shattered. Reacting swiftly, he withdrew his hand just in time to avoid the glinting edge of a metal blade that sliced through the air, severing his energy gun and grazing his hand. Blood oozing forth, sending a shiver of cold sweat down his spine. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have lost his hand, and the alloy blade had nearly struck his head, narrowly missing his scalp. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xian leaped forward, closing the distance between him and Zhou Yun without a second thought for the discarded energy gun, believing that his old techniques were far more reliable in such proximity. Seeing this, Zhou Yun immediately broke into a grin, revealing his pearly white teeth, and ominously declared, "You dare to engage me in close combat? You won't even know how you met your demise. I have mastered the art of the extraordinary." With that, he leaped into action, exuding confidence. The opponent, relying on antiquated techniques, was merely courting death by advancing recklessly, standing at a height of 185 centimeters, with a robust physique. A faint blue mist enveloped his body, and blue light emanated from his fingertips as he coldly charged towards Wang Xian. He believed his extraordinary skills would easily pierce through his adversary's form, overwhelming him with sheer force. After all, he had barely begun to grasp the essence of supernatural materials. To Zhou Yun, his previous encounter with Wang Xian was nothing short of a fluke. It was rare to find another young individual capable of achieving such feats within traditional practices. This blue-eyed mixed blood, attempting to confront him with outdated techniques? It was nothing less than an invitation to annihilation. Wang Xian remained calm, not even furrowing his brow. This time, he refrained from employing the five organs thunder sound technique, as its subtle resonance was too conspicuous. Instead, he utilized another martial art, the golden garment technique. He had previously consulted Qingmu for effective methods to counter extraordinary skills. Qingmu had mentioned the golden garment technique, a discipline reputed to render its practitioner impervious to blades and bullets at advanced levels, proving remarkably effective against supernatural entities. Wang Xian had practiced it in the past and had made some progress. Now, as he activated it, his body tensed, and a fleeting shimmer of golden light flitted across his surface. Boom! Zhou Yun felt as though he had collided with an immovable mountain. his entire being soaring like a wisp of cloud, hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, a searing pain radiated from his palm, as the azure light clinging to him was shattered. He was engulfed by a profound sense of despair. Having mastered the ancient technique only 2 days prior, he had been vanquished successively by 2 youths, the most disheartening of whom was a hybrid. He bellowed in fury, stumbling to the ground before springing back up, eager to retaliate. However, the opponent, adorned with defensive gloves, struck once more. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yun's hands were left bloodied, his palms torn, and his nails nearly ripped from their beds. Bang! A sharp pain radiated through him as he was struck on the forearm, the unmistakable crack of bone echoing in his ears. In the next instant, a chill coursed through his chest as his clothing was once again rent asunder, and that silver beast hide was snatched away. No, Zhou Yun was overwhelmed with indignation, unable to suppress a roar of frustration. Yet, in the following moment, he fell silent, as Wang Xian's fist collided with his nose, a sickening crack resonating as his nasal bone fractured, sending him sprawling. Upon witnessing Wang Xian approach with a stone the size of a basketball, all of Zhou Yun's rage dissipated, and he no longer dared to shout. Clutching his nose, he strained to muster a smile, and said, "My friend, you are formidable, far more so than an acquaintance of mine named Wang. I, Zhou Yun, concede. Let us be friends. Please refrain from delivering a fatal blow. After all, I hail from the Zhou family, the son of Zhou Mingxian. You may not care, but it is wise to avoid unnecessary complications. Should I perish, the Zhou family would undoubtedly investigate. My friend, I implore you to show mercy." Then, he witnessed the mixed-race individual with the azure eyes suddenly hurling a stone the size of a basketball towards his head. Bang! Ah! Zhou Yun screamed. His voice abruptly cut off. He realized he was still alive, and no excruciating pain followed. The stone grazed his scalp and struck the ground, causing his ears to ring and his body to break out in a cold sweat. He was genuinely terrified, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. "Friend, I am grateful for your mercy." He felt a surge of emotion. It was truly wonderful to be alive, stirring a desire to weep. Bang! One of Wang Xian's feet came crashing down, striking his head and sending him into unconsciousness. Subsequently, Wang Xian swiftly unfurled a silver beast skin scroll. There was nothing to discuss. He had to commit everything to memory at once. It was the final day of the double period. Dear readers, do not forget to cast your monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 17. The Interception. The hide, measuring a foot square, glimmered with a silver sheen. Intricately adorned with countless characters meticulously carved rather than inscribed with ink. Wang Xian's fingers glided over the surface, tracing the clear patterns that offered a distinct tactile sensation, evidencing an extraordinary mastery of the craft. Each character exuded a profound essence, brimming with aesthetic allure. However, to his dismay, he recognized none of them. What cryptic symbols were these? The strokes were numerous and exceedingly complex. He attempted to draw connections to the bronze inscriptions, but found no semblance. Glancing left and right, he discerned that this was neither oracle bone script nor any familiar script from known eras. He was utterly baffled, unable to identify a single character. Employing a mnemonic technique, he fixated on the hundreds of characters, treating them as a photographic image, striving to imprint them deeply into his memory. The inability to comprehend them at present was of little consequence. He could later consult texts or seek assistance for decipherment. The paramount task was to engrave them firmly in his mind. For the sake of confidentiality during this operation, all participants were prohibited from carrying any devices capable of external communication. Otherwise, Wang Xian could have simply taken a photograph. Although he possessed a miniature scanner the size of a button, provided by the expedition organization, it would likely need to be surrendered at the conclusion of the mission. Wang Xian committed the characters to memory, finding it quite challenging, as he could not recognize the intricate symbols and was left to memorize them like an ancient text. Fortunately, over the years, he had honed his abilities. While practicing the foundational techniques of his old arts, he had trained himself to visualize various complex scenes, ensuring no detail was overlooked. He now envisioned the entire silver hide as a complex tapestry, etching it into the depths of his mind and continuously recalling its details. Wang Xian was resolute. He was confident that he had successfully retained everything in his memory. Ultimately, he activated the micro-scanner, scanning the text from various angles, wary that differing perspectives might conceal hidden meanings. Even if he were to surrender it, he hoped that Aoki would permit him to create a backup. Wang Xian harbored no intentions of monopolizing. Firstly, he believed that this was a collective endeavor born of everyone's contributions. Secondly, he felt that indulging in solitary gain often led to dire consequences. Given that he possessed a scanner, it was entirely possible that it had already activated of its own accord, documenting the entirety of this operation. There exist myriad arcane methods in this world, and treasures abound. Tycoons have scoured every corner of the earth, even acquiring extraordinary artifacts like the golden bamboo slips, yet none have been reported to have mastered any of them. Ultimately, it hinges on the individual. It remains to be seen who can truly comprehend the essence contained within and successfully cultivate it. Wang Xian harbored grave doubts that anyone could master this scripture in the short term, or even decipher its profound mysteries. After all, even that figure clad in feathered robes, regarded as the pinnacle of alchemical prowess, devoted his final days to studying this animal skin scroll. His formidable strength only underscored the matter. Then, he retrieved the jade box. The so-called jade box was a container crafted from a smooth, white stone, predominantly pure and lustrous, with only one side adorned with mottled bloodstains, a relic of antiquity. Within it lay several sheets of gold foil, fastened together, resembling a thin volume of golden scripture. Upon inspection, Wang Xian noted that there were merely 5 pages, each adorned with human-like figures, devoid of textual annotations. The illustrations flowed seamlessly, providing a sufficiently detailed narrative. He was convinced that this was a martial art, seemingly profound, involving intricate movements that stimulated the organs, undoubtedly quite complex. He began to memorize once more. Overall, these familiar humanoid diagrams were far easier to remember than the characters on the silver beast skin scroll. Finally, he utilized the scanner to capture the entirety of the golden tome, documenting it in full. He understood that the beast skin scroll might not yield any insights, at least not in the short term, as it was something only the most elite practitioners could study. Perhaps, at this moment, the golden tome held greater value for him than the beast skin scroll. Wang Xian found a secluded spot, leaning against a stone wall, armed with an energy gun, and once again scrutinized the golden tome and the silver scroll. Time slipped away quietly. Qingmu, Heihu, and the others had not yet returned, clearly hindered by the complex terrain of the underground passage, which had been excavated like a spider's web by those before them. After an indeterminate duration, Wang Xian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and swept the energy gun, unleashing a blinding beam that shattered the rocky debris, scattering it everywhere. A figure, as agile and fierce as a tiger or leopard, moved with astonishing speed, deftly evading the interwoven beams of energy, and, like a soaring eagle, leaped behind a boulder, concealing its form. Wang Xian's demeanor turned grave. This was undoubtedly a formidable master. Just moments ago, that person had approached within 5 meters of him before he sensed their presence, and then, like lightning, had dodged his barrage. Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. This person was likely not weaker than Qingmu, having mastered an extraordinarily powerful ancient technique, their strength terrifying. An ally. In the distance, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from behind a rock, and he revealed part of his body, clad in a protective suit identical to that of Wang Xian. Wang Xian remained silent, concealed behind the rock formation, his energy gun poised for action. The man exuded an air of danger, especially as he had stealthily approached, sending a chill down Wang Xian's spine, for it was evident that the man intended to strike. Shadows danced as a dozen individuals appeared outside the subterranean chamber, all wielding energy guns, taking cover behind rocks and around corners. One woman spoke up. "We are old acquaintances of Qingmu. Do not misunderstand us, nor misjudge the situation. Quickly deliver the items. The discoveries here hold immense significance and cannot be jeopardized. We are the designated responders, tasked with facilitating your swift exit from the underground chamber. If we delay any longer, reinforcements from the Zhou and Ling families may soon arrive." Wang Xian inquired, "If you are indeed the designated responders, why did you attempt to attack me moments ago?" He was convinced that, had his energy gun not been firmly in hand and his reflexes not remarkably sharp, he might have fallen victim to a successful ambush by a formidable adversary. The middle-aged man who had initially attacked spoke. "You have misunderstood. We must remain vigilant upon entering the cave. As their leader, I needed to ensure the area was secure. Initially, I did not recognize you as one of our own, but I must commend your astonishing reaction time, young man. Wang Xian remained unfazed, producing a hoarse, artificial tone. If we are indeed comrades, let us await the return of Qingmu and Heihu together. The woman appeared somewhat impatient, retorting, "Why do you refuse to heed our advice? It has been stated that the members of the Zhou and Ling families are on their way. If you are unwilling to leave, promptly hand over the animal skin scroll, and we shall see to its delivery first." Wang Xian, feeling a surge of distrust towards them, pondered how they could have seen the scroll, yet remained oblivious to the protective gear he donned. Their intentions were evidently to approach stealthily and ambush him. He remained silent, utilizing the towering boulders and other forms of defense to stealthily navigate deeper into the subterranean chambers. Upon sensing his movement, the pursuers hastened their steps in pursuit. Without hesitation, Wang Xian unleashed a barrage of energy shots as a warning. "Qingmu, Heihu, have you returned?" Wang Xian called out, his voice still raspy and faint. In the distance, sounds of movement could be heard, suggesting that Qingmu, Heihu, and the others were indeed making their way back after a considerable time. "Catch up," the woman trailing behind commanded, prompting her group to spring into action. The formidable middle-aged man posed the greatest threat, silently and stealthily drawing near to Wang Xian on several occasions, only to be repelled by his energy weapon. A roar echoed from the depths of the underground passage, unmistakably Qingmu's voice, indicating he had sensed the disturbance and was hastily approaching with his team. The labyrinthine tunnels beneath, resembling a spider's web, were incredibly intricate. Wang Xian abruptly halted, quickly seeking a concealed spot to hide, and then fired towards the front. Indeed, amidst the dazzling beams of light, he spotted the middle-aged man, who had circumvented through another passage and was poised to ambush him. "Jinchuan, what brings you here?" Qingmu's voice resonated, his speed impressive as he arrived, confronting the middle-aged man. Wang Xian spoke immediately. "Qingmu, I have obtained a silver beast skin scroll left by the Pre-Qin alchemists. This group claims to have come to our aid and intends to take the scroll from me." He recounted the events succinctly and directly. "Jinchuan, you are truly audacious. Is it not excessive for you to intercept us here?" Qingmu exclaimed, his anger palpable. Yet, amidst his fury, he also felt a flicker of joy. They had only acquired an empty golden box, while Wang Xian had unearthed the genuine legacy. Jinchuan expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Qingmu, we both understand that what we have here is extraordinary. Do not hold it against me. You came here armed and expect me not to be upset." Qingmu retorted with a cold smile. Jinchuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Rest assured, I will merely glance at it and return it to you immediately. I assure you, I have no intention of keeping it. I swear, absolutely not. You have crossed my threshold. I cannot allow you to inspect it." Qingmu firmly declined. With a wave of his hand, Jinchuan signaled his companions to encircle Wang Xian's hiding place. Qingmu warned icily, "You truly dare to make a move against us? Do not forget, our exploration organization abhors internal strife and bloodshed. Whoever dares to do so will face a united front from the others. No matter if you hide in the old lands or flee to the new stars, there will be no escape." Jinchuan shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No, you misunderstand me. I merely wish to spar with you. The individuals I brought along desire to engage in a friendly contest with little Wang. There will be no bloodshed." At this, he instructed his companions, "Do not draw your weapons. To demonstrate my sincerity, lay them down on the ground." At this moment, Heihu, Fengzheng, and the others were not far behind, shouting in the corridor, warning Jinchuan's group against any reckless actions. Aoki called out, "Xiao Wang, safeguard the treasures you have acquired. According to our organization's agreement, you need only submit half of the spoils from your expedition, so that is your personal bounty. Be sure to protect it from being seized." Wang Xian nodded, feeling quite displeased with this group of latecomers. Had it not been for his heightened vigilance, he would have indeed been ambushed. Surviving might not be an issue, but the golden scrolls and silver manuscripts would surely have been snatched away by these individuals. Wang Xian had no intention of indulging them. Their desire to ambush him without even addressing him was an affront. Those who had discarded their energy guns and were now using the terrain to encircle him were drawing ever closer. Wang Xian remained silent, patiently waiting until someone suddenly lunged at him, at which point he raised his guns and unleashed a fierce sweep. Thud, thud. Several individuals fell to the ground, unconscious, while some skilled fighters swiftly retreated, managing to evade the onslaught. This young man has no sense of decorum. We agreed to engage in hand-to-hand combat using old techniques. Yet he resorts to firearms. Someone protested indignantly. Wang Xian paid them no mind. Why should he concern himself with their notions of propriety? This group had initially intended to ambush him and seize his spoils. They had no right to speak in such a manner now. Finally, He Hu and Feng Zheng arrived first, directly engaging in combat with a sense of decorum, employing old techniques against their adversaries. Xiaowang, show them some of your skills as well. Aoki called out, confronting Jin Chuan, seemingly unfazed by the situation. Wang Xian observed that several young subordinates accompanying Jin Chuan had yet to engage, and notably, they were unarmed. Without hesitation, Wang Xian stepped forward, unleashing a thunderous sound with his hands as he employed the technique of the diamond fist, boldly entering the fray. Instantly, the air crackled with the force of his strikes, the ground beneath him cracking underfoot. His formidable prowess astonished the onlookers. It was indeed rare to witness such a young master of ancient martial arts. In a swift motion, one young woman was struck by a kick, blood spewing from her mouth as she was sent hurtling against the stone wall, collapsing in a motionless heap. With a resounding crack, another young man was struck on the shoulder by Wang Xian's diamond fist, his bones shattering instantly, causing him to groan and tumble into a pile of rubble. In the midst of the fierce exchange, a third adversary was launched into the air by a kick from Wang Xian, suffering 3 broken ribs and gasping blood as he lay incapacitated on the ground. Within a remarkably brief span, Wang Xian dispatched 5 opponents, then surged toward the foes of Black Tiger and Wind Kite. Black Tiger and Wind Kite, having swiftly returned, were already engaged with multiple adversaries. Wang Xian charged in, sending one opponent flying several meters away, causing him to cough blood and struggle helplessly to rise. These were seasoned practitioners of ancient martial arts, aged in their 30s and 40s, yet they were swiftly overpowered by Wang Xian, with some suffering severed limbs and fractured ribs. The battle ceased. Upon realizing the precariousness of the situation, Jin Chuan immediately called for a halt, exclaiming, "I didn't expect this. He's merely a newcomer, yet so formidable." The most alarming aspect is the darkness of his intentions. Even my seasoned subordinates cannot withstand him. This was a grave miscalculation on my part, as I failed to bring along any skilled allies. Turning to Qing Mu, he proposed, "How about we let this go for now? I owe you a favor, and I shall repay it next time." Jin Chuan lowered his stance. Qing Mu nodded in agreement, responding, "All right, but next time, I would like to see the ancestral scriptures of the White Tiger true interpretation from your family." "Get lost," Jin Chuan retorted as he departed with his entourage. "We shall take our leave as well." After gathering his followers, Qing Mu swiftly exited the underground palace. Shortly thereafter, they boarded their spacecraft and successfully departed from Qingqing Mountain. The time for the double period is about to expire. I call upon you, dear readers, to lend your support. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed leaders, Wu Ma Xing and Bai Tang O, for their unwavering support. Chapter 18. Serendipity. As Jin Chuan stealthily infiltrated the underground palace, Wang Xian anticipated a violent and bloody confrontation. However, after a brief clash, both parties retreated swiftly. Wang Xian sensed the complexity of their relationship. On the return journey, the atmosphere within the small spacecraft was heavy. The hawk bore a gaping wound in his chest, his upper body drenched in blood, the life within him extinguished. Other teams had also suffered casualties, each bearing their fallen companions away. Qing Mu spoke, "Upon my return, I shall discreetly send a sum to the family of the hawk." His face concealed by a green mask, his expression indiscernible, he spoke with calm resolve. One becomes accustomed to such sights. Those who survive are adventurers, while the deceased are but fleeting visitors. Wang Xian fell silent, reflecting on the vibrant life that had once thrived, now shrouded beneath a white cloth. This expedition transcended mere tension, thrill, and mystery. It gradually unveiled its terrifying visage, with participants teetering on the brink of life and death. An internal assessment within the exploration organization had previously deemed the Qingqing Mountain operation to possess a low danger index. Qing Mu disclosed that some expeditions occasionally encountered phenomena beyond natural explanation, which were truly frightening. He Hu was sharpening a metal blade, while Fengzheng kept his eyes closed, and Lao Mu sighed, their spirits low, unwilling to converse, evidently having faced such experiences on numerous occasions. They had long lost count of how many companions had come and gone. "I shall save for 2 more years, and then retire completely," Fengzheng suddenly remarked. The return journey was remarkably smooth, and the spacecraft landed at a manor on the outskirts, where several vehicles subsequently whisked He Hu, Lao Mu, and others away. In the manner, Qingmu retained Wang Xian for a conversation. "You may keep the 5 pages of the golden manuscript," he said, "as it potentially contains a formidable martial art. However, I must caution you that it is likely to be exceedingly difficult to master, so prepare yourself mentally." Upon merely glancing at the first page of the golden manuscript, Qingmu felt overwhelmed. It delved into the resonance of the internal organs, the exertion of force, and the concepts of blood transfusion and rebirth, subjects he had heard of before. Long ago, there was a master of ancient arts from the New Star region who had practiced something similar, ultimately leading to his demise. Wang Xian was taken aback upon hearing this. Studying ancient arts could result in one's own death. The notion of blood transfusion and the rejuvenation of organs, albeit aimed at the activation of specific organs, held an immense allure for masters. Once perfected, it could grant them several additional years of life. Yet, despite being a master, he had still perished, which was indeed terrifying. In modern times, ancient arts had long since waned. Those who ascended to the esteemed rank of master were exceedingly rare. It seemed nearly impossible to find such individuals in this era. "Do not dismiss it," Qingmu continued, "for New Star had unearthed many valuable resources in its early years. And naturally, some individuals achieved extraordinary feats. However, over the past few decades, the ancient arts have been increasingly disregarded, rendering this domain utterly desolate." What Qingmu articulated aligned with the information from New Star, suggesting that decades ago, they had already made discoveries regarding supernatural phenomena and had begun their exploration. "You must remain composed. Such endeavors cannot be accomplished merely through fervor. Just with this first page, I attempted it moments ago, and the flow was obstructed, causing my internal organs to feel as though they were being sliced by a blade." Aoki was surprisingly trembling. He donned a cerulean mask, turned away, and swiftly lifted the mask to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, gasping for breath, his chest rising and falling violently. A fleeting glance at his profile revealed an alarming pallor, devoid of color. He steadied the tumultuous energy within him and returned the golden tome to Wang Xian. Although reluctant, he managed to restrain his emotions, for he was no ordinary person. "Do not experiment recklessly. This is a death warrant," Aoki warned once more, daunted by the subsequent pages, fearing that he might succumb to temptation and ultimately bring about his own demise. Wang Xian's countenance grew grave as he realized for the first time the perilous nature of body cultivation. It was even more daunting than practicing the root techniques. The root techniques are foundational arts that enhance one's internal constitution and spirit, while body techniques represent the trunk and branches, manifesting one's strength outwardly. Tracing back to ancient times, elevated to the realm of myth, the descriptions of body techniques become even more extravagant, showcasing feats such as throwing elephants and cleaving rivers. Wang Xian submitted the silver beast skin scroll, which was the objective of the expedition organization this time. Aoki intended to take the silver scripture for evaluation, promising that if its value surpassed expectations, Wang Xian would receive compensation. Wang Xian articulated his request, stating, "If you decipher those characters, please provide me with an annotated copy." "Not a problem. After all, it was you who discovered and retrieved it," Aoki assured him, affirming that the expedition organization is not stingy with its own members. As he bid farewell, Qingmu once again cautioned Wang Xian against recklessness, warning him that the martial techniques inscribed in the Golden Book could be profoundly significant and that practicing them without caution could be perilous. He harbored grave suspicions that they might have originated from Zhang Daoling. Wang Xian inhaled sharply, genuinely startled. Could those 5 pages of golden parchment possibly pertain to him? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible, as there was a legend that Zhang Daoling resided in Qingqing Mountain during his later years, ultimately achieving transcendence there. Suddenly, Wang Xian felt that the 5 pages of golden paper might be as formidable as the silver scrolls, and he solemnly tucked them away, vowing to conduct a thorough and careful study upon his return. Qingmu consented to his taking the scanner and arranged for a vehicle to transport him back to the city. Upon returning to campus, Wang Xian began to pack his belongings in preparation for departure. Today was the final deadline, marking the conclusion of the old technique experimental class. He possessed only a few changes of clothes, lacking any substantial luggage, and simply slung his bag over his shoulder, allowing for a swift and uncomplicated exit. Wang Xian cast one last glance at the familiar surroundings, the towering teaching buildings, the crystal-clear Linghu Lake, the swirling autumn leaves in the lush garden, before turning away. Everything behind him had come to an end. He was about to immerse himself fully in the vibrant tapestry of society. His accommodation had long been secured, having been cleaned by a service just days prior, and he headed straight to purchase bedding, towels, toothpaste, and various other essentials. A sense of nostalgia washed over him as he realized he was now responsible for his own livelihood. This struck Wang Xian as a peculiar sensation. He had just departed from Qingqing Mountain, where not long ago he had been engaged in adventures, battling foes, and navigating the delicate line between life and death. Now he has returned to the city, preoccupied with towels and toothbrushes. In just a few days, he will embark on his job, tirelessly striving for a living. He feels a sense of spatial transition and temporal dislocation. The adventures in Qingqing Mountain, along with the relentless rhythm of work from dawn to dusk, weave the tapestry of his life, leaving him in a state of mixed emotions. He refrained from immediately discussing the matter of New Star with Qingmo, for he had only just joined this exploratory organization and had yet to make any contributions. To voice such lofty aspirations seemed somewhat unrealistic. However, an opportunity now presents itself. Once they assess the silver beast hide scroll, he can approach Qingmu for a conversation. Wang Xian swiftly and efficiently gathered all the necessary items in one go, securing everything with a single taxi ride. The place he rented is situated within an old community, boasting a pleasant environment. The trees, planted long ago, have grown into towering giants, lending an overall tranquil ambience. The downside, however, lies in its aging facilities, which lack modernity. He rented a one-bedroom apartment, recently renovated every 2 years, and it is still in relatively good condition. Wang Xian quickly arranged his daily necessities, spread out the bedding, and poured himself a glass of water before settling down to rest. His phone had been turned off for a day, and upon powering it back on, a plethora of messages and notifications flooded in. He first called his parents to assure them that all was well and that he would officially start working in a couple of days. Shortly thereafter, a call from Qingsheng came through. "Old Wang, where have you been? I've been worried sick. You didn't turn on your phone for over a day, and I couldn't find you. I thought that scoundrel Zhou Yin had done something to you. I was rallying our classmates, preparing to seek revenge and demand an explanation." He shouted with great fervor, causing a slight pain to Wang Xian's ears. Qin Cheng was indeed filled with concern, fearing that Zhou Yun might retaliate, potentially causing harm to Wang Xian. After all, Zhou Yun was a direct descendant of the New Star Consortium. Wang Xian longed to inform him that the young Zhou had sustained severe injuries, a fractured nasal bone, and a broken arm, and was likely consumed by hatred towards a mixed-blood individual, with no thoughts for anything else. However, he refrained from doing so, worried that Qin Cheng, being a loudmouth, would spread the news far and wide by the next day. Wang Xian lowered the volume on his phone and held it at a distance, pretending to meditate deeply, asserting that he had been in a profound state of tranquility. With his phone perpetually turned off, "I am about to leave and have been unable to find you. Let me treat you to dinner tonight at the top floor of the Tsangding building," Qin Cheng proclaimed with grandiosity. The restaurant within the Tsangding building charged increasingly exorbitant prices the higher one ascended, and as a recent graduate, Wang Xian felt somewhat inadequate relying solely on his meager salary for such extravagance. Wang Xian chuckled and remarked, "Are you celebrating because you have managed to win your girlfriend back?" He was not worried about Qin Cheng's finances, knowing well that his family was affluent and unconcerned about such matters. Alas, the prospects are rather bleak. How does one alleviate their worries? Only through indulgence in sumptuous feasts. "See you tonight." Wang Xian sat in his room, perusing the golden book, meticulously contemplating its contents. Eventually, he succumbed to temptation, resonating with his internal organs based on the first few illustrations on the initial page, then exerting force in a specific rhythm. In an instant, his organs felt a twinge of pain, confirming Qing Mu's assertion that such practices were exceedingly arduous. Yet, he found himself somewhat skeptical. Unlike Qing Mu, who had turned pale after training, he did not perceive this discomfort as particularly alarming and deemed it bearable. Exercise caution, if you will. He did not dare to underestimate the situation, for it was plausible that this was a martial art left behind by Zhang Daoling, whose legacy was undeniably profound. Taoism has existed since ancient times, with philosophies such as Huanglao thought, which have been intertwined with its essence. As for Taoism, it emerged comparatively later, having been established by Zhang Daoling himself. There is no doubt that even if Zhang Daoling were placed in the pre-Qin era, amidst the brilliance of ancient techniques, he would undoubtedly stand as one of the foremost masters among sorcerers. Wang Xian glanced at the time. The sun was nearly setting, and it was time to depart. The area surrounding the Zongding building was bustling with activity, characterized by a mature and expansive commercial district teeming with foot traffic. Upon his arrival, Wang Xian proceeded directly to the elevator, ascending to the top floor. The highest level housed 3 restaurants. Although the prices were exorbitant, their business thrived remarkably. He surmised that Qin Sheng had likely made a reservation in advance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it should be the restaurant Flowing Golden Years. Previously, Qin Sheng had hosted guests here, claiming that Flowing Golden Years offered the most authentic flavors. As Wang Xian advanced, he was suddenly taken aback. This place had been entirely booked? Flowing Golden Years was fully reserved. He could only marvel at the wealth. Typically, a single table's expenditure equated to several months' wages for an average person. Yet someone had rented the entire venue. Peering inside, he noticed that some private rooms were unoccupied, likely due to the presence of a wealthy patron seeking solitude. Hence the complete reservation. Wang Xian. Suddenly, someone called out to him, the tone seemingly displeased. The expansive area of Flowing Golden Years allowed several women in another direction to spot him and approach. He recognized only 2 of the women present. One was Zhou Ting, the daughter of Zhou Mingxian and the cousin of his former girlfriend. Today, she appeared quite well, devoid of any days. Adorned in a form-fitting long gown that accentuated her graceful stature and exquisite beauty. The other was a university classmate of Wang Xian, who hailed from an older generation and had been chosen to journey to the new star. He hadn't anticipated encountering her here. Which Wang Xian? It can't possibly be the one linked to Ling Wei, remarked a woman clad in a white evening gown, her expression decidedly unfriendly. Indeed, it is him, Zhou Ting affirmed with a nod. The other women were dressed quite formally, primarily in evening gowns, each possessing a commendable figure and allure, whether youthful and vibrant or coolly elegant. The woman in the white gown, her high heels adorned with crystals, scrutinized Wang Xian with an assessing gaze and remarked, "Could you not act like a man? It has been over a year since your breakup. Why come here to create further discomfort?" Wang Xian frowned, seemingly grasping the situation. Yet he was unaware of the dynamics at play here, and thus, he could hardly be blamed. The woman in the white gown lifted her pristine chin, casting a dismissive glance in his direction, and declared, "You are not welcome here. This is not a place for you. Please vacate immediately." Wang Xian was not one to tolerate such individuals lightly. In response, he calmly retorted, "What business is it of yours where I am? Moreover, who do you think you are?" Chapter 19. The ex-girlfriend. The woman clad in a white evening gown breathed heavily, her ample bosom rising and falling dramatically, as if threatening to burst the seams of her exquisite attire. One could hardly deny the intensity of her temperament, nearly causing her to hurl the limited edition handbag she clutched. Wuyin, a companion beside her, grasped her arm, offering gentle reassurances. Wang Xian stood nearby, exuding a relaxed composure, his expression serene and his gaze clear as he observed the unfolding scene. He remained calm and unperturbed, devoid of any emotional turbulence. The young woman in the white gown, named Wuyin, inhaled deeply upon witnessing his tranquil demeanor, attempting to temper her rising ire. "Since your fates have diverged, it would be best not to linger in entanglement. The sky is vast. Let us each spread our wings and embark on our own journeys, leaving behind beautiful silhouettes and ample space for one another. This is preferable to anything else," Wuyin proclaimed. Wang Xian shook his head, replying, "You have immersed yourself too deeply in your own emotional realm, imagining me to be a villain. Do not embellish your narrative. I am merely a passerby, invited to dine." Wuyin, having just begun to quell her tumultuous feelings, felt an immediate resurgence of emotion, her breath becoming noticeably heavier, her complexion flushed, not from shyness, but from the undeniable intensity of her temperament. No one had ever dared to characterize her in such a manner. The audacity of his words insinuated a questioning of her sanity. Initially, Wang Xian had not paid her much heed, but now he found himself stealing glances at her. This woman possessed a striking figure, and her evening gown seemed on the verge of bursting under the weight of her heightened breaths. Objectively speaking, the woman named Wu Yin possesses striking beauty, particularly with her astonishing curves. Although her words are quite irksome, she undeniably embodies the essence of a stunning woman. Wu Yin, unable to tolerate any further, fixed her piercing gaze upon him and remarked, "I have never encountered a man like you. It's long ceased to matter. What purpose do you serve by coming here?" I refuse to believe that a freshly graduated student would venture to the top floor of Songding Tower merely for a meal. You must have rushed here upon hearing some news. Spare yourself the embarrassment. Wang Xian initially contemplated turning away, yet as a recent graduate, he remained a young man brimming with vitality. Though he refrained from expressing anger, the smile on his face vanished. Your temper is quite alarming. There must be an issue with your health. Have you been suffering from insomnia or anxiety lately? Although you appear furious, your complexion has turned pale rather than flushed, indicating some anemia. Furthermore, your mental state seems turbulent. There is clearly something troubling your mind. It appears both your body and spirit are in disarray and require some care. Otherwise, your temper will only worsen. No need to thank me or be astonished. I am well versed in ancient practices and proficient in health preservation. Additionally, there seems to be a faint scent of blood about you, suggesting you have been involved in some altercation. Well, farewell. At this point, Wang Xian hastily ceased his pathological analysis, having inadvertently stumbled upon a realization that he sensed might provoke her ire. Indeed, Wu Yin was initially taken aback, uncertainty flickering in her eyes, as she had been experiencing those very issues recently. However, upon hearing the final remark, she could no longer contain herself. Grabbing her limited edition handbag, she hurled it at Wang Xian in a fit of indignation, exclaiming, "Scoundrel!" Beside her, Zhou Ting remained speechless. Wang Xian, not only remarkable in his mastery of ancient arts, possessed a tongue as sharp as a blade, which nearly drove her friend Wu Yin to the brink of explosion. Zhou Ting felt that if she were in the same predicament, she too would be unable to endure it. The most humiliating days of a woman's life had been discovered by another, who proceeded to critique it with utmost seriousness, a truly infuriating situation. She quickly grasped Wu Yin's arm, aware that today was particularly significant and that they must not create a scene. Wang Xian swore he meant no harm. His comments had merely stemmed from an observation of her irritability and pallor. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Wang Xian, cease your words and leave at once, interjected another woman, believing it prudent to send away this rather handsome man before things escalated. In truth, Wang Xian had no desire to linger any longer and turned to depart. Do not leave. Wu Yin, indignant, broke free from Zhou Ting, revealing her impressive skills, hinting at a solid foundation in ancient arts. Most notably, a faint blue mist emanated from her alabaster arm, marking her as a practitioner of advanced techniques. At this stage, any young individual who had mastered such arts likely possessed a noteworthy background. Wang Xian halted, casting a glance her way. Do not attempt to strike me. Should my instincts perceive you as an adversary posing a threat to my life, I assure you, even as a woman, I would retaliate. While he had no intention of engaging in combat here, his words were merely a means to intimidate, and he even glanced at Zhou Ting as he spoke. Zhou Ting's lips curled into a slight sneer, that infuriating Wang Xian disregarded their friendship, compelling her to intervene on behalf of her friend while bringing up matters concerning her brother. Sister Wu Yin, please refrain from confronting him. My brother has already been injured by him, Zhou Ting softly advised. Reflecting on her brother Zhou Yun, she felt somewhat at a loss. He had been carried back today, and it was said that he no longer harbored any resentment towards Wang Xian, considering him quite decent for not being excessively brutal in his victory. Yet, her brother now harbored a deep-seated animosity towards a mixed-race individual, lamenting incessantly about him since his return, having already complained over 100 times in just half a day. In fact, within a luxurious 7-star hotel, Zhou Yun was still vocally expressing his outrage. That blue-eyed mixed blood. I shall one day shatter your limbs and bones. Do not let me see you again. On the top floor of the Songding building, Wu Yin's body stiffened slightly. She genuinely feared encountering a brutish individual who might assault her without a second thought, which would be utterly humiliating, especially since she was devoid of any mechanical companions or bodyguards at the moment. At that moment, Wang Xian's university classmate, Lu Yun, approached and tugged at his sleeve, saying, "Let us not prolong this matter today. Let it be as it is. Ling Wei has been taken by her parents to meet with the male side's family." Indeed, this aligned closely with Wang Xian's speculations. He nodded in silence, acknowledging that since they had already parted ways, he had no authority to interfere in another's life. Lu Yun then whispered a few more words to her, revealing that the male family bore the surname Wu. Wang Xian immediately comprehended why Wu Yin's expression had turned particularly unfriendly upon his arrival. The Zhou family, the Ling family, and the Wu family appeared to be entangled in a troubling business affair today, which had evidently dampened Wu Yin's spirits and heightened her temperament. She was not typically like this, Lu Yun discreetly informed. Wang Xian regarded her with newfound respect. This female classmate appeared delicate, yet she was remarkably adept at navigating social situations and possessed a high emotional intelligence. Through her connection with Ling Wei, she had swiftly developed a close camaraderie with Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and others, which was indeed impressive. Simultaneously, he became aware that members of the Wu family were also involved in today's incident at Qingqing Mountain. He could only express his regrets for disrupting the business of their three families. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Xian couldn't help but smile. He turned to Wu Yin and said, "I apologize, farewell." He had no desire to linger any longer. There was no need to dwell on anything further. Wu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Her anger had been on the verge of exploding, yet she hadn't anticipated his seemingly nonchalant apology. She replied coolly, "Wang Xian, you have already left your old life behind. I hear you are working in this city now. Perhaps it is time to settle down, work diligently, and live a grounded life without entangling yourself in past matters. I wish you all the best." Wang Xian halted in his tracks and turned back. Although he had initially intended to remain silent, he now felt compelled to clarify matters for this woman. "First, I was unaware that Ling Wei was meeting someone here. Thus I have no reason to claim I was pursuing her. Second, in such a setting, if you find it necessary to continue your accusations, remember that it is not I who should feel embarrassed. However, I believe that regardless of any misunderstandings, we should allow each other some grace. Third, life is full of individual choices. If by chance we cross paths, we may greet each other without hysteria. I wish Ling Wei all the best. Of course, with regard to you, whether it be misunderstandings or other reasons, we shall part ways henceforth. Fourth, goodbye." Upon concluding his remarks, Wang Xian cast a glance towards the flowing Golden Years restaurant, just in time to catch sight of Ling Wei looking in his direction, evidently drawn by the commotion outside. Wang Xian nodded at her, not pausing for her response, and turned away, striding off with purpose. Behind him, a few women fell silent, the air thick with unspoken words. "Wang Xian, over here." At that moment, Qin Sheng approached, striding forward while vocally expressing his dissatisfaction. "I wonder which local tycoon has reserved the entire flowing Golden Years venue. Such extravagance is beyond our reach. Let us head to the Millennium of Humanity restaurant on this floor instead." He tugged at Wang Xian, urging him to follow. In the distance, Wu Yin, Zhou Ting, and Lu Yun exchanged glances, rendered momentarily speechless. "Ah, Goddess Zhao, are you here for a meal as well?" Qin Sheng exclaimed upon spotting Zhao Qinghan, who was gracefully making her way from the elevator, flanked by two women who resembled bodyguards yet bore the air of friends. "Shall we join forces?" Qin Sheng inquired, his audacity palpable. Zhao Qinghan, still remarkably radiant, adorned with a smile, replied, "What a coincidence. However, I am unable to tonight as I have prior commitments with friends who have invited me to dine." Qin Sheng, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "Very well. Perhaps we can gather another time. If you find yourself near New Moon, do not forget that it's my territory. I would love to take you to the moon for some scenic views." Zhao Qinghan smiled and nodded in agreement, promising to visit him on her next passage. She then turned to Wang Xian with a warm smile, saying, "Wang, we may have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Here is my contact information." Her smile was enchanting as she personally approached to bestow a business card upon him. Noticing Qin Sheng's eager gaze, she graciously offered him one as well. Until Zhao Qinghan walked away, Qin Sheng was still marveling at how adept she was at socializing. Beautiful and with a delicate heart, she truly was a rare gem. Wang Xian smirked and remarked, "Just one business card has you all flustered. I think it's only fair to inform your girlfriend, lest you find yourself weeping again in your awakening." Oh no. They entered the Thousand Years restaurant and found their private booth. Qin Sheng still felt somewhat unconvinced. Setting aside her looks, I genuinely believe Zhao Qinghan is an exceptional person. Every encounter with her feels like a refreshing spring breeze, utterly pleasant. Wang Xian nodded. "That's to be expected. Have you considered her background? While you were still naive in your youth, she was already attending various significant events alongside her parents." Qin Sheng replied, "I believe that human nature is innate. She embodies the archetype of beauty and kindness." Wang Xian felt compelled to enlighten him, saying, "You must look beyond appearances to grasp the essence." Her smile and sweetness have become instinctual responses. Remember, she has been trained from a young age in various social etiquettes. From hospitality to emotional regulation, all professionally done to create the impression she wishes to convey, ensuring you believe it to be genuine. Qin Sheng remained skeptical, saying, "Old Wang, do you think you're attributing too much cunning to Zhao? Whenever I see her, I can't shake the feeling that her smile possesses a healing quality, remarkably pure." Wang Xian rolled his eyes. "You truly are naive. Her demeanor is meticulously crafted to be of professional caliber, showcasing different qualities in front of different people." Wang Xian would never forget the day he observed the goddess Zhao in an off-campus setting, exuding an air of icy aloofness and regal elegance, as she reprimanded a rather renowned successful individual, reducing him to the demeanor of a schoolboy. At that moment, Zhao Qinghan's expression was devoid of warmth, her words meticulously chosen, reflecting a psychological maturity that starkly contrasted with the healing smile described by Qin Sheng. She embodied the essence of an elite queen. After recounting this scene, Wang Xian sighed, remarking that a goddess's self-cultivation encompasses academics, rhetoric, social skills, and a plethora of other techniques, each indispensable. Having endured a torrential baptism akin to a mudslide, the comparison between oneself and her is simply too juvenile. Qin Sheng interjected, "Wow, Lao Wang, hearing your remarks about Goddess Zhao, I can't shake the feeling that you might not be so virtuous yourself. You seem rather dubious." Wang Xian's expression darkened as he retorted, "I'm merely offering you a word of caution." "All right then, should I be wary of her in the future?" Qin Sheng inquired. "Wary of what?" "You possess neither the significance nor the utility she seeks," Wang Xian replied dismissively. "Lao Wang, that strikes deep. I shall sever ties with you." Qin Sheng exclaimed, feigning indignation. "I only wish for you to possess a proper understanding. Refrain from grinning foolishly at Zhao Qinghan. She can be innocent when she desires, yet exude coldness when required, capable of being both pure and alluring. Maintain a semblance of self-awareness," Wang Xian concluded, shifting his focus to ordering, wishing to abandon the conversation. However, he abruptly sensed something amiss and, upon looking up, discovered that Qin Sheng was casting him a significant glance. Wang Xian turned his head abruptly and was taken aback to discover that Zhao Qinghan had unexpectedly appeared at the doorway of the private room, her presence a complete surprise. Chapter 20. The overzealous Wang Xian encounters another mishap. Wang Xian found himself at a loss for words. The previous incident could be excused as a result of Qin Sheng's unwarranted interruptions, but this time, he was caught red-handed, entirely at fault. At the entrance of the private room stood Zhao Qinghan, graceful and poised, clad in an elegant, form-fitting dress that accentuated her figure, hugging her waist and gracefully draping over her hips, culminating just above her knees, showcasing her alluring curves. However, unlike her previous demeanor, she wore no smile today. Her once sweet and delicate face bore a frosty expression, exuding an icy elegance that felt markedly different from her usual self, almost ethereal in its high-handedness. "What are you standing there for? Come in quickly," Wang Xian called out, rising to greet her with his tall stature and a brilliant smile. "I mentioned to Qin Sheng that there's no rush to order. Zhao, I knew you would come, so I thought we could see what delights you fancy. Don't spare my expenses. As the host in this city, it is my duty to treat you well before parting ways." Qin Sheng opened his mouth, eager to interject. "But I am the one treating." He couldn't help but admire Zhao Qinghan's frosty demeanor, which struck him as remarkably captivating. Glancing at Wang Xian, he silently thought, "Old Wang, you're on your own this time. Don't blame me." Zhao Qinghan's long hair flowed like silk, framing her alabaster oval face, which, at this moment, lacked sweetness, instead radiating an aura of aloofness that suggested she was not to be trifled with. Her beautiful, large eyes bore down on Wang Xian with an intensity that was no longer gentle but rather imposing, while her glossy red lips accentuated her chilling beauty. In this moment, she offered no smile, slightly raising her pristine chin as she scrutinized Wang Xian. Nevertheless, she stepped into the private room, the sound of her crystal-embellished high heels resonating against the floor, the solitary sound in the otherwise hushed atmosphere. Qin Sheng rose and pulled out a chair. However, she did not approach him. Instead, she went to a nearby sofa designated for relaxation, sitting down in silence. Rather than demurely crossing her legs to one side, she elegantly lifted them and placed them on the coffee table, her legs positioned closely together, unconcerned about any accidental exposure. It must be said that Zhao Qinghan's legs were remarkably straight and exceptionally long, showcasing her splendid figure. This image, this aura, was entirely distinct from the Zhao goddess Qin Sheng was accustomed to seeing. She truly embodied the regal presence Wang Xian had described, completely overturning his previous perceptions of her. She said nothing, her arms crossed, inadvertently accentuating her alluring curves as she gazed silently at Wang Xian, awaiting a reasonable explanation from him. Once, twice. Caught in the act repeatedly, her current gaze toward Wang Xian was devoid of any gentleness. Although she remained stunning, her demeanor was aloof and somewhat fierce. Wang Xian stood up, his expression grave, and approached Zhao Qinghan. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng found himself surprisingly composed, relishing the rare sight of old Wang in a predicament, eagerly anticipating how he would justify his past actions. To his dismay, however, Wang Xian, upon reaching her, offered a direct apology. Qin Sheng felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for a more entertaining spectacle, as he had always regarded Wang Xian as someone who defied convention. However, in the next moment, he widened his eyes in astonishment, nearly crying out in disbelief, utterly unable to trust his own vision. Truly, it was no surprise coming from you, old Wang. You actually laid hands on the goddess Zhao. After uttering an apology, Wang Xian's right hand sliced through the air like a blade, aimed directly at Zhao Qinghan's neck, accompanied by an ominous sound reminiscent of thunder. The force was terrifying, and the speed was astonishing. The air erupted in a deafening roar as the violent currents disrupted the surroundings, sending the tissues on the coffee table soaring into the air. Qin Sheng was taken aback. Although he was well aware that Wang Xian never adhered to conventional methods, this time was undeniably ruthless. He was attacking the goddess Zhao without mercy. He felt an overwhelming sense of tension, his mouth agape, questioning the absurdity of this scenario. Old Wang was indeed ferocious, resorting to such drastic measures to eliminate a flower? Zhao Qinghan was equally astonished, her beautiful visage finally shifting in color. Wang Xian was utterly unpredictable, daring to strike at her with such intensity right here. Responding with remarkable swiftness, her right hand shimmered with a radiant glow, resembling a pearly dagger as it aimed to pierce Wang Xian's descending hand. Though she launched her counterattack later, her movements were extraordinarily rapid, causing the air to tremble. Simultaneously, her left hand formed a fist, appearing delicate yet exuding formidable power, releasing a concussive sound as it hurtled toward Wang Xian's chest. Wang Xian's other hand also sprang into action, maintaining his offensive posture with his right hand. He reached out with his left to seize Zhao Qinghan's pristine fist with ferocity. Bang! The coffee table shattered, merely from Zhao Qinghan's legs exerting a slight force as she retracted them, resulting in its complete fragmentation. She launched an offensive with both hands, her slender waist twisting with force, while her long legs struck out like the whips of the wind god, targeting Wang Xian's head and chest with precision and ferocity. Wang Xian reacted with remarkable speed, adeptly maneuvering forward, raising his right knee to block her legs, and after a collision of palms and fists with Zhao Qinghan, he feigned an attempt to restrain her. Qin Sheng, observing from the side, felt a jolt of shock, and then, as if propelled by springs, he leaped from his seat and rushed to the door, hastily closing it to avoid detection. Whoosh! Zhao Qinghan, agile and swift, glided away from the sofa, evading Wang Xian's attack range. The carpet beneath her high-heeled shoes bore the marks of her powerful descent, revealing the immense strength coiled within her taut form. Her face was etched with a lethal intensity, starkly contrasting her usual delicate sweetness, as she maintained an extraordinarily formidable combat stance. Qin Sheng swallowed hard, grappling with disbelief. Earlier, Wang Xian had informed him that he was no match for the goddess Zhao, which he had doubted. Now, witnessing her hold her own against old Wang left him utterly dumbfounded. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. He swiftly yanked a power cord from the wall and whispered to Wang Xian, "Should we bind her?" In the choice between his brother and the goddess, he unhesitatingly opted for the former, prioritizing the capture of Zhao Qinghan. Wang Xian, rendered speechless, exhaled slowly, letting his hands drop, relinquishing his offensive posture. Zhao Qinghan cast a fierce glare at Qin Sheng, retracting her previous stance of attack. She relaxed her taut body, swaying her waist, the sound of her high heels echoing against the ground. Wang Xian spoke up, expressing his admiration, noting that she had evidently mastered the art of energy cultivation. He had always suspected that Zhao Qinghan possessed formidable strength, yet had never engaged in combat with her to ascertain just how powerful she truly was. However, following their brief encounter today, he was convinced of her exceptional prowess. On both occasions, Whether previously or today, she had managed to silently appear behind him, only being sensed when she was perilously close. Although the relaxed atmosphere of the situation played a role in his lack of vigilance, it nonetheless indicated something significant. In particular, Aoki from the Exploration Organization had previously expressed interest in two students from the experimental class, believing they held tremendous potential to become great masters. At that moment, Wang Xian had realized there was a hidden talent within the class. However, his interactions with Zhao Qinghan had been sparse. She frequently absented herself from school for 10 days to half a month at a time, averaging only a few days on campus each month. Thus, he had been unable to ascertain the level of her mastery in traditional techniques. Zhao Qinghan gathered her hair, lightly mocking, "You truly are unconventional, refusing to be bound by rules. After mocking me twice, you still dare to take action against me." Qin Sheng quickly intervened, attempting to ease the tension. It's all a misunderstanding. Let us sit down, enjoy some tea, and discuss old grievances over a cup of wine. Zhao Qinghan cast a glance at the power cord in his hand, feeling an urge to strike him. This fellow, who incessantly called her a goddess, surprisingly attempted to bind her to Wang Xian at a critical moment. The unkind gaze from her made Qin Sheng exceedingly uncomfortable, prompting him to hastily toss the power cord into a corner behind him. "Let us order. We can chat while we eat," Wang Xian suggested with a smile. Zhao Qinghan slightly raised her elegantly shaped brows and remarked, "Is it your overconfidence? Or do you believe my heart is so expansive that I hold no grudges?" "I must admit, I tend to be somewhat magnanimous," Wang Xian replied, studying her. "In my eyes, you are not one to dwell on trivialities. You possess a generous spirit, a splendid figure, and remarkable beauty." In an instant, Zhao Qinghan's expression turned sharp and hostile as she crossed her arms and sat down, casting him a series of cold smirks. Wang Xian, maintaining his smile, said, "Since you have mastered the old techniques and your skills are impressive, you should understand that individuals like us are highly perceptive. I sense that you have been observing me from afar, perhaps viewing me as prey and attempting to lure me into your trap, thus my caution towards you." Zhao Qinghan felt a knot in her chest, wanting to retort, "Is that caution? You are clearly plotting against me from behind. The last time was one thing, but now you even dare to speak of innocence and allure. It's simply infuriating." Wang Xian continued, "Zhao, please do not be upset. Come, take a seat. We can dine and converse to explore potential opportunities for collaboration." Through their few encounters, Wang Xian was convinced that she approached him for a specific purpose. Otherwise, there would be no need to extend an olive branch before departing from this old land. "You certainly exude confidence," she observed. Zhao Qinghan momentarily set aside her grievances and prepared to engage him in conversation. When the waiter entered, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. It was unclear whether the trio had come to dine or to wreak havoc. The coffee table lay shattered, and the floor was riddled with punctures from high heels, compelling a room change. The goddess Zhao, exhibiting remarkable grace, chose not to revisit the earlier incident. Instead, she stepped out briefly, returning clad in a coat, as she had always felt that Wang Xian's previous remarks were amiss. The three took their seats, and the atmosphere became congenial, filled with laughter and chatter, effectively brushing aside the earlier discord as if nothing had transpired. Wang Xian, with a serious demeanor, addressed Zhao. "Classmate Zhao, your interest in me likely stems from my capabilities. Let me clarify, should you intend to engage in illicit activities, I must insist that you do not involve me. I adhere to the law, have never erred, and am a law-abiding citizen of the old soil, having never harmed anyone. Oh, except for that incident at the last class reunion with Zhou Yun, which was purely a matter of self-defense." Zhao Qinghan regarded him, struggling to reconcile the notion that this unconventional classmate could truly be as disciplined as he claimed. A deeper inquiry would likely reveal some unsavory truths. She remained composed and shifted the conversation to serious matters with an air of seasoned expertise, unhurried and calm, sharing some intriguing insights about extraordinary techniques. These techniques, sometimes referred to as divine arts, were serendipitous discoveries encountered during exploration. She spoke of these matters with deliberate pace and poise. Suddenly, she spoke directly. Some harbor ambition, yet without thorough exploration, they seek to ignite the divine flame. There are those who aspire even further, conjuring notions of becoming Buddhas or ancestors. How ludicrous! They should first address their own fleeting lifespans. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian realized something and remarked, You cannot possibly be considering sending some individuals to explore a certain location, can you? Those who venture there initially will undoubtedly be mere cannon fodder. Don't count me in. I refuse. Zhao Qinghan smiled radiantly and replied, Your thoughts are plentiful, but as classmates, would I deceive you? This is an unpredictable, grand opportunity. Wang Xian remained unmoved, rejecting the idea from the depths of his heart. Rest assured, it is entirely different from what you imagine. It is a chance, not a crisis. However, you currently cannot even reach the new star, remaining confined to the old Earth. Discussing this prematurely holds little significance. They exchanged light-hearted banter and continued their conversation. Finally, Wang Xian stated directly, Classmate Zhao, if you are insistent on inviting me, then so be it. May I inquire if you intend to make an advance payment? Do you possess any secret scriptures from the Taoist ancestral court? Zhao Qinghan felt an urge to strike him, thinking, the secret texts of the Taoist ancestral court? How dare he utter such a thing? What is he thinking? Wang Xian continued, What about golden bamboo slips from the preaching period? Zhao Qinghan's expression soured. She sensed that the conversation was becoming untenable. Wang Xian had made his disinterest clear, deliberately setting exorbitant demands to close off this avenue. Qin Sheng sighed, remarking how fierce Wang was. Having first directly engaged with the goddess Zhao, and now resolutely broaching the topics of collaboration and business, which ignited a fire in Zhao Qinghan's eyes. He hurriedly tried to smooth things over, saying, When drinking, one should revel in the joys of life. By the way, Qinghan, I truly did not expect that you have mastered the ancient techniques to such a degree that you can actually contend with Wang Xian. How did you achieve this? Zhao Qinghan casually replied that she practiced daily for a period of time to maintain her figure. Qin Sheng, feeling dejected, lowered his head to drink. Not wishing to speak further, and even felt a twinge of tears, while others effortlessly became masters of ancient techniques to preserve their enviable physiques, he had suffered for years, shedding blood and tears, yet had failed to cultivate his own abilities. Who could he turn to for understanding? Chapter 21. No allowance for transformation subsequently. The two of them tacitly refrained from mentioning the matter of exploration, leaving open the possibility for future collaboration. Their conversation shifted to ancient arts, with Wang Xian posing inquiries to glean insights, particularly about the golden bamboo slips from the preaching era. Zhao Qinghan candidly advised him to dismiss such peculiarities from his thoughts, noting that only 4 such artifacts had been unearthed over the years, and 2 of those had been fiercely contested, resulting in their fragmentation. In truth, only 2 complete specimens of the preaching golden bamboo slips remained, securely locked within the most fortified vault of the largest bank in the New Star region. Wang Xian felt a pang of regret. Such treasures were tantalizingly out of reach, even though the ancient arts had waned. The organizations and financial magnates displayed no intention of relinquishing their grasp, and at present, hope seemed elusive. Zhao Qinghan informed him that, beyond the golden bamboo slips, any legacy of the preaching sorcerers was exceedingly rare, given their scarcity. Does this imply that even ordinary preaching bamboo slips hold immense value? Wang Xian inquired. Zhao Qinghan shot him a glance and replied, There is nothing ordinary about bamboo slips related to preaching sorcerers. Wang Xian came to realize just how precious the preaching bamboo slip translation gifted to him by Professor Lin truly was. In fact, the professor had nearly lost his life over this bamboo slip, narrowly escaping from a grand preaching tomb, surviving against overwhelming odds. Having heard tales of a master from the New Star region who ultimately perished due to the extreme toll of practicing a certain physical art, Wang Xian pondered the true strength of such individuals. Zhao Qinghan was slightly taken aback, sensing that his knowledge was far from limited, as he even knew of such occurrences in New Star, deducing that he must possess other avenues of information. Upon Wang Xian's utterance, he discerned that she must have a myriad of thoughts swirling in her mind. However, he remained indifferent. Soon, they would part ways, and their interactions were limited under normal circumstances. Presently, he had no inclination to wade into Zhao Qinghan's exploratory endeavor. Zhao Qinghan felt a pang of reflection. The path of ancient techniques was fraught with peril and exceptionally arduous, with few able to achieve any significant mastery. That venerable master had delved into a secret scripture from the ancestral temple of Taoism that Wang Xian had just contemplated, only to meet a grim fate. His internal organs rendered as if boiled, resulting in a most tragic demise. Wang Xian was taken aback. Could it truly be so perilous? He grew increasingly aware and cautious regarding the golden tome in his possession. as the artifacts left by Zhang Daoling were undoubtedly on par with the secret scriptures of the Taoist ancestral temple. Qin Sheng lamented, "What a pity. Having reached the master level, he ultimately succumbed to a catastrophic internal turmoil. Humanity is perpetually insatiable. You speak so lightly of it," he continued. "But as he ages day by day, and learns that mastering such body techniques could rejuvenate his withering organs and extend his lifespan by decades. Do you believe he could resist such temptation? With such immense benefits, if I were in his shoes, I too would be inclined to give it a try." Qin Sheng nodded, his aspirations leisurely unfurling. "How distant is the realm of masters from the preaching sorcerers?" Wang Xian inquired. "They are not even in the same league. The disparity is vast and incomparable," Zhao Qinghan replied with a tone of indifference. Then, she turned to Wang Xian and said, "It seems you are quite eager to traverse the path of ancient techniques. Is your aspiration perhaps to reach the level of the preaching sorcerers?" Wang Xian responded, "I am one who has been forsaken, unable to access new techniques. Thus, I must continue down the path of ancient practices." Upon hearing this, Qin Sheng felt a deep sense of compassion for his friend. Zhao Qinghan believed that Wang Xian possessed considerable talent in the ancient arts, and the future remained an enigma. However, Qin Sheng shook his head and remarked, "Old Wang is a man out of his time. Had he lived in ancient times, he might have risen to greatness, becoming a legend, perhaps even a myth. Yet in this era, where technological civilization flourishes, what significance does mastering the ancient arts hold? It can hardly withstand the onslaught of modern weaponry. The stars still shine brightly, but the legacies of Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu have turned to dust. The alchemists tasked with seeking elixirs of immortality have likewise succumbed to the ravages of time. The path of the ancient arts is fraught with difficulty, devoid of hope. No matter how potent the ancient techniques may be, a single elite soldier wielding advanced technology suffices to eliminate the masters of old." Zhao Qinghan glanced at Wang Xian and noticed his calm demeanor. He was evidently a man of inner strength, possessing his own convictions. Did he truly believe that the ancient arts had a future? Thus, Qin Sheng spoke again, seamlessly continuing the conversation as he looked toward Zhao Qinghan. "If old Wang were to remain obscured like this, it would be a great pity. Goddess Zhao, do you have any connections that could assist Wang Xian? Perhaps in learning new techniques, or even taking him to New Star?" After all his words, he sought to lay the groundwork, humbling himself to implore Zhao Qinghan on Wang Xian's behalf. Wang Xian raised his hand to halt Qin Sheng's words, then placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, stating, "I am well aware of my own path." He and Qin Sheng exchanged no words of gratitude, understanding each other's intentions. Yet he was reluctant to seek help in such a manner. Zhao Qinghan informed him that upon her return to New Star, she would endeavor to push this matter forward, though she could not guarantee any outcomes. Wang Xian expressed his gratitude to her, but gently declined, wishing to contemplate his own path further. Zhao Qinghan nodded, smiling, and shortly thereafter took her leave, stating that they would meet again in the future. Wang Xian and Qin Sheng rose to see her off. Qin Sheng remarked, "Old Wang, it seems you are reluctant to become too entangled with her. However, I find it somewhat regrettable that you turned her down. If she were willing to assist, she could likely facilitate your journey to New Star." Wang Xian shook his head. "She is a high-caliber player, already delving into a certain mysterious region, which I cannot afford to engage with at this moment." Qin Sheng nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. What do you think that place is?" "She mentioned that someone harbors ambitions of igniting divine flames. What is that about?" "The information presently available is too scant to ascertain the situation clearly, but it sounds reminiscent of the Western belief in deification." "No way," Qin Sheng exclaimed in astonishment. "In this era, could anyone truly aspire to become a deity? That is madness." Wang Xian replied, "Who knows what they've uncovered? Didn't Tishi say that some are daydreaming about achieving Buddhahood?" Qin Sheng reflected. "It seems that remarkable events are indeed unfolding in the depths of the starry sky. I can almost sense a tempest brewing over there. The vast cosmos, a new era, boundless and expansive. It stirs my excitement to the point that I wish to rush there immediately. Since the establishment of the nation, the emergence of extraordinary beings has been strictly prohibited." When Qin Sheng heard this unexpected remark, he was momentarily at a loss for words, finding the jest somewhat lacking in warmth. Wang Xian explained, "What I mean is, in this age of advanced technology, it is one thing for certain tycoons on the New Star side to indulge in fanciful notions, but should they dare to overstep their bounds, the consequences would be dire. Other organizations and major institutions would inevitably intervene, and the state would not remain passive. Those who oppose the prevailing tide will be crushed into dust by all sides. That evening, Wang Xian returned to his residence and meticulously studied the bamboo slips gifted to him by Professor Lin, earnestly attempting to grasp the ancient power embedded within the passage of time. Qin Sheng's words had indeed struck a chord with him. In this era of resplendent technological civilization, even the most skilled practitioners of antiquity cannot withstand modern weaponry, leaving them at a loss for a viable path forward. The galaxy shines brightly, and humanity has endured for millennia. Has the time truly changed so much that ancient arts can no longer be revived? Wang Xian set aside the bamboo texts and turned his attention to the martial techniques recorded in the Golden Book. He practiced the illustrations on the first page for a while, but upon feeling a slight pain in his internal organs, he ceased, unwilling to push himself too hard. He understood that the teachings left by Zhang Daoling were undoubtedly priceless treasures, yet he knew he must not be overly eager for results. What reassured him was that the discomfort he experienced was distinct from what Qingmu had described. He felt he could gradually acclimatize to it, and after a brief rest, he could continue practicing. Half an hour later, sensing he had reached his limit, he decisively halted his practice of the martial techniques from the Golden Book. He then recalled the ancient texts that Zhou Mingxian had presented to him. A couple of days ago, at a gathering of classmates, he had received a secret compilation of ancient arts from Zhou Mingxian, which he had yet to peruse in detail upon returning. He held no expectations, doubting that the other party would provide him with anything remarkable. It bears a resemblance to the golden body technique I practice, perhaps even a continuation of it? Wang Xian was taken aback and began to scrutinize the text intently. This technique, known as the golden body, appeared to possess formidable effects, according to the records. In its later stages, one could become impervious to the weapons of the mortal realm. Wang Xian was rendered speechless, finding the descriptions within the tome somewhat exaggerated. If such astonishing results truly existed, how could Zhou Mingxian possibly present it to him? As he continued reading, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurled the secret manual onto the table. Old Zhou, do not blame me for striking your son. Should the opportunity arise, I will seize it. He felt deceived by Zhou Mingxian. What a ridiculous manual this was. The information contained within was blatantly false and utterly unreliable. No wonder old Zhou would bestow it upon him. This golden body technique, as noted, would significantly enhance one's resistance to blows upon mastering the first tier, which would require approximately a year of dedicated practice. Furthermore, the manual clearly stated that each subsequent tier would demand double the time to progress. What manner of individual could possibly train in such a technique? Wang Xian felt an overwhelming urge to confront Zhou Yun immediately. According to this absurd calculation, attaining a higher level of mastery in this technique would require several centuries of life. What a ludicrous notion. As he flipped further through the pages, he discovered that there were not just 9 tiers, but a staggering 13. No, upon closer inspection, there were even theoretical 14th and 15th tiers. My goodness. Wang Xian was left in a daze. Several centuries seemed a mere understatement. Is this truly a technique intended for human practice? Old Zhou, you may continue your antics. Just wait and see. Wang Xian cast aside the weathered scripture, which appeared to be an ancient artifact. Chapter 22. A brush with death. Wang Xian set aside the yellowed manual of martial arts and picked up a golden bamboo slip from the preaching period. Measuring merely 8 centimeters in length, it felt remarkably heavy, unlike typical bamboo, and possessed a smoothness akin to jade. This treasure had been gifted to him by Aoki upon joining the exploration organization. According to Zhao Qinghan, over the span of several decades, only 4 such golden bamboo slips had been excavated from the ancient earth, 2 of which had been fiercely contested and subsequently scattered among various factions. Wang Xian surmised that a complete golden bamboo slip would comprise dozens of pieces, making the task of gathering them all exceedingly arduous. He gazed at the intricate carvings upon the slip, depicting a creature with a human head and serpent body, vividly rendered yet shrouded in mystery. As the available samples were far too scant for comprehension, setting the slip aside, he acknowledged that the path of ancient arts required gradual accumulation. There was no necessity to fixate on these rare artifacts from the outset. As dawn broke, Wang Xian devoted himself to practicing the foundational techniques of the way of the adepts, cherishing the tranquility of his current existence, especially since he would soon return to the demands of work. Upon returning, drenched in sweat, he could not resist approaching the desk where the golden manual rested. After meticulous scrutiny and discernment, he became convinced that the aged scripture was indeed an authentic relic, rather than a mere imitation, though the content within was rather perplexing. Ultimately, unable to contain his curiosity, he refreshed himself and then exchanged his phone card for a special one to discreetly contact Aoki from the Exploration Organization, seeking his insights. Upon hearing Wang Xian's general description, Aoki erupted in laughter, remarking, "Ancient people had a tendency to exaggerate, claiming things to be hundreds or even thousands of years old. It's all inflated. They simply aim to highlight the extraordinary nature of this martial art. Take it with a grain of salt. Wait a moment. I just recalled that the golden body technique seems to be rather renowned, having first emerged during the Northern Song dynasty, although I cannot recall the specific details." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian felt a sense of admiration. Qingmu, who was familiar with the origins of this scripture, certainly exemplified the extraordinary nature of those who have achieved mastery in ancient arts. You may pursue this body technique, but remember, do not fall into blind faith. It is said that merely mastering the initial 7 or 8 levels requires several hundred years. Who could possibly be deceived by such claims? Consider this. If the scripture's assertions were true, where would the original author be? He was a figure from the Northern Song dynasty. If he had truly attained the 13th level, would he not still be alive today? Yet, it seems that later generations have discovered his tomb. After hanging up the phone, Wang Xian's emotions were quite complex. Initially, he entertained some unrealistic thoughts. If the golden body technique held even a modicum of credibility, the conclusion of ancient arts might indeed harbor new horizons. However, Qingmu's words swiftly clarified just how unreliable ancient figures could be. The original author of the golden body technique. "I shall remember you, and Zhou Mingxian, I shall remember you as well." Soon after, Wang Xian set out. As his classmate from the New Star would be crossing the galaxy the following day, and Professor Lin would be returning on the same interstellar vessel. At the moment of parting, he naturally wished to pay another visit to Professor Lin to bid farewell in advance, for he would not be able to approach the spacecraft tomorrow. Professor Lin, with his graying hair and slightly plump physique, still appeared to be in good health, his face glowing with vitality and his laughter resonant with vigor. Do not complain too much. Ancient people sometimes tend to exaggerate. Nonetheless, the golden body technique is indeed no simple matter. It is rumored that once mastered, one becomes impervious to blades and bullets. The pioneer, known as Zhou Yunkong, is a legendary figure, possessing a physique that surpasses the finest armor manifold. He lived for over 150 years, eventually passing away in the mountains of Shu. During the Ming dynasty, tomb raiders invaded his burial site, allowing his secret technique of the golden body to resurface. This individual was indeed formidable. With records of his exploits found in historical texts, Wang Xian found himself speechless. How could a man who lived for over 150 years have developed a martial art that traditionally requires thousands of years of dedication? He reflected on the fact that even among ancient figures, there were many charlatans. Nonetheless, it was undeniably tragic that Zhou Yunkong fell victim to tomb raiders. Wang Xian held deep admiration for Professor Lin, who had thoroughly researched the origins of the golden body technique, surpassing even the knowledge of Qingmu. One must not underestimate the golden body technique. Its ability to extend Zhou Yunkong's life beyond 150 years speaks volumes. Additionally, it is said that when the tomb raiders unearthed him, his body had not fully decomposed, remaining as hard as iron. Even a sword could not penetrate it. Remarkably, he had been deceased for 2 to 3 centuries by that time. Waves of anticipation stirred within Wang Xian. In this era, a single firearm could eliminate masters of old martial arts. Should one master the golden body technique, their very existence would become fortified. Zhou Yunkong and Zhou Mingxian share the same surname. Could the former be an ancestor of the Zhou family? However, Wang Xian quickly shook his head, dismissing such a coincidence. Furthermore, if it were a hereditary treasure, Zhou Mingxian would not have been able to part with it. This volume of secret texts, composed of paper that dates back over 2 centuries, is likely a transcription by later generations. Upon my meticulous study, I am inclined to believe it to be an authentic scripture. Since Professor Lin could no longer engage in practical combat, he has shifted his focus to theoretical research and the examination of various ancient techniques. His discerning eye and precise judgment are unparalleled. Wang Xian sighed, expressing that this secret tome has profoundly impacted him. If it is indeed so exaggerated, might other ancient texts also contain similar embellishments? This inquiry lies at the heart of his consultation with Professor Zhou. The manuscript gifted by Zhou Mingxian has unsettled Wang Xian's thoughts. Can the legends surrounding ancient techniques still be deemed credible? For instance, the practitioners from the pre-Qin era, has their knowledge and methodology not also been exaggerated over time? Professor Lin shook his head, responding that the situation is not as dire as one might assume. The exaggerations associated with practices like the golden body technique are merely exceptions, with only a handful of scriptures bearing such embellishments, largely influenced by the historical context of that era. For instance, even official reports of military engagements at that time often inflated the figures. A battle that saw only a few hundred beheaded or captured would be reported as if thousands had fallen, with corpses strewn across the battlefield. If the official narratives are so distorted, one can only imagine the embellishments found in popular folklore. Wang Xian remained speechless, pondering whether mastery of ancient techniques necessitates extensive knowledge. Beyond delving into the Taoist texts, must one also immerse in historical studies? Professor Lin added that regarding the capabilities of the pre-Qin practitioners, conclusive insights have emerged from the examinations conducted by various life research institutions. Financial conglomerates and research bodies have unearthed a few remains of pre-Qin practitioners, which have been subjected to analysis, yielding credible results. Do not underestimate the brilliance of ancient arts. Confidence is paramount if one wishes to tread this path. Wang Xian's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he confessed, I have become entangled, fallen into a lower state. Initially, my interest drew me to the ancient arts experimental class, but my desire has since evolved into a quest for continuous exploration. In the realm of ancient arts, he had never succumbed to blind faith. He began by following the footsteps of predecessors, yet ultimately sought to validate this path through his own experience. Professor Lin, moved by his words, remarked, in this era of dazzling technological advancement, practitioners of ancient arts are constantly besieged by immense pressure. Wang Xian nodded, yet his resolve only strengthened. Should he reach the conclusion of this journey and find no further path in ancient arts, he aspired to leave his mark nonetheless. Later that evening, Wang Xian immersed himself in the study of bodily techniques and the contemplation of fundamental principles. He descended to the wooded area outside his residence, where he embraced the moonlight to cultivate his inner energy. He emptied his mind, achieving a profound clarity as the soft, pure moonlight enveloped his spirit. In this moment, he felt an extraordinary connection between his inner and outer selves. Suddenly, a tightness and swelling gripped his forehead, as though a sharp instrument were poised to pierce through. A chill ran down his spine, and panic surged within him. Instinctively, he shifted his body, reacting with swift reflexes. A faint sound pierced the air, and he sensed warmth radiating from his temple, as a menacing gust of energy brushed past his ear, severing a few strands of hair and leaving behind a scent of singed follicles. In the next instant, Wang Xian moved with the agility of a swift leopard, vanishing into the dense thicket of his community's woods. This is an aged community, where the trees once planted have grown into towering giants over decades, lush and verdant, instantly obscuring Wang Xian's figure. Presently, Wang Xian's eyes are as sharp as two swords, coldly fixated on a certain direction within the grove, while his heart races violently. Just moments ago, he was shot. Death loomed merely a finger's breadth away. Had he not instinctively shifted his body, his skull would have been pierced, sealing his fate. In that instant, he felt the terrifying gust of air as the bullet whizzed past, a fierce wind brushing against his temple, causing several strands of his hair to fall. Who could it be? To dare shoot in a residential area is utterly audacious, surpassing the bounds of ordinary imagination. The regulations regarding firearms in this region have always been stringent, and ordinary citizens have never had to fear the specter of random gunfire. Public safety has consistently been commendable. Yet now, Wang Xian faces a life-threatening crisis. Encountering such a profoundly serious malicious incident, someone seeks to kill him, with no regard, brazenly striking in a residential neighborhood, which is truly appalling. The assailant's weapon was equipped with a silencer, leaving the others undisturbed, as Wang Xian searched for his enemy in the silence. He refrained from rushing out, uncertain of how many adversaries lurked in the shadows or how many guns were aimed at him. Suddenly, he stripped off his outer garment, casting it outside the thicket with a swift motion. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, he heard 3 faint sounds, as his discarded clothing was punctured by 3 bullet holes. The sniper's skill was astounding, with an astonishingly quick response and terrifying accuracy. Wang Xian's countenance was frigid, as at least 3 formidable marksmen lurked just beyond the confines of the community's fence, biding their time for the opportune moment to strike. He had even discerned their positions with remarkable acuity. Yet, he refrained from venturing out, instead retreating deeper into the thicket, concealing himself behind the trees. Uncertain of the presence of unseen adversaries, he was unwilling to become a target under the moonlit sky. At that moment, the thought that first crossed his mind was the golden body technique. Should he master this martial art, he would be indifferent to the potential presence of others lurking in the shadows, ready to retaliate and hunt down his foes beneath the celestial glow. Wang Xian remained composed, eschewing rash actions. He activated a special phone card to contact Qingmu, succinctly and swiftly conveying the situation. You made the right choice. Without firearms, seek cover and conceal yourself. Professionals will arrive shortly to handle this, and I will join you to deliver some equipment. After hanging up, Qingmu's expression was icy, as even he was taken aback by the audacity of those assailants. This was a major city in the old land, and such a brazen shooting incident was unprecedented. While it was conceivable that certain large organizations or conglomerates might engage in fierce battles over treasures during wilderness explorations, one unyielding rule was universally acknowledged. No gunfire was to be exchanged within urban confines, nor should ordinary citizens be embroiled in such conflicts. Otherwise, societal chaos would ensue. This understanding was a tacit agreement, an established norm adhered to by all organizations and institutions, with few daring to disturb the peace. Otherwise, the nation would instruct those organizations and institutions on how to conduct themselves. Although the old lands have fallen into decline, certain fundamental principles remain steadfast. Wang Xian ascended a grand tree, pondering quietly who might wish to take his life. Just as he departed from the campus, he found himself embroiled in such dire circumstances. He reflected on recent individuals and events, meticulously considering all those connected to him, as a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Initially, he had joined an exploration organization and had undertaken an expedition to Qingqing Mountain yesterday. He wondered if he had inadvertently left behind any clues that might have provoked someone's murderous intent. The forces involved included the Zhou family, the Ling family, and the Wu family, with individuals such as Jin Chuan from the exploration organization coming into play. He also included Wu Yin, whom he had encountered for the first time last night, in his considerations. Beyond these individuals and factions, he traced back to a more distant past, recalling his personal entanglement with Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun's father, Zhou Mingxian, was particularly formidable. Furthermore, he contemplated the possibility that someone wished to confine him to the old lands, preventing him from ascending to new heights. While this was not directly related to his current predicament, he nonetheless took it into account. Wang Xian's aura was charged with killing intent as he speculated and deduced which of these individuals or factions would dare to brazenly fire a weapon in a residential area. Who could be so ruthless and unrestrained as to seek his elimination? Should he perish, would anyone silently erase all traces, avoiding any disturbance to the outside world or stirring up any waves? The assailants and their backing seemed remarkably confident. Gratitude, the name need not be overly long. Something akin to Tianfu Weichen would suffice. Thanks to the support of the 2 esteemed leaders above, I would also like to express my gratitude to all the readers who have bookmarked and voted for my work. Chapter 23. Extrasensory Perception. Wang Xian vanished among the branches like a divine ape, shifting his position and traversing through the woods to the other side. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with a murderous intent, igniting an urge to hunt within the cloak of night. Though he typically exuded composure, the brazen attempts on his life in the city stirred within him a ferocious dragon, eager to unleash its wrath upon the concealed gunmen lurking in the shadows. Never before had Wang Xian felt such a fervor to unleash his inner beast upon his foes. He usually maintained a low profile and a tranquil demeanor, yet he was far from cowardly. With adversaries daring to strike at him, it was inconceivable for him to remain passive and refrain from retaliation. Indeed, more enemies lurked nearby. Wang Xian's senses were now extraordinarily acute. Having narrowly escaped a bullet that grazed his temple, his inner vitality surged, and his metabolism quickened, propelling him into an extraordinary state of awareness. The foliage around him became strikingly vivid, the calls of nocturnal birds, and the footsteps of pedestrians on the street resonated as if drawn closer to his ears in an instant. His gaze fixated on the fence of an old residential complex. where the shadows of trees concealed the cold muzzle of a firearm aimed towards the woods he occupied, now detected by him. In this remarkable state, Wang Xian's senses, sight, hearing, and smell, were heightened to an astonishing degree, rendering him as if endowed with extrasensory abilities. In the realm of ancient techniques, this represented a transcendent awakening, an instinctual release of self, designed to confront the malevolent threats of the external world. From the perspective of modern medicine, this can be elucidated as an extreme and intense stress response, characterized by heightened sympathetic nervous activity, an increase in the secretion of pituitary and adrenal cortex hormones, and a rapid augmentation of blood supply to the heart within a brief period. This results in a comprehensive enhancement of both physical and mental faculties, serving as a means of self-defense. For those who practice ancient techniques, the situation is undoubtedly more intricate. At present, Wang Xian's extrasensory perception is exceptionally acute, allowing him to perceive visual and auditory stimuli that elude the comprehension of ordinary individuals. In a fleeting moment, he continuously shifts his position within the forest, meticulously attuned to the movements outside the community. His mind gradually attains a state of calm, refraining from impulsively launching an attack. Outside, at least 7 individuals lie in ambush, awaiting his emergence from the dense foliage to retaliate. Should he mistakenly believe that only 3 adversaries are present and confidently venture out to hunt them down, he would likely encounter peril. Crucially, he senses, albeit faintly, that further afield, dark gun barrels are aimed at this wooded expanse. Wang Xian persists in altering his position to avoid being targeted. However, if he remains in a state of mere vigilance without taking action, a sense of dissatisfaction brews within him. After all, he must find a way to detain these individuals, prolonging the encounter to buy time for his allies from Qingmu. He retrieves a fist-sized stone from beneath the roots of a tree, weighing it thoughtfully in his hand. Wang Xian cannot help but mock himself. The weapon he clutches is exceedingly primitive, akin to a Stone Age tool pitted against modern firearms. Yet, he possesses no alternative. His sole reliance rests upon the fact that his extrasensory abilities are intensifying, with his eyes shining brilliantly, reminiscent of 2 luminous stars in the night sky. Though separated by a considerable distance, he distinctly discerned the position of the marksman, even catching a glimpse of the eyes beneath the mask and the tattoos adorning the exposed arms. He was unable to emerge from the dense thicket, for doing so would immediately reveal his location to the adversary. In the open ground, devoid of towering tree trunks to obscure his presence, the assailant, equipped with advanced weaponry, posed a threat that matched his heightened perception and formidable lethality. However, he ultimately awaited an opportune moment. The gunman outside the fence would never suspect that someone in the shadows could perceive him so clearly. At that moment, Wang Xian's physique and spirit harmonized into a singular essence, amplifying his extraordinary senses to an even more terrifying degree. In his mind's eye, the assailant's movements were vividly projected. He anticipated that the individual would make a motion to rise, realizing that his opponent had grown somewhat complacent and underestimated him, a practitioner of ancient arts. With every ounce of strength, Wang Xian hurled a fist-sized stone, its force astonishing and its velocity incomprehensible to the ordinary observer. Bang! At the instant the man leaned forward, the stone struck him squarely on the forehead, silencing him before he could even emit a grunt, as he toppled backward with a soft thud. The 2 individuals nearby swiftly turned their heads, scarcely believing their eyes, as they beheld their comrade's skull caved in, blood gushing forth. They opened their mouths, utterly confounded, unable to accept such an outcome. It was akin to a pilot bombing ancient civilizations, only to be struck down by a spear, completely irrational. They were elite marksmen, professionals tasked with eliminating a practitioner of ancient arts, yet they found themselves victim to a mere stone that had shattered their comrade's skull. They have undertaken numerous missions, and it is not as if they have not eliminated adept practitioners of the old arts, and not merely 1 or 2. Such incidents have never transpired before. Bang! 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 At the instant Wang Xian shifted his position, several bullets whizzed past, some striking the tree trunks while others embedded themselves into the ground, producing faint sounds. Wang Xian delved deeper into the woods, concealing himself behind a robust tree trunk. An ominous premonition gripped his heart. The assailants outside appeared to be enraged, continuously firing into the forest. No longer willing to wait, they brazenly unleashed a hail of gunfire. Wang Xian moved with agility and swiftness, swiftly reaching the rear of a large boulder. This was a decorative stone, often used as a bench, but at that moment, it became his best cover. Bang, bang, bang. Fragments of stone erupted as bullets struck. Wang Xian's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his heart ablaze with fury. These individuals exhibited no restraint, flouting the unwritten rules and brazenly entering the city to commit murder, culminating in a direct barrage. What audacity must one possess to act in such a manner? Ultimately, what sort of individuals could possibly resolve such chaos for them? Do not let me discover your identities. Otherwise, you shall be uprooted in due course. I care not what organization or conglomerate you belong to. A reckoning shall surely come. Wang Xian lamented his inability to master the golden body technique. Otherwise, he would have charged out without hesitation, no longer needing to endure. Suddenly, the forest fell silent, and he observed several figures retreating swiftly, carrying the fallen individual with remarkable agility. Wang Xian swiftly leaped up like a nimble cat, arriving at the power distribution room nestled within the forest. He discovered a steel rebar over half a meter long, as there were no more suitable tools at hand. With agility, he maneuvered through the woods, maximizing his heightened senses, and then swung his arm, producing a resonant sound in the air. Among the retreating figures in the distance, one individual suddenly collapsed forward with a thud, falling to the ground. His eyes widened in shock as he emitted a cry of agony. A translucent blood hole had appeared in his chest, his heart brutally torn apart. The steel rebar pierced through him, landing several meters away and emitting a clear metallic resonance upon striking the ground. The expressions on the faces of the others shifted dramatically. What formidable strength must this be? To hurl a steel rebar over such a distance with bare hands. Penetrating one of their most vigilant veterans sent a chill through the remaining individuals. Quickly, we must leave, someone murmured. They hastily lifted their fallen comrade, showing no signs of hesitation as they retreated swiftly. Others along the way were seen sprinkling something over the bloodstains, clearly professionals in their field. Wang Xian was engulfed in a murderous aura, yet he ultimately refrained from pursuing them. Instead, he changed his position within the forest, sensing that distant dark gun barrels were still aimed at the woods. If he were to emerge, he would surely be sniped. He surmised that reinforcements from Qingmu had arrived, and these gunmen were either terrifyingly well-informed or were being monitored by someone stationed far away, leading to their rapid withdrawal. Wang Xian subdued his impulses, remaining quietly vigilant in the woods. Soon after, Aoki's men indeed arrived, demonstrating astonishing speed and remarkable efficiency since Wang Xian had contacted them. However, that group remained exceedingly vigilant, retreating ahead of time. Pursue them. Investigate thoroughly. How audacious to commit murder within the city, especially targeting residential areas. I intend to uncover which dragon has crossed the river. Aoki personally came, bringing along a contingent of individuals to follow the clues. Meanwhile, he contacted Wang Xian and entered the forest alone. He was equipped with an entire set of top-tier gear. Wang Xian immediately donned a heavy outfit, consisting of 3 layers of bulletproof vests, all enveloping his body, topped with a specially designed trench coat that offered a degree of protection. Additionally, he wore a flat cap that, despite appearing similar to a regular hat, was notably weighty. Wang Xian typically eschewed such attire, but now he had fully armed himself with the trench coat and cap, and then he picked up a firearm, ready to step out into the forest. The events of the day ignited a fervent flame within his chest. Confronted and arrogantly threatened, he could not possibly hold back. Wait, I shall change my attire as well and accompany you, Aoki declared, removing his azure mask to join Wang Xian in action. Of course, removing the mask did not reveal his true face, as he still wore a lifelike imitation skin mask. He did not allow his team of specialists to enter. Instead, he and Wang Xian departed in one direction before pursuing their quarry. They sheathed their firearms and, in accordance with Wang Xian's earlier predictions, sprinted in pursuit of a singular direction. Regrettably, the old world, influenced by the new star, had seen a considerable reduction in surveillance due to numerous calls for privacy protection, resulting in a plethora of blind spots and areas devoid of monitoring. Otherwise, Qingmu could have leveraged his connections to directly access the footage. Wang Xian keenly felt the formidable strength of the exploratory organization, which had mobilized a cadre of professionals in such a brief span to track down the assailants. With merely a stone and a steel rod, you managed to subdue 2 gunmen? Qingmu expressed his astonishment, considering the fact that this was a novice, a young man barely in his 20s, yet possessing exceptional skill and experience, far surpassing his own capabilities in his youth. Wang Xian remained composed, his gaze ablaze like a torch, as they arrived in a bustling area teeming with foot traffic, flanked by an array of bars, where the nightlife was just beginning to unfold. Qingmu frowned, remarking, "This place is a chaotic mix of people, with various businesses present. Each establishment has its own means of ensuring the safety of its patrons, making it difficult to locate anyone." Wang Xian had already surmised that the group had been thoroughly prepared, most likely having been whisked away midway by their accomplices, rendering their pursuit unlikely to yield any results. However, as he lifted his gaze, he unexpectedly spotted familiar faces in the bar district. Not far away, Zhou Yun, Wu Yin, and Zhou Ting, along with several others, were approaching, a striking assembly of handsome men and beautiful women, poised to enter a renowned bar on that very street. Zhou Yun, upon spotting Wang Xian, promptly approached him. His tall stature and the subtly feral glint in his eyes could be quite intimidating to the average person. However, Wang Xian remained unfazed, having faced him more than once in the past. "Your attire today starkly contrasts with your previous style. You look rather cool. Are you hoping for a romantic encounter this evening?" Zhou Yun inquired nonchalantly. Yet, the current state of his appearance lacked any semblance of grandeur. His head was swathed in bandages, his fractured arm secured with a splint, and the cracked nails smeared with ointment. Even his nasal bone had been treated after sustaining a fracture. "You're a veritable patchwork of injuries, wrapped up like a dumpling. Who did you spar with to end up in such a state?" Wang Xian's words struck a nerve, causing Zhou Yun's eyes to flare with intensity. He recalled the mixed-race individual with blue eyes, whom he had initially ceased to despise, channeling all his grievances towards that person. However, Wang Xian's remark now felt like a dagger to his heart. Wang Xian continued, "You truly are something else. Within just a few days, you've been embroiled in constant confrontations. It seems as though you're either fighting or en route to a fight. Surely, you're not planning to set off again for another bout, are you?" Zhou Yun nearly choked on his indignation, almost spitting out blood from sheer frustration as he pointed at Wang Xian, rendered momentarily speechless. Wang Xian was undoubtedly provoking him, eager to elicit a genuine emotional reaction. Simultaneously, he seized this moment to scrutinize the several young individuals across from him, wary of any coincidences in their encounter and unwilling to overlook a single suspicion or caution. It is difficult to ascertain who is ruthlessly targeting him tonight. Chapter 24. The proper method to unveil the preaching bamboo slips. Wu Yin, possessing a striking beauty, wore a casually loose sweater that, while somewhat oversized, could not conceal her alluring curves. However, tonight she appeared less at risk of bursting out of her attire than during their previous encounter. She remained silent, casting a cold glance at Wang Xian before turning her attention to the bustling crowd of the bar street, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. The two women beside her scrutinized Wang Xian with a hint of surprise, questioning whether he dared to provoke the notoriously unruly Zhou Yun. In this youthful stage of life, vitality is the greatest asset. Both women boasted fair skin and well-proportioned figures, radiating exuberance. One sported a short hairstyle, unperturbed by the chill of late autumn, clad in a short skirt that showcased her pristine legs. The other possessed long, slightly curly hair, her crimson lips exuding sensuality. Under the streetlights, she appeared strikingly beautiful, capturing the attention of passers-by. "Wang Xian, have you taken leave of your senses today?" Zhou Ting, protective of her brother, remained vigilant, her gaze fixed on Wang Xian and Zhou Yun, genuinely concerned that her brother might be provoked into an impulsive confrontation, potentially resulting in retaliation. "Oh, so you are Wang Xian?" The woman with the slightly curly long hair, her figure graceful, stepped forward, her alluring phoenix eyes sparkling. Upon approaching, her red lips appeared even more vibrant as she smiled and introduced herself. "I am Li Qingxian." "Qingxian, do not go too far," Wu Yin interjected, aware of the long-standing rivalry between Li Qingxian and Ling Wei. Realizing this was clearly an attempt to stir trouble, Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement, deliberately excluding her, Zhou Ting, and Zhou Yun from his consideration. Beside him stood two young men, both composed and unruffled, in stark contrast to Zhou Yun's penchant for provocation. "Wang Xian, I have exercised remarkable restraint today. Are you attempting to incite me?" Zhou Yun had nearly choked on his own indignation. For while the other party spoke the truth regarding his recent encounters, was it too much to ask for a touch of subtlety in such a public setting? His heart ached from the provocation. Wang Xian approached him with sincerity, apologizing. I beg your pardon. It is merely that I encountered someone tonight, radiating a gentle crimson aura, quite brazen in demeanor. Let us not dwell on it. My spirits are rather low this evening. Farewell. With that, he turned and departed. Aside from Zhou Yun, the others remained serene and composed, their expressions inscrutable. Ah, you encountered one who emanates a red glow? How unfortunate indeed. Zhou Yun finally smiled, a knowing look gracing his features. He surmised that Wang Xian had suffered a setback before a certain master of extraordinary arts, which explained his irritable demeanor tonight. A wave of amusement washed over him, and he found himself feeling magnanimous, dismissing Wang Xian's earlier jibe. Little Wang, he offered kindly. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. Do not cling stubbornly to outdated techniques. The new arts far surpass the old, and soon there will emerge individuals who transcend even the masters. You, my friend, are ensnared in antiquated notions. Your horizon's too narrow. Such a pity. Zhou Yun, with his head wrapped in white bandages and a fractured arm supported by a splint and sling, bore an air of psychological superiority, even managing to address Wang Xian with such familiarity. Wang Xian endeavored to comply, letting out a sigh to appease his psychological needs before turning away, wishing to hear no more of his boastfulness. Brother, perhaps you should exercise a modicum of humility. Zhou Ting shot him a disapproving glare. In just a few days, he had managed to provoke trouble twice, proving to be quite the source of vexation. Wu Yin observed Wang Xian's retreating figure and remarked, this individual warrants caution. One must remain vigilant. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yun interjected, Wu Yin, with all due respect, one must be magnanimous. Did he not merely conduct a pathological analysis on you last time? It was hardly intentional. Wu Yin was nearly driven to confront him, wishing to crush his bandaged arm beneath her high heel as a well-meaning warning. Yet she was rebuffed for her supposed lack of generosity. From her perspective, Wang Xian had provocatively stirred Zhou Yun's emotions, only to then inflate his own sense of superiority, perhaps with a calculated intent to observe and test. Ultimately, he departed without leaving a trace. Wu Yin felt a surge of indignation, silently thinking, what concern is it of mine? I care not for your fate, and shall not offer further warnings. In her frustration, she chose to ignore Zhou Yun. Brother Zhou, what exactly is the matter with that Wang Xian? Li Qingxian inquired sweetly, her delicate hand brushing through her curls, her enchanting phoenix eyes glancing sideways, clearly fishing for information. Ah, Wang, said Xiao Wang. Although Zhou Yun is unruly and provocative, he is certainly not lacking in thought. Just now, he was intentionally antagonizing Wu Yin to provoke her. His discontent regarding the Wu family's assertive demands concerning the Qingqing mountain matter stems from their expectation to partake in the spoils. This is precisely why the Zhou and Ling families have refrained from hastily initiating exploration, resulting in the ensuing troubles. Li Qingxian, with a radiant smile, replied, do elaborate. My family is preparing to form an expedition team for that location and is in search of capable individuals. Wu Yin felt overwhelmed. She had initially intended to caution Zhou Yun about Li Qingxuan's intentions, but ultimately chose silence. Out of sight, out of mind, let them stir the pot. It was no concern of hers. As Wang Xian turned away, he concealed his previous demeanor, adopting an expression of utmost seriousness. His gaze swept through the bar street like a blade, scrutinizing every passerby. Many felt a chill as if briefly locked in the sights of a mountain tiger, leaving them in bewilderment. That night, Wang Xian and Qing Mu traversed various bars, yet they ultimately failed to locate those individuals who had evidently made a swift exit. Do not fret, this matter is far from over. Regardless of who is responsible, we must escalate this issue. Its nature is too egregious to ignore. We shall report it to the relevant authorities, Qing Mu asserted, advising him to rest early, as he would bring the firearms permit the following day. They will likely refrain from appearing again for the time being. I will ensure someone is watching, Qing Mu said, patting his shoulder before taking his leave. Although the hour was late, Wang Xian still made a phone call to his parents. Upon ensuring that all was well on their end, he felt a sense of relief, recognizing that these individuals were primarily targeting him, intending to obliterate his existence. Upon returning to his residence, Wang Xian retrieved the technique of the golden body. His state tonight was particularly unique, and even his study of this body technique differed from the past, leading him to comprehend more profound insights. In his room, he continuously stretched his body, diligently practicing the golden body technique as recorded in the secret manuscript. The recent shooting incident had profoundly impacted Wang Xian. Under the might of modern technological weaponry, even masters of ancient techniques appeared remarkably vulnerable. Had he reacted a moment later, he might have faced a fatal shot. Even now, the thought sent chills down his spine. He could feel the absence of a lock of hair near his ear, severed by a bullet's friction, a harrowing experience indeed. This night, he experienced a deep realization. The decay of life occurs in an instant, and he found himself incapable of effective self-defense, requiring assistance from Aoki. He yearned to grow stronger, especially in mastering the golden body technique, aspiring to cultivate a formidable physique capable of withstanding gunfire. Had he made even slight progress with the golden body technique, he would not have allowed those individuals to escape tonight. If he could merely mitigate the bullet's lethality, he would have dared to pursue them, confident in his ability to eliminate them. The first layer of the golden body technique was not unfamiliar to Wang Xian, as it bore resemblance to the golden garment technique, allowing him to transition effortlessly. Before long, he began practicing the second layer of the golden body technique, which, in theory, would require 2 years to master. Professor Lin once mentioned that one should not dwell on the issue of time, as the scriptures tend to exaggerate the difficulties involved. The physical techniques primarily focus on honing the body through specific frequencies, such as resonating with the 5 internal organs, accelerating metabolism, and transforming one's constitution. During this process, it may also activate the adrenal and pineal glands. In essence, the practice of the golden body technique facilitates a metamorphosis of both body and spirit, ultimately enabling one to withstand bullets. The foundational principles are fundamentally about enhancing oneself in a holistic manner. And Professor Lin repeatedly emphasized that the roots of various physical techniques must be deeply entrenched in these foundational principles. After practicing for a while, Wang Xian paused and took out the translated bamboo slips from the pre-Qin period to study them meticulously. This evening, he had remained in a heightened state of awareness for an extended period, which rendered him particularly perceptive, as if he sensed impending events. This acute intuition was a gift of his heightened state. Upon completing the golden body technique, he commenced his study of the ancient texts gifted by Professor Lin. Indeed, his state tonight was extraordinary, leading him to profound insights. As he contemplated and nurtured his inner self, he discovered an entirely different reality, as if he had been drawn into a unique realm, enveloped in utter silence. The abruptness of it all was striking. Wang Xian felt no fear or panic. Rather, he maintained a remarkable calmness, almost surprising himself, as if he were an observer detached from the world, scrutinizing everything around him. Time passed, yet the stillness persisted, an absolute quietude, while his thoughts remained exceptionally vibrant and acute, with a memory that was nothing short of astonishing. In a fleeting moment of reflection, the entirety of the foundational techniques was indelibly etched in his mind. He could recite it backward with remarkable fluency, as if he were perusing the ancient tome in reverse. Subsequently, he endeavored to replicate this with the translations of the pre-Qin bamboo slips, and found himself equally adept, able to effortlessly recite even specific passages in both directions. This transcended mere heightened perception. In his view, it bordered on a divine state of consciousness. What realm was this, and how had he attained such a state? Most crucially, he found himself enveloped in a realm of isolation, devoid of sound, akin to a desolate universe stripped of stars, eerily silent and cold. In his confusion, he sought clarity within the scriptures, capable of reciting them backward, let alone engaging in a meticulous re-examination. Shortly thereafter, he unearthed a passage within the teachings of pre-Qin alchemists, and a profound intuition, born from this divine state, urged him that the answer lay within this segment. This particular passage was situated towards the latter part of the bamboo slip translations, originally inaccessible to Wang Xian, as it required a higher level of comprehension to grasp its essence. Yet, his current state resonated with the content of this excerpt. It spoke of the void, discussed tranquility, and alluded to the clarity of time, an intricate and elusive discourse that rendered understanding challenging. Professor Lin himself struggled with the passage, ultimately resorting to provide the archaic original text from the pre-Qin era. Under ordinary circumstances, Wang Xian would have found it difficult to decipher its true meaning, but now, in this exalted state, his mind was particularly lucid and sharp, gradually illuminating profound insights. Soon, various teachings and interpretations of cultivation from later generations began to emerge vividly in his consciousness. Meditation, the inner landscape of the yellow court, reaching the utmost void, and maintaining profound stillness. Certain teachings and phrases from later generations emerge, gradually aiding him in unraveling the true essence of this preaching scripture. In the realm of meditation, there exists an achievement deemed unparalleled, a state that even the most esteemed masters find elusive, a pursuit that may consume an entire lifetime without fruition. This supreme meditation, often referred to as the highest state of meditation, allows an individual to dwell in their own realm of emptiness for years or even decades, while only mere moments pass in the external world. At present, if one were to interpret his condition through the lens of meditation, Wang Xian is undoubtedly in a state of supreme meditation. Conversely, if viewed through the perspective of the Yellow Court Classic, it signifies that he has entered a unique inner landscape of the Yellow Court. The Tao Te Ching also alludes to this, reaching the utmost void and maintaining profound stillness. Clearly, this is a metaphor that describes a particular state of tranquil emptiness encountered on the ancient path, elucidating the condition of the inner landscape. Whether interpreted through meditation or the Taoist teachings of the Yellow Court, this state remains shrouded in mystery, difficult for outsiders to comprehend. Upon reflection, what is regarded as the pinnacle of meditation and the description of the Yellow Court's inner landscape is, in fact, merely a manifestation of a certain state derived from the foundational practices of preaching alchemists. Even while in a transcendent state, Wang Xian finds himself momentarily entranced, astonished that the highest meditation and the inner landscape of the Yellow Court are simply the correct methods of practicing the ancient bamboo slips. He is struck with awe. If his understanding is accurate, does this imply that he now possesses ample time? Interpreting through meditation, it suggests that in this unique realm of emptiness, he could linger for several years. If one were to interpret this through the lens of Taoist philosophy, he has entered a realm of inner tranquility, existing within a timeless clarity, where he may linger indefinitely. Wang Xian exhibited neither exuberance nor excessive excitement. Rather, he maintained a state of serene detachment, resolved to embark on an experiment. Thus, he commenced his practice of the golden body technique in this sacred space. Chapter 25. Encountering the mysterious the golden body technique. Once mastered, elevates one's existence to a plane far beyond that of an ordinary human, bestowing an exceptional physique. From the early capacity to withstand blows to an invulnerability akin to being impervious to a sword, culminating in an indestructible form, this is what the extraordinary embodies. Wang Xian immersed himself in this practice, repeating his exercises time and again. Within the tranquil realm of meditation, time stretched infinitely for him. Here, he could ponder at leisure, striking the most precise postures of martial arts, with any slight imperfection being rectified with rational clarity. Though engaged in the practice of the golden body technique, Wang Xian discovered that he maintained a state of detachment, enabling him to calmly scrutinize himself, his mind clear and serene. The pinnacle of meditation, entering the realm of void, was where his spirit resided, performing the golden body technique from this vantage. Wang Xian understood that this silence, akin to the desolate expanse of the universe, belonged to a uniquely special domain, imparting an extraordinarily authentic sensation. His true self could not manifest in this realm. However, this practice seemed to resonate back into his physical form. With both his inner and outer selves in harmony, his spirit tranquil, it felt as though he transcended, gazing down upon his entirety. Throughout the practice of the golden body technique, his errors diminished significantly. Ultimately, his movements aligned seamlessly with the descriptions within the scriptures, devoid of any flaws. At this moment, through the void and silence, he faintly sensed his external body, seemingly adapting to various changes, executing posture after posture. His physical form performed the most exemplary actions, perfectly embodying the golden body technique. However, that motion was exceedingly slow, as if the flesh were inscribing some profound truth, rather than engaging in the countless attempts and rehearsals characteristic of the void. In this state of absolute tranquility, Wang Xian pondered the highest echelons of meditation. While mere minutes may pass in the external world, here it could equate to years. Yet, could the fruits of this endeavor truly be carried beyond these confines? Should he depart, the insights gleaned on a spiritual level would likely accompany him without issue. In the void, the passage of years primarily pertained to the spiritual realm. However, would the external flesh, despite retaining such sensations, evolve in tandem with these changes? He surmised that the physical form would not keep pace with the transformations occurring here. This notion was tinged with regret, yet it felt profoundly authentic, for the body had not ventured into this realm. If his spirit were vigorous, returning with all insights and the unblemished memories of the golden body technique, could this accelerate the manifestation of the golden body in the tangible world? Nevertheless, Wang Xian also discerned some peculiarities. Upon introspection, he vaguely perceived that his external form in the void was also in motion, executing the golden body technique with impeccable precision. Was this merely the subconscious at play? Presently, he possessed an extraordinary acuity of perception and quickly realized he seemed to have overlooked something. In this meditative realm of the void, after several days, Wang Xian found himself inexplicably fatigued. He furrowed his brow, recalling that the pinnacle of meditation was said to allow one to linger here for years, perhaps even longer. What had he neglected? What was amiss? He contemplated serenely, observing his own practice of the golden body technique, the movements gradually slowing, threatening to falter. This is not how it should be, he murmured, his spirit displaying a hint of fatigue. Suddenly, a flicker of brilliance crossed his seemingly indifferent eyes. He discerned the root of the issue. How had he gained entry here? It was solely due to his application of the foundational principles contained within the preaching bamboo slips, while in a state of heightened perception, that he was able to establish his presence. In the next moment, Wang Xian transformed, abandoning the weary execution of the golden body technique to once again activate the foundational methods left by the ancient alchemists. In an instant, everything shifted. His spirit began to flourish, fatigue dissipating gradually, and even his perceptions were on the rise, his condition improving swiftly. Soon, his spiritual awareness and acuity intensified. Subsequently, his transcendent perception fully restored. Extending outward, it unexpectedly encountered something profound. By invoking the foundational methods of the ancient alchemists, I have summoned a certain mysterious substance. He made a precise and accurate judgment almost instinctively. It was an enigmatic factor, scattered throughout the void. It was precisely this mysterious essence that descended, invigorating his spirit rather than exhausting it. Wang Xian found himself in the highest realm of meditation, sensing an inexplicable substance entering the void, enhancing his state to an unprecedented level. It was as if divine dew had fallen from the heavens, nourishing the desolate expanse and revitalizing his spirit. As time flowed, he perceived that not only his spirit, but even the physical form he vaguely sensed seemed to be undergoing transformation. He realized that the highest level of meditation was insufficient to articulate the phenomenon before him. It required the elucidation of the Huangting Neijing. This realm, rooted in Taoist philosophy, embodies absolute emptiness and tranquility, existing within a luminous expanse of time that beckons forth ineffable mystical elements. The Neijing, silent and void, resembles a desolate land, yet, standing within it allows one to attract substances profoundly beneficial to both spirit and body. Wang Xian attained enlightenment, recognizing that the foundation of the ancient arts lies within the Neijing. In that fleeting moment, he became further convinced that the most authentic path to unlocking the esoteric methods of the preaching alchemists resided in engaging with the Neijing. He even harbored doubts regarding the origins of these ancient arts being connected to the Neijing. Why were the preaching alchemists so formidable? Because to practice their arts, one must first arrive in a state of heightened perception to this very place, thus enabling the attraction of mystical substances. Throughout the long ages, few successors have ventured to this domain, causing the ancient arts to fade and the achievements of later generations to struggle in comparison to those of the alchemists. Entering the highest echelon of meditation and standing within the Neijing is a prerequisite for mastering the profound foundational techniques of the preaching bamboo slips. This threshold has obstructed countless individuals throughout history. Before long, Wang Xian sensed external changes. Indeed, his physical form reaped benefits beyond the confines of the tranquil void. As time progressed, the mysterious substances that descended within the Neijing reached saturation, rendering the operation of the alchemical foundational techniques futile. Consequently, Wang Xian recommenced his practice of the golden body technique, this time observing with intent, and the results proved to be even more remarkable than before. Within the confines of the inner realm, he flawlessly practiced the golden body technique, and as the days passed, his physical prowess continually strengthened. Simultaneously, he vaguely sensed his corporeal form being nourished by a mysterious substance, leading to a gradual enhancement of the golden body technique. he discerned that the enigmatic elements drawn from the inner realm could penetrate into the tangible world, absorbed by his very being. This revelation indicated that the achievements of the golden body attained through supreme meditation could be wholly transposed into reality. Even when Wang Xian existed in a state of absolute composure and detachment, he experienced a fleeting tremor, yet soon all emotional fluctuations were quelled, restoring tranquility to the inner realm. Year after year, in this void of silence, Wang Xian relentlessly honed the golden body technique. Whenever fatigue dared to encroach upon him, he would invoke the primordial methods inscribed in ancient bamboo slips, summoning indescribable mysterious elements to saturate this domain. After 2 years, he had successfully attained the second tier of the golden body technique within the inner realm, and he perceived a transformation in his external body, shedding a layer of skin. This metamorphosis was entirely due to the inexplicable material drawn from the inner realm, ensuring the elevation and alteration of his physical form in harmony with his spiritual domain. During his 2 years in the inner realm, Wang Xian not only practiced the golden body technique, but also endeavored to master the physical arts inscribed upon several sheets of golden paper. After all, the allure of this method was irresistibly potent, a legacy bequeathed by the founder of Taoism. Throughout this journey, he unearthed a chilling truth. This technique could indeed be detrimental to one's health, as the physical arts chronicled on the golden pages were dreadfully formidable, rendering them exceedingly difficult to master. In his prior ignorance, he had known no fear. This passage reflects Wang Xian's evaluation of his earlier practice of this martial art before entering the inner realm. Here, with heightened perception and an almost transcendent state, he gazes upon himself and uncovers a rather alarming truth. During his practice of this martial discipline, any hint of pain indicated that his internal organs were indeed sustaining injuries. Within the inner realm, he could clearly observe subtle hemorrhaging within his organs. In the external world, such minute changes would likely require the most sophisticated instruments to detect. The nature of these injuries is so slight that they could easily be overlooked. However, for those who practice martial arts, such persistent, cumulative effects could lead to dire consequences over time. Previously, Wang Xian believed that as long as the pain was not excruciating, he could simply endure it, thinking that with daily perseverance, he would eventually acclimatize. Now, grounded in the inner realm, he realizes how close he came to straying into dangerous territory. The martial techniques inscribed in the Golden Book could only be truly mastered upon entering the inner realm. Wang Xian noted that when his organs exhibited barely perceptible bleeding, the mysterious substances within the inner realm would begin to permeate, nourishing the organs until full recovery. Truly, the Golden Book bequeathed by Zhang Daoling sets an extraordinarily high standard. Without access to the inner realm, mastering this martial art is utterly impossible. Furthermore, after 2 years, Wang Xian has only managed to practice the first engraving on the first page of the golden paper. This time, he did not hastily attempt to practice multiple engravings as he did in the external world. Instead, he focused intently on mastering the next engraving. Indeed, after enduring incessant internal bleeding and the relentless trials of 2 years, he finally perfected the first image. Remarkably, no matter how he manipulated it, his internal organs no longer suffered injury. The challenge was immense. Wang Xian believed that this particular skill was not suited for his current state. It was an achievement forged through continuous suffering and perseverance. Such was the nature of the first image, and one could only imagine the subsequent challenges, which would undoubtedly be even more formidable. He resolved to first enhance his golden body technique, reserving the teachings left by Zhang Daoling for a time when he had attained a higher level of mastery. As time flowed within the inner realm, another 3 years passed. Wang Xian advanced his golden body technique to the 3rd level, feeling that with just a few more months, he would fully consummate this stage. At that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, and he instantly recognized that the highest level of meditation had concluded, signaling his imminent return from the inner realm. Indeed, the previously tranquil void was no longer silent. He gradually became aware of sounds, the rhythmic beating of his own heart, the gentle whisper of the wind outside, and the distant hum of cars traversing the streets. As the inner realm dissipated, Wang Xian's spirit thoroughly returned to reality. He immediately sensed the transformation within himself. Shedding 2 layers of skin, his new physique was resplendent and resilient, markedly superior to his former self. In the realm of reality, he had achieved the 3rd level of his golden body technique. He glanced at the time, noting that 5 years had elapsed within the inner realm. Yet in the real world, merely a few minutes had passed. Chapter 26. Lack of universality. The soft sound of yellow leaves drifting outside reached Wang Xian's ears with startling clarity, while his eyes adeptly captured the fleeting trails of night birds against the inky sky. There was a discernible change, even in the absence of heightened perception. His auditory and visual faculties had significantly improved, drawing him closer to the essence of this world. As he traced his fingers across his skin, he was met with a remarkable elasticity. With increasing pressure, his flesh quivered and resonated, ultimately causing his fingers to glide away. At this stage, Wang Xian's fingers could etch deep marks into tree trunks and inscribe words onto tables and chairs, yet now they were thwarted by the supple surface of his body, repelled in their efforts. Was this the most immediate effect of the golden body technique? He was acutely aware that the benefits extended far beyond this. He sensed a vigorous vitality coursing through his flesh, a testament to the comprehensive enhancement of his physical constitution. One could surmise that, should he sustain an injury, the wound would heal at an accelerated rate, thereby shortening his recovery time. Moreover, his senses and mental acuity had surpassed their former selves. The golden body technique was indeed extraordinary. Particularly in this era, it held profound significance for him, offering protection against surprise attacks and the lethal threats posed by firearms. This alone was sufficient for Wang Xian to pursue the mastery of the golden body technique at any cost. Should those individuals dare to confront him again, none would escape unscathed. Most crucially, the efficacy of the golden body technique illuminated the value of ancient practices. Although they had waned, the potential for discovery remained, promising a treasure trove hidden within the annals of history. In the bygone ancient epochs, there existed a myriad of legends surrounding extraordinary skills and arcane techniques, some of which were steeped in remarkable lore. The mere thought of uncovering and mastering the most exceptional among them exhilarated Wang Xian, typically a composed individual. However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that indulging in such fantasies was futile at this juncture. He needed to progress steadily, step by step. The third level of the golden body technique had already bestowed upon him formidable defensive capabilities. Although it could not yet withstand bullets, firearms were no longer as lethal to him. Wang Xian was confident that the resilient barrier of flesh and blood could significantly mitigate the damage inflicted by modern weaponry. As long as the bullets did not strike his vital organs, it would be exceedingly difficult to take him down in the short term. Should that band of gunmen reappear, Wang Xian believed that, with a certain price to pay, he could swiftly eliminate them all. Do not let me discover your whereabouts. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Wang Xian would persist in his investigation, determined to uncover the identity of those who sought his demise. The third level of the golden body technique still fell short of his expectations. Should he advance directly to the 6th or 7th levels, bullets would likely become ineffective against him. Of course, larger caliber weapons would undeniably pose a threat. Yet should he elevate the golden body technique to beyond the 10th level, the outcome would be uncertain. As for the ultimate realm of the golden body technique, it remained elusive, especially considering that Zhou Mingxian from the Northern Song dynasty never achieved it, leaving behind only texts of theoretical conjecture. Wang Xian sought to calm his tumultuous thoughts, striving to empty his mind and once again immerse himself in that extraordinary state, aiming to attain the pinnacle of meditation, grounded in the inner landscape. However, despite his earnest efforts and repeated attempts, he encountered failure time and again. Even after performing the ancient methods from the preaching bamboo slips dozens of times, he could not sense the tranquil inner landscape, unable to penetrate its depths. He engaged in meditation repeatedly, yearning to reach the highest realm and dwell in the void for years, yet he found himself utterly incapable of achieving this. With a gentle sigh, Wang Xian reconciled himself to this outcome, fully prepared to accept it. After all, even the masters of meditation, who dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the supreme state, seldom succeed in their endeavors. At the very least, in modern times, he had never heard of anyone achieving such a feat regarding the Taoist inner landscape. Wang Xian believed that it would be even more elusive. Since the end of the ancient era, no one had truly entered this domain. Consider the fact that a master of the old arts emerged from the new star, only to perish due to the esoteric scriptures of the Taoist ancestral teachings, his organs deteriorating beyond repair. Had he been able to access the Taoist inner landscape, such a calamity would have been averted. For within the inner landscape, one could observe the transformations of the organs with clarity, as mysterious essences descended to nourish them. Even if mastery remained elusive, death would not ensue. Wang Xian harbored serious doubts that, since modern times, those who studied the old arts were entirely unaware of the enigmatic realm of the inner landscape. Although some ancient sects still hold such beliefs, most regard them merely as legends. And the later generations are unlikely to believe that the human spirit can reach an extraordinary realm. Wang Xian remained unhurried. Having entered that mystical place once, he believed he would have further opportunities. Moreover, he had surmised how to access that enigmatic domain, for he had personally experienced it and understood every detail. It likely required an altered state of perception, followed by the application of the foundational techniques of preaching alchemists to succeed. How could one achieve such an altered state? He pondered whether it could arise from extreme external dangers provoking a profound stress response, resonating with ancient practices, thereby unexpectedly triggering this heightened awareness. There was no need to rush. He could gradually stimulate and recreate that altered state through various means. Indeed, Wang Xian even entertained the notion of engaging in diverse adventurous activities, as this would significantly enhance the likelihood of eliciting a stress response and activating the heightened state of perception. Wang Xian rose and began to tidy the skin he had shed. The scene was undeniably peculiar. What force had surged through his body in those fleeting minutes to cause such a dramatic transformation and its consequences? Regrettably, his mind had been immersed in an inner landscape at the time, leaving him with only a vague sense of the external world, failing to capture the astonishing metamorphosis and clarity. Nevertheless, he could comprehend that all living beings on this planet are in a constant state of evolution, unchanged from ancient times to the present. Species that cannot adapt ultimately face extinction. Yet, this process of natural adaptation and self-improvement is painstakingly slow, requiring the continuity of generations to unfold. However, there have been rare historical periods when certain species undergo rapid evolution and significant enhancement. For instance, humanity experienced an astonishing period of explosive development when it diverged from other life forms, evolving at an accelerated pace within a remarkably brief span, thereby achieving a qualitative leap in the essence of life. Many speculate that this sudden and intense evolution was precipitated by some inexplicable event, leading to the subsequent brilliance of humankind. In Wang Xian's perspective, those who tread the path of ancient arts are also undergoing various transformations, which can sometimes drastically expedite the original metamorphic process. Take the practitioners of the pre-Qin era, for example. While ordinary people feared fierce beasts like tigers and leopards, these practitioners could already manipulate rivers, hurl elephants, and carve mountains. What kind of power is that? How does one acquire such abilities in such a short time frame? As for the immortal beings, they would likely possess even greater strength and experience more pronounced mutations. Having visited the inner landscape, Wang Xian's view of these immortals has subtly shifted. He now contemplates the possibility of their existence. Yet, he maintains that these immortals are still human, and as such, they too are destined to perish. Wang Xian took a cold shower, donned loose-fitting pajamas, and perused the Huang Tingjing, seeking information relevant to the inner landscape. Regrettably, he found no new insights. This ancient text is rather vague, and its occasional cryptic phrases rely heavily on personal interpretation. The true foundational principles lie within the pre-Qin bamboo slips, while subsequent texts serve merely as supplementary materials for understanding the terminology and concepts of more ancient practices. To reach the pinnacle of emptiness and maintain a steadfast tranquility, Wang Xian, feeling discontented, sought further information. Yet, despite poring over ancient texts, he could not uncover a method to instantaneously awaken the transcendent state. Surely, there must exist some conventional approach. Otherwise, the practitioners of the pre-Qin era could not have been so formidable. Only by frequently accessing the inner realms could they achieve accomplishments that future generations could not rival. Wang Xian resolved to pay close attention to various pre-Qin bamboo slips, meticulously collecting and perusing anything related to those practitioners. He believed that among the stacks of ancient papers, there might be documented methods for entering the inner realms. Alas, such treasures were held by the new stars, the life research institutes, and the elite financial magnates. If only he could peruse the bamboo slips and classic texts in their possession, he would undoubtedly discover what he sought. Wang Xian felt a sense of regret, intensifying his desire to venture to the new stars. Yet, he swiftly adjusted his emotions, calming himself to maintain a state of tranquility. which was crucial for those traversing the path of ancient arts. One should be content within mere minutes. He had attained a golden body accomplishment that others might take 5 years to achieve. Reflecting on this disproportionate temporal ratio was indeed astonishing, were it to be known. It would undoubtedly stir a tempest, even amidst the rise of new arts in the new stars. After regaining his composure and rationality, Wang Xian further assessed that he might have been overly optimistic. Even the practitioners of the pre-Qin era could not perpetually reside within the inner realms. Otherwise, after years of immersion, even in a world devoid of immortals, they would likely attain immortality. Minutes can stretch into years, and in the realm of reality, how many years does a day encompass? What about a year? Or a lifetime? Wang Xian mused that the practitioners of the pre-Qin era could only enter the inner realms after a considerable passage of time. Moreover, he surmised that the methods for entry were not universally applicable, remaining accessible only to a select few. This might explain the decline of ancient practices, as the requirements placed upon individuals were exceedingly high. He further speculated that with the passage of time, certain external factors may have transformed, leading to a shift in the environment, rendering it increasingly difficult for subsequent generations to access the inner realms. Wang Xian conjectured that since modern times, he might be the sole individual to have ventured into such inner landscapes. Though he spent 5 years within, he did not perceive time eroding his essence. Rather, he felt invigorated, both physically and mentally, as if a breath of renewal was emanating from him. Wang Xian discerned that his spirit had not aged during those 5 years in the inner realms, primarily due to his complete immersion in the understanding of ancient practices. Isolated from the external world, his mind remained pure and uncluttered, untouched by the chaos of the mundane. Undoubtedly, the most significant factor was the mysterious essence that descended from that tranquil void, nourishing both his spirit and body, which may well be the crux of it all. That night, despite having endured a shooting and being ambushed in a residential area, Wang Xian slept soundly, having found his path. Most crucially, he was confident that should those adversaries return, he would be able to confront them all. In the early morning, Qin Chung sent a message. "Brother, I have departed. Farewell." He was heading to the new moon, leaving behind the old world to venture into the depths of space. "Take care," Wang Xian silently replied. At 9 in the morning, Professor Lin informed Wang Xian that he was about to set off, returning to the new star, leaving Wang Xian with the address and contact number for the new star. This signified that those students bound for the new star would also be departing, embarking on new journeys. Indeed, Wang Xian soon received several messages bidding him farewell from Zhou Kuan, Kong Yi, Su Chan, and others. Half an hour later, Wang Xian received a letter from an unexpected sender. Li Qingxian, a person from the new star, cordially invited Wang Xian to join her family's expedition team, providing an address and contact information from the old world. She promised generous compensation and assured him that, should he agree, she could assist him in reaching the new star. Li Qingxian. He recalled their brief encounter on the bar street the previous night. Her long hair had a natural wave, and her enchanting almond-shaped eyes held an innate allure, while her crimson lips were quite alluring, embodying youthful beauty. However, he had little connection with her, merely a fleeting acquaintance. So why did she seek him out? Did she genuinely wish to recruit him for her expedition team? Wang Xian cast the letter aside, deep in thought. Zhao Qinghan had also invited him to collaborate, and it seemed that organizations and tycoons from the new star were preparing for something. Wang Xian pondered. I have a lead now. Should I hunt them down? At noon, Qingmu called to inform Wang Xian that he had discovered the hideout of the group of gunmen. Wang Xian had just mastered the 3rd tier of the golden body technique when he received such news, naturally feeling compelled to personally partake in the hunt. This group of individuals was far from ordinary. According to our latest intelligence, their act of killing you was merely a trivial matter for them. Astonishingly, they have pinpointed the location of the Tomb of the Immortals and are heading there. As Qingmu spoke the final words, a palpable excitement surged within him, causing his voice to tremble. If the intelligence is indeed accurate, it is profoundly shocking. Many have long doubted the existence of the Immortals, yet now, someone has located the grand tomb of such beings and intends to excavate it. Chapter 27. The Celestial Tomb. The origins of that group were far from ordinary. The assassination of Wang Xian was merely a trivial matter for them. Upon hearing such a response, Wang Xian gracefully sliced his right hand through the air, effortlessly cleaving the yellow leaves that floated before him into 2 halves, which then fell to the ground. At noon, he was taking a leisurely stroll, preparing to indulge in lunch. Since he was outside, he refrained from elaborating, merely informing Qingmu of his intention to partake in the impending operation. Although their telephone conversation was brief, Wang Xian had gleaned enough information to ascertain that the group hailed from an organization known as Grey Blood. They were mercenaries, engaging in exploration, and even murder. According to Qingmu, this organization possessed considerable strength and primarily operated in the New Star region. Having previously intercepted a significant discovery made by Qingmu's exploratory team. Upon learning of their arrival, Qingmu promptly reported to his superiors, and soon, a formidable contingent would be dispatched, gathering their strength to enact vengeance for past grievances. Moreover, even in the absence of prior enmities, the mere fact that they had pinpointed the celestial tomb would undoubtedly stir considerable unrest in the old land. Anyone privy to this information would likely feel compelled to become involved. Should the Grey Blood organization be solicited to eliminate me, rest assured they are well-funded and unwilling to expose their own identities. However, I shall gradually unearth the truth behind you. Having been inexplicably ambushed and nearly killed within the city, even Wang Xian could not remain unperturbed. Failing to unmask the mastermind behind these machinations would leave him vulnerable to further peril. Soon enough, he found himself captivated by the astonishing news of the celestial tomb. It was indeed remarkable that such a significant site had been discovered in the old land. It remains uncertain whether this discovery is genuine. Over the years, there have been numerous claims of locating the burial sites of the immortal sages, yet these assertions have often fallen short of expectations. The earlier excavations of several tombs were ultimately confirmed to be the grand sepulchres of the most formidable alchemists from the Preaching era. Should this discovery prove authentic, the unearthing of scriptures and artifacts associated with the immortal sages and the Guans could profoundly impact the world. Wang Xian contemplated that in an age where ancient practices are increasingly waning, the emergence of such relics might indeed alter this dismal trend. After lunch, he opted for a sharp, invigorating haircut, ensuring that the hair trimmed from his ears would not reveal any irregularity, as he was to commence his new job the following day. While his mind oscillated between thoughts of the immortal sages and the impending journey into the depths of the wilderness, where he would face the trials of blood and fire, he simultaneously prepared for the mundanity of work. This stark contrast in experiences and emotions rendered Wang Xian's mood quite peculiar. Fortunately, Qingmu did not seek him out the next day, allowing Wang Xian to attend his first day of work without needing to request leave, thus successfully onboarding. This was a branch of a design institute under the auspices of the Galactic Group, which sounded prestigious, yet in reality, was far from it. Nowadays, any endeavors related to deep space exploration and interstellar travel heavily rely on innovations from the new stars, as the technological capabilities of the old Earth are woefully inadequate. The Design Institute, a subsidiary of the Galactic Group, had not produced any significant achievements in many years, rendering it almost desolate and overgrown with neglect. As for the branch of the Design Institute reported by Wang Xian, it has undeniably transformed into a haven for retirement, with a daily pace that is remarkably languid. On his first day at work, Wang Xian discovered that many desks in the office were unoccupied, with only 5 or 6 individuals present. When he attempted to greet them, one gentleman, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, was on the verge of dozing off while staring at the computer, engrossed in the morning news. The only spirited young lady was preoccupied with applying lipstick while gazing into her small mirror. She, however, noticed the newcomer and greeted him with enthusiasm. Observing his lackluster and lethargic colleagues, Wang Xian felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He had chosen to work here precisely because he had heard it was quite leisurely. Nevertheless, he could never have anticipated the extent of this idleness. By early morning, 2 middle-aged women were already discussing their plans to play mahjong after work. Meanwhile, another senior colleague in his 50s had been engaged in a phone call for over half an hour, arranging a fishing trip for the weekend. However, these individuals were quite amiable towards Wang Xian, showing no signs of exclusion. It was rare to have a newcomer, and they even offered to host a welcome lunch for him, foregoing the need to wait until evening. Wang Xian, eager to make a favorable impression as a newcomer, proposed to treat them, only to be met with unanimous opposition, leading him to abandon the idea. In the morning, he sought out tasks to occupy himself, but was informed that he should first acclimatize to the work environment, as there was no rush. It became abundantly clear to him that this place was indeed a sanctuary for retirement. The only girl younger than Wang Xian is Lu Shui, who has a penchant for dressing up and is the liveliest person in the office. According to her own words, she sought this job simply for a leisurely lifestyle. Having joined in July, a few months prior to Wang Xian. During the morning, Wang Xian diligently immersed himself in the study of Tibetan scriptures on his computer, effectively utilizing his time. Upon reflection, he considered this job quite agreeable. Many would likely desire such an opportunity, yet find it elusive. An amusing incident transpired during lunchtime when Lu Shui, ever enthusiastic, offered to fetch Wang Xian's trench coat. However, with a loud clatter, the hefty coat, weighing over 20 pounds, slipped from her grasp, nearly landing on her foot, prompting a startled scream. She was incredulous, questioning how a mere coat could bear such weight. Gazing at Wang Xian as if he were a creature of myth, she skeptically retrieved the coat from the floor, confirming its absurd heaviness. Curious onlookers soon gathered around, each taking turns to lift the trench coat, their astonishment palpable. Wang Xian hastily clarified that he had recently taken up fitness, and this coat was a custom-made item designed specifically for weight training during his daily commutes. The group quickly understood, praising Wang Xian's determination and expressing admiration for his commitment to fitness. When Lu Shui offered to fetch his cap, Wang Xian preemptively donned it, revealing that it too was crafted from specialized materials, capable of withstanding bullets and weighing a solid 2 pounds. The atmosphere during the lunch gathering was congenial, and Wang Xian's initial intention to humbly seek advice on work was swiftly overshadowed by the other's suggestion to simply enjoy a relaxed approach to life. After dining, the already sparse office area saw the departure of 3 more individuals. The gentleman wearing black-rimmed glasses lamented that he had indulged too much and was experiencing a headache, thus choosing to return home. The reasons given by the other 2 who left were quite similar. Wang Xian felt speechless. Here, there were no clock-ins, no facial recognition, and no attendance checks, truly a realm of unparalleled freedom. He sighed, acknowledging that while the environment was quite pleasant, ideal for his study of ancient arts, he knew he could not linger for long. A practitioner of such arts inevitably attracts anomalies. Fortunately, he was acutely aware that he would soon be heading to Xinqing. Thus, he would not be revealing his true self in the short term. This broad atmosphere led to the office veterans remaining remarkably calm when he requested leave just 2 days into his tenure, as if such behavior was entirely commonplace. Wang Xian was driven away, returning to the estate outside the city to retrieve his equipment. He donned a human skin mask and set off directly. Of course, he did not shed the 3-layered, reinforced bulletproof vest. He merely replaced his trench coat with protective gear, a weight that most could not endure. This time, he intended to take the initiative in hunting, likely facing greater peril than during his previous experience at Qingqing Mountain. Thus, he was particularly vigilant about his protection. En route, Qingmu revealed their destination. Surprisingly, it was the Greater Xing'an Range, where a legendary tomb of immortals was purportedly located deep within the forest. This was quite different from Wang Xian's initial assumptions. He had envisioned a renowned mountain or a site associated with mythological tales. Today's destination turned out to be merely an ordinary stretch of land within the Greater Xing'an Range, said to be unremarkable on the surface, yet somehow pinpointed as the resting place of immortal remains. Once again, it is the venerable Mu at the helm of the spacecraft, while the Black Tiger and the Kite sharpen their blades and inspect their energy guns. Aoki, have you ever experienced an extraordinary sensitivity in your senses or intuition? Along the journey, Wang Xian engaged Aoki in conversation, hesitating to disclose to anyone that he had ventured into the inner realms. Should the conglomerates and research institutions become aware, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, Wang Xian yearned to indirectly hint to Aoki, encouraging him to explore this phenomenon. Before Aoki could respond, Black Tiger interjected, reminiscing about an experience long past, when his senses were heightened, and he felt an illusion of transcending to a higher plane. Wang Xian, astonished, inquired when this occurred. If Black Tiger had indeed activated a state of heightened perception, perhaps he could offer some indirect guidance. It must have been around 10 years ago, during my time with my first love. Since then, such experiences have eluded me. Having traversed the vast seas, I find no other waters to compare in this life. True love is but a memory, Black Tiger sighed. Wang Xian fell into a daze, contemplating whether to slap him. As the seriousness of his tone suggested, he was waxing philosophical. Noticing that Kite seemed eager to share his thoughts, Aoki promptly tapped him on the back of the head, stating, While it is essential to relax before a great battle, do not stray too far from the essence. Wang Xian, have you had any revelations while practicing the ancient techniques? Aoki, perceptive as ever, sensed a distinct change in Wang Xian. It seemed his strength had indeed surged significantly. Last time, I seemed to enter a particularly extraordinary state, where my visual, auditory, olfactory senses, as well as my instinctual intuition, were exceptionally sharp and powerful. Wang Xian was still organizing his thoughts, contemplating how to convey his entry into the inner realm, when Qing Mu spoke up directly, seemingly astonished, yet ultimately he sighed. Qing Mu remarked that such a situation is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Ordinarily, even a master would find it difficult to evoke that state. In various ancient sects, there are distinct terminologies for it. Some refer to that state as the realm of the clear and enlightened bodhisattva, while others call it the unity of heaven and man. It is said that in ancient times, if one were guided by a formidable sorcerer or received the guidance of a patriarch from a sect, it was highly probable to gain immense benefits from such encounters. However, in the present day, unless by extremely rare chance, no one can evoke that state. It remains a domain unattainable even by masters. Moreover, where can one find preaching sorcerers today? All religions have long since lost their patriarchal figures, who can guide or provide benefits. Upon finishing his words, Qing Mu expressed some sympathy for Wang Xian, feeling that he had missed a significant opportunity without anyone to guide or support him. Otherwise, according to legends from ancient sects, this would have been a considerable chance. Wang Xian was somewhat taken aback. He discerned valuable information from this. Was it necessary to have an extraordinary strong being to guide one into the inner realm in ancient times to trigger a supersensory state? This suggested that his experience this time was somewhat unique. At present, he deemed it inappropriate to further discuss this matter, resolving to converse with Qing Mu about it at a later opportunity. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in the pristine forests of the greater Xing'an Range, closely monitoring a mountainous area. Before long, the other members of the expedition organization were fully assembled, a significantly larger contingent than during their exploration of Qingqing Mountain. At the very least, Qing Mu had brought along his 12 teams, while the other groups were composed entirely of elite, seasoned individuals. Look, something's amiss over there, it's quite eerie, Old Mu exclaimed. In the distance, the mountains appeared to be enveloped in an inexplicable radiance, causing the entire region to warp and blur, creating an unsettling yet sacred atmosphere. Could it be that celestial beings truly exist? Qing Mu felt his heart race, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him even from a great distance. Chapter 28. Fishing in the Daxing-Anling region, amidst a dense expanse of woodland, the sky was adorned with swirling clouds and rosy hues, rendering the mountains and forests distorted, imparting a sense of curvature, ambiguity, and chaos. A supernatural force, Qing Mu exclaimed, convinced that a formidable, otherworldly power was in play. Over the years, the expedition team had encountered numerous anomalies, gaining considerable experience in such matters. He instructed everyone to remain still and observe the unfolding events with caution. In the thick fog, the roar of a ferocious beast echoed, reverberating through the desolate mountains, as leaves whirled in the tumult, and the sound ricocheted like thunder. Although the distance was great and everything was separated by an invisible veil, it still evoked a palpable sense of immediacy. Wang Xian was astonished. Could there truly be another monstrous creature lurking in the primeval forest, potentially concealing the remains of an immortal? In this modern age, if mythical beings existed, the terrifying beasts of ancient lore ought to have been discovered by now. As the clouds dispersed, the warped and indistinct scenery returned to clarity. In the distant mountains, a creature indeed emerged, a colossal figure partially obscured by the dense foliage, its cold gaze briefly scanning the area before it turned and vanished. Heavenly Tiger, Feng Zheng exclaimed. What is the matter? The black tiger beside him inquired, tilting its head. Feng Zheng shook his head. I wasn't calling you. I was referring to that creature we just saw. A black tiger, 5 to 6 meters long. Its gaze was chilling, filled with unbridled ferocity. Not only he, but also Wang Xian and Qing Mu had witnessed it, each harboring doubts that it was indeed a black tiger, its massive form cloaked in dark fur adorned with faint stripes. In an instant, several individuals were engulfed in myriad thoughts as ethereal light enveloped the vicinity of the celestial tomb, shrouding it in thick mist. Suddenly, an ancient legendary black tiger materialized, an occurrence undeniably strange. Previously, I had been skeptical of such phenomena, Yet after joining the expedition team, I sensed that I would inevitably embrace the realm of myth. Today, I encountered such a creature. Feng Zheng, in a hushed tone, clearly shaken, murmured. If this had transpired elsewhere, it might have been bearable, but here, where the celestial tomb lay, the atmosphere was extraordinary, filled with clouds and radiant hues. Wang Xian gazed ahead and remarked, "This is the greater Xing'an Range, where northeast tigers are known to roam. This beast might merely be a mutation." The creature, agile and swift, had already vanished from sight. Qing Mu cautioned, whether it be a mythical entity or a mutated northeast tiger, it appears formidable. Its gaze is unsettling. When we approach, remain vigilant. After regaining his composure, he felt less apprehensive, as long as it was a living creature. It could be dispatched with the weaponry aboard the spacecraft. Even if the information proved accurate and we truly stood before a celestial grave, it would be of little consequence. After all, the celestial being had perished, buried there. What could other creatures possibly do? Could they be more formidable than the celestial beings themselves? Feng Zheng quietly pondered. Could it be that this black tiger was raised by the celestial being in its lifetime? After several millennia, it might have survived, and look, it just exhaled mist and light. The very space seemed distorted. It could be more powerful than the celestial being of yore. Silence. Aoki struck him with a resounding slap, asserting that with all the factions gathered today, even the emergence of mythical creatures could be reduced to mere sludge. Had the Grey Blood organization truly erred in their excavation? Now, someone had emerged from the depths of the mountain. Old Mu fixed his gaze on the screen, tracking the movements of their adversaries. The Grey Blood operatives had arrived long ago, employing towering machines to penetrate the mountain's core, and now they were all underground. They heard the resounding roar of a tiger, and some emerged, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Eventually, a contingent of machines mobilized, heading towards a gorge. As the Grey Blood personnel speculated that their excavation path might have been misguided, advancing towards the location where the black tiger had vanished. This promised entertainment. One could only wonder what would transpire when these individuals clashed with a mythical being. Kite was exhilarated. This time, the mantis stalked the cicada while the yellow bird lay in wait. It was finally their turn to ensnare the Grey Blood organization, and he felt an impatient thrill. Roar. The mountains bordering the deep gorge reverberated with a deafening tiger's roar, mingled with mist, as if some supernatural force was at play. Crackle. A batch of machines unexpectedly emitted electric sparks, malfunctioning and collapsing to the ground. The black tiger flickered across the screen and vanished into the forest. Was it responsible for this chaos? This made Aoki's heart race. The appearance of the black tiger, accompanied by fog and a supernatural tremor, had caused a significant malfunction among the machines. Old Mu, let us keep our distance, Aoki cautioned, realizing that if such a force could affect the machines, it could also disrupt the spacecraft. Now, he felt a sense of trepidation. Was this truly a mythical creature? It certainly did not seem easy to contend with. Old Mu remained fixated on the multitude of surveillance data displayed on the screen, assuring, "Rest assured, we are sufficiently distant." Furthermore, the spacecraft has detected anomalous energy, primarily emanating from that cloud formation, which significantly outweighs the impact of the black tiger on the machinery. Aoki inquired, "So, you're suggesting that the supernatural forces originating from the Immortal's tomb are the primary culprits?" At that moment, the members of the Grey Blood organization had completely withdrawn from the mountain's interior. Some were piloting small spacecraft towards the forest, intent on exterminating the black tiger. Additionally, a cohort of advanced robots, capable of resisting pulse interference, entered the clouded area without succumbing to the supernatural forces. Aoki remarked, "The Grey Blood organization has truly invested heavily this time, bringing forth an elite contingent. Those are advanced robots, reputed to significantly mitigate the effects of supernatural substances on themselves." Wang Xian's heart raced. Were these the newly developed robots from the New Star? Aoki elucidated. Ever since New Star successfully harnessed elements of supernatural power, they have been methodically upgrading their robots, yielding remarkable results. A sudden roar echoed through the forest. A robot wielding a several-meter-long alloy blade swept through the air with a ferocious might, resembling a streak of brilliant lightning, and with a resounding thud, struck the fierce tiger. Though the black tiger exhibited remarkable agility, it could not entirely evade the blow, resulting in a gruesome gash along its side, nearly exposing bone. Wang Xian was taken aback. These so-called mythical creatures were merely flesh and blood, evidently unable to withstand the prowess of advanced robots. Bang! A small energy cannon discharged a beam, piercing the nearly 6-meter-long body of the black tiger, which let out a furious roar and staggered before collapsing to the ground. A high-ranking robot advanced, wielding a several-meter-long alloy blade that severed the massive tiger's head, which rolled away as blood gushed forth, staining the mountainous terrain red. It was dead. Had a mythical creature perished so easily? The kite cried out in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation. Within the spacecraft, the black tiger whispered, "What terrible luck." Wang Xian was momentarily lost in thought. After all, it was a mythical beast, or perhaps a mutated Siberian tiger. He felt it was not as formidable as he had imagined, having been swiftly slaughtered. The members of the Gray Blood organization continued their advance into the deep canyon, where the clouds churned and thick fog enveloped the area, rendering it increasingly eerie. Boom! The small spacecraft unleashed a barrage of energy cannon fire, causing a seismic upheaval within the canyon. The ground ruptured, and the rock walls shattered, leaving chaos in their wake. Suddenly, blinding rays of light erupted, and the small spacecraft was violently shaken, retreating from the area. Meanwhile, several high-ranking robots, burdened with alloy blades and armed with energy weapons, malfunctioned, sparking with electricity in a state of disarray. A strong supernatural force radiated throughout the valley. Old Moose spoke, his expression grave, noting that even they could not venture forward lightly, lest they face the repercussions. Shadows flickered within the canyon, revealing numerous colossal creatures, a group of massive, fur-covered apes, standing at least 3 to 4 meters tall, charged forth from the thick fog. The Gray Blood organization, accompanied by mechanized units at the forefront, found themselves in a precarious situation, prompting a swift retreat from the individuals clad in protective gear behind them. In the distance, a spacecraft hurried to their aid. Intense energy beams erupted, reducing dozens of raging beasts in the valley to mere pulp. Something seemed amiss, thought Old Moo, furrowing his brow. Those creatures, suspected to possess supernatural abilities, were utterly inadequate against modern weaponry, being obliterated effortlessly and unable to impede the advance of the Gray Blood personnel. The only significant threat to the robots and spacecraft emerged from the luminous haze rising from the canyon's depths, yet that supernatural force appeared to be waning rapidly. The Gray Blood operatives pressed forward, wielding energy weapons, with advanced mechs making their appearance. Merely donning protective gear proved perilous in the canyon's depths. A fallen phoenix is inferior to a chicken, and the deceased immortals fare little better, Aoki mused. Suddenly, his body trembled, a serious expression overtaking his features as a secure line connected him to the higher echelons of the exploration organization. Aoki, your spacecraft's cloaking device is commendable, exhibiting strong self-protection capabilities. Pay heed now. Initiate the highest level of self-defense and concealment. The voice belonged to an elderly man. Wang Xian was close by Aoki, his hearing exceptionally acute, and since Aoki had not deliberately distanced himself, he caught the familiar tone of that slow, deliberate speech. He immediately thought of his old colleague, who on his first day at work had spent half an hour on the phone, making plans to go fishing. The voices of the two were indeed somewhat similar. Did the person speaking with Aoki not employ a voice changer? It appeared they were quite familiar and trusted each other. What does this mean? Aoki inquired. The elderly man, unhurried and languid, informed him that another faction of the Gray Blood organization was approaching, preparing to encircle them. They have a medium-sized warship and are nearing the greater Shingon range. Aoki felt an urge to curse. They had been cut off from their escape route, and the Gray Blood organization intended to eliminate them. Wang Xian, upon hearing that sluggish voice, felt an overwhelming desire to seize the old man and give him a good beating. Were they being hunted in return? Your investigation into the Gray Blood organization has startled the snake. They deliberately leaked information to you, waiting for you to mobilize your forces before unleashing their firepower from above to send you all on your way. A chill swept through Aoki's body. If the opposing medium-sized warship had been deployed, this was no trivial matter. It was likely they would all perish here. Has the old land become a sieve, allowing them to act so arrogantly, coming and going as they please? Aoki exclaimed in panic. Wang Xian could no longer remain composed. This news struck him like a thunderbolt. They were to be hunted in retaliation, as the organization had purposefully lured them in. At that moment, even if he had mastered the third layer of the golden body technique, it would not suffice. The road ahead was arduous, and without having trained to at least 10 layers, he could not ensure his own safety. The elderly man spoke, Do not be anxious. Everything is proceeding according to plan. You merely need to activate the highest levels of stealth and protection. The relevant departments have long since mobilized and are poised to act. What is going on? Please clarify. Qingmu felt utterly in the dark. The old man explained from the outset. We resolved to collaborate with the authorities to combat the Grey Blood organization and to seize that clandestine research facility in the Greater Xing'an Range where they have been conducting immortality experiments. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted in the distant sky beyond the Greater Xing'an Range, followed by a violent explosion as spacecraft were obliterated. Boom, boom. Under the relentless and intense barrage of energy beams, the vessels and warships of the Grey organization disintegrated, nearly eradicated in an instant. What on earth is happening? Qingmu was irritated. The old man gently elucidated the situation, stating, there exists a formidable research facility on the New Star side that has unearthed something significant in the Greater Xing'an Range. For years, they have been conducting experiments in secrecy without reporting to the old soil. Naturally, the authorities have prepared to converse with them. This time, they have leaked information to the Grey Blood organization, prompting them to probe the specifics of that underground laboratory while simultaneously educating them on the necessity of adhering to the rules in the old soil. Of course, the Grey Blood organization is quite cautious, dispatching only a small contingent. Thus, we must inconvenience you. To bait them, we can only rely on you to draw their attention. Damn it! Qingmu cursed vehemently. Chapter 29. The living sorceress with the threat neutralized and the warships of the Grey Blood organization disintegrated. Aoki exhaled a sigh of relief upon receiving the news. Black Tiger, Old Mu, and Kite also felt the tension in their hearts dissipate. They had nearly fallen victim to a role reversal, becoming prey instead of hunters. The day had indeed been perilous. Wang Xian remained silent, discomfort gnawing at him. His safety was entirely beyond his control, dictated by others, a situation he found intolerable. From the perspective of the elder, however, it was understandable. The fishing expedition had been executed with remarkable precision, leaving the Grey Blood organization significantly weakened. Yet, from Wang Xian's viewpoint, a slight misstep could have transformed their ship into a mere heap of scrap metal, with none of them emerging alive. Any thoughts? Aoki, as a master of ancient arts, sensed Wang Xian's low spirits. Wang Xian did not conceal his feelings, stating, although the fishing was successful today, as the bait, we are always at risk of being devoured by a larger predator. Ultimately, our survival hinges solely on luck. Black Tiger, Kite, and Old Mu remained silent. Yet they all resonated with his perspective, having grown accustomed to numerous crises. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, Aoki interjected, temporarily diverting the conversation. Wang Xian pondered silently. Despite the expedition organization's strength and their fruitful missions, being a mere pawn, subject to the whims of others regarding his fate, left him feeling profoundly uneasy, igniting thoughts of retreat. He yearned for the freedom to explore the realm of ancient arts unshackled, unwilling to become a mere piece in someone else's game. Deep within the canyon, clouds of vapor ascended as energy cannons relentlessly bombarded the surroundings. The forces of the Grey Blood organization remained oblivious to the fact that their retreat had been severed and their medium-sized warships had been utterly annihilated. They continued their advance with determination. However, trouble soon beset them as a multitude of modern high-energy weapons lay concealed deep within the canyon, launching a fierce counterattack against the invading Grey Blood forces. It was only at this juncture that they began to sense something amiss. If this were indeed a celestial grave, how could it be fortified with such advanced technology, outnumbering even their own energy cannons? Elite mechanized soldiers emerged, brandishing energy rifles and unleashing a barrage of fire upon them. The realization struck the Grey Blood troops that the situation was dire, prompting a hasty retreat and an immediate attempt to contact their rear for reinforcements, only to find themselves utterly cut off. Who are you, and why have you set an ambush here targeting us? The Grey Blood soldiers shouted in desperation. The inhabitants of the canyon, incensed, retorted, "You assault our underground laboratory and dare to claim you are the victims of our targeting? How absurd!" The conflict escalated as both sides unleashed chaos within the canyon, with some mechanized soldiers charging to the forefront, their energy rifles spewing beams of light, while they wielded alloy blades with lethal intent. The ferocity of this battle was nothing short of brutal. The Grey Blood organization possessed small spacecraft nearby. Yet upon witnessing the tumultuous melee within the canyon, they found themselves at a loss for how to intervene. Ultimately, despair overwhelmed the Grey Blood troops, and a chaotic retreat ensued. They initially attempted to escape in their ships, but before they could gain any distance, they were struck, resulting in a series of catastrophic explosions. The personnel from the relevant departments stood at a distance, while the expedition organization had been waiting patiently. Upon witnessing the disarrayed retreat of the Grey Blood organization, they naturally did not hold back. Deep within the canyon, those individuals fell silent, realizing they were under scrutiny. Multiple forces had converged upon the Daxing-Yanling region. They sensed that this time, resistance was futile and surmised the identity of their adversary. They could only blame themselves for clandestinely conducting research in this location for so many years without reporting to the appropriate authorities. Yet, surrendering all their scientific achievements without a fight left them discontented, prompting them to showcase the extraordinary nature of their findings to facilitate future negotiations. As they communicated with their counterparts, they unearthed a remarkable object from the depths, a golden bamboo segment, still adorned with leaves, exuding vibrant life. Most astonishingly, when activated by a certain instrument, it erupted in resplendent rays, unleashing formidable supernatural forces. In an instant, nearby spacecraft experienced disturbances, as if struck by an unseen shockwave. The raw material of the golden bamboo tablet, Wang Xian was captivated, standing transfixed before the large screen of the spacecraft, unable to divert his gaze. The leaves of that bamboo flowed with golden radiance, showering light, disrupting various precision instruments in the vicinity. Qing Mu was astonished. The supernatural energy was released through that bamboo, and in a unidirectional manner, ensuring they remained unaffected by any impact. What other secrets lay hidden underground? The Research Institute from Nova had brazenly showcased such an extraordinary plant. As the years have passed, various organizations and conglomerates within the new star have uncovered a total of 4 golden bamboo slips in the ancient soil. Yet they have never encountered the original living bamboo. Astonishingly, there exists such a specimen beneath the Greater Xing'an Range? Boom. It is evident that the higher-ups of the exploration organization and relevant authorities have received reports and swiftly acted to eliminate the remnants of the Grey Blood organization, subsequently ceasing hostilities to establish a connection with the underground experimental site and initiate negotiations. Aoki, you and Jinchuan accompany the personnel from the relevant department to the canyon to investigate the situation regarding the underground experimental site. At this moment, the elder contacted Aoki again, instructing him to bring several capable assistants deeper underground. Undoubtedly, the exploration organization has maintained close ties with the relevant authorities. Otherwise, such collaboration would not have been possible today. Haihu, Fengzhong, and Old Mu gazed eagerly, wishing to visit the canyon and discover what this research institute from New Star had unearthed, as well as the scientific achievements it had accomplished. They understood that entering now would pose no danger, for the skies were filled with spacecraft and various high-energy weapons were aimed at the canyon. Only a madman would dare to instigate conflict from below. Xiao Wang and Haihu, you two shall accompany me. Aoki was the first to disembark from the spacecraft, subsequently selecting 6 individuals from other teams to follow him forward. Fengzhong and Old Mu felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they comprehended that, although there should be no danger, it was indeed prudent to choose those with superior skills for the expedition. Jinchuan also arrived with 8 individuals, awaiting at the entrance of the canyon. 7 individuals from the relevant department arrived, led by a man in his 40s responsible for initial negotiations and liaison. He wore black-rimmed glasses. Upon catching a glimpse of his profile, Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat. Ever since he had overheard the old man conversing with Qing Mu not long ago, a wave of suspicion had washed over him. Was this indeed his former colleague? Now, seeing this middle-aged man sporting the same style of black-rimmed glasses as the old chap in his office, he found himself teetering on the edge of paranoia. Fortunately, he was certain that even if this individual donned an authentic human skin mask, he could not possibly be that old acquaintance. As a master of ancient arts, he possessed a formidable instinctive awareness. Flanking the bespectacled man were 2 military personnel, both adept in the realm of ancient techniques. The remaining 4 were professionals in the field of life sciences, primarily accompanying the others to observe and verify certain matters. The Grand Canyon lay in ruins, and a small spacecraft appeared, guiding them deep into its recesses until they entered a vast cavern. Upon disembarking from the vessel, they beheld an underground construction that was remarkably well developed, with facilities built entirely to modern standards. The illumination was bright, the underground expanse was vast, imbued with a contemporary ambience, as if they had stepped into the interior of a skyscraper. Within this subterranean realm, there existed extensive living quarters alongside the most advanced laboratory areas. The group descended over 100 meters in an elevator before alighting, then proceeded towards a network of caverns. It was here that we made the most astonishing discovery. Having resolved to share our findings with the ancient soil, we would ensure that no secrets remained concealed. Accompanied by representatives from the new star, we were provided with explanations throughout our journey. This organization boasts considerable stature, renowned in New Star as the Origin Life Research Institute. While it may sound like a mere scientific establishment, its reach extends across various domains, encompassing vast industries. Such an extensive operation could not possibly sustain the establishment of such a grand experimental site in the ancient soil without substantial resources. At the very least, they remain undaunted by the mercenary organization known as the Grey Blood, for the Origin Life Research Institute possesses adequate security forces of its own. "How did you find this place?" inquired a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. "This is the Greater Shingon Range, dense with primordial forests and devoid of renowned mountains or rivers. Without prior knowledge, excavating here would mean digging hundreds of meters into the earth. Only a madman or a fool would attempt it," a female researcher from New Star elucidated. "We deciphered a preaching bamboo scroll, which revealed the existence of this location. After years of exploration, we ultimately discovered it." "What is inscribed on the bamboo scroll that merits such an arduous pursuit?" asked the bespectacled man. Wang Xian, standing not far from him, shared a similar curiosity regarding these inquiries. "The scroll speaks of a woman who, in that era, seemed to possess great renown and aspired to ascend to the ranks of the immortals. Though the scroll documenting her was damaged and the text incomplete, it indicated this precise location, prompting our relentless search. The new star had previously unearthed several fragmented corpses of preaching alchemists, extracting unusual substances from their bones and hair, which held astonishing scientific value. Naturally, the presence of a female alchemist with the potential for immortality stirred immense interest. It is well known that the pinnacle of alchemists are akin to mythological figures, shrouded in the extraordinary, and their relics are exceedingly rare to find. Any information regarding them, even in an era of rising new techniques, would undoubtedly attract the keen attention of various institutions. Moreover, as the immortal beings are elusive, many believe that the top preaching alchemists could very well be the legendary immortals. "Have you found that female alchemist?" inquired a middle-aged man wearing black-framed glasses. "Yes, we have," affirmed the female researcher accompanying him as they proceeded into the cavern, instructing her team to open the stone chamber ahead. With a resounding rumble, the stone door creaked open, releasing an inexplicable aura that began to swirl around them. In truth, even before entering, Wang Xian had already placed his trust in the researcher's words. He felt an uncanny familiarity, as though he stood in a realm of inner landscapes, and he detected the presence of mysterious particles which slowly drifted in this space. Then, all present were struck with awe. Before them lay a golden bamboo, a meter in diameter, split open to fashion a small boat, within which reclined a young woman, remarkably lifelike, as if she had merely just fallen asleep. This woman embodied contemporary beauty standards, her delicate skin pale and lustrous, her hair a glossy black, and her visage flawless, exuding an extraordinary allure. Life still emanates from her. Aoki's expression turned grave, and he spoke immediately, betraying a hint of anxiety. Despite the woman lying motionless with her eyes closed, the faint aura she exuded sent waves of trepidation through Aoki's heart, akin to a herbivore encountering the king of beasts. An overwhelming sense of unease surged within him, accompanied by an instinctive urge to flee. Wang Xian also fixed his gaze upon the woman in the golden bamboo boat, acutely aware of the formidable vitality she possessed. The body of this young woman showed no signs of decay, and her attire bore a striking resemblance to the intricacies of the pre-Qin era, remarkably preserved over the years, just like her physical form. Indeed, it appeared as if she were still alive. The female researcher from Nova solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. Gratitude was extended to the Silver Alliance leader, San Xingyuan, for their invaluable support. Appreciation was also conveyed to Miss Jiran for her ascension as leader, with heartfelt thanks for her backing. Chapter 30. The failure of ascension throughout the years. Various organizations and authorities associated with the new star have unearthed numerous extraordinary artifacts from the old Earth. Yet a golden bamboo, measuring a meter in diameter, remains unprecedented. It was cleaved in half and fashioned into a small vessel, a remarkable feat even in the pre-Qin era. The prominent institutions of New Star once engaged in fierce competition for mere fragments of gilded bamboo slips, but now they are presented with this vibrant, living bamboo. The bamboo vessel is adorned with several branches, each lush with leaves, intermittently showering golden light upon the serene figure of the slumbering female practitioner. A female researcher from New Star elucidated that the bamboo branches recently brought to the surface were segments taken from the small boat. "Are you suggesting that she still possesses the potential for revival?" inquired a man wearing black-framed glasses, who identified himself as Qianlei, diligently seeking to comprehend the situation. The authorities place significant emphasis on this location. Anything pertaining to the concept of immortality is of utmost importance, not only to the financial magnates of New Star, but also to those on the old Earth. It is implausible. She has been deceased for millennia. The essence of self-awareness, a quintessential characteristic of humanity, has long since perished, and the bioelectric activity within her brain has dissipated. Zhou Yu, one of the project leaders, understood this better than anyone else. The female practitioner had been dead for at least 3,000 years. The only enigma lies in the persistence of her bodily vitality. Subsequent examinations and analyses led them to a consensus. This phenomenon was intricately linked to the golden vessel and her own supernatural abilities. "Please elaborate further." Qianlei sought advice, needing a meticulous understanding that the ancient soil would undoubtedly participate in the subsequent research of the underground experimental site. Several researchers from the New Star project elaborated on the discovery of this subterranean relic, the direction of their research in recent years, and the preliminary results they have achieved thus far. Zhou Yu, one of the project leaders, supplemented their explanations, fully aware of the concerns that some individuals from the ancient soil held most dear. Upon examination, it was determined that her physiological age at the time of death was approximately 25. Such youthfulness startled Qianlei, being part of a specialized department. He possessed a deeper knowledge of pre-Qin alchemists than the average person. The notion of someone in their 20s ascending to the pinnacle of power among these practitioners was unprecedented. However, to be precise, 25 merely represented her biological vitality, through various methods of testing and analysis. Scientific calculations revealed that her actual age at death was around 230 years, a truly astonishing revelation. From the number of cellular divisions to mitochondrial consumption, her metrics far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. The fact that such an age could maintain a youthful state rendered Qianlei's expression exceedingly grave. Adjusting his glasses, he inquired, "Is the data reliable?" Zhou Yu understood the hopes that he, or rather those behind him, harbored. The quest for immortality has remained an enduringly enigmatic topic from ancient times to the present, captivating many. Countless heroes have sought to unravel this mystery, echoing the ancient tales that have persisted through the ages. However, the tycoons of this era are more direct, publicly investing vast resources and already achieving preliminary results. Zhou Yu remarked, "Her cause of death remains unknown, yet it is unequivocally not a natural demise. Based on her biological vitality, it is theoretically plausible for her to have lived at least 700 years, with an upper limit around 950. Qianlei felt a tumult of emotions within. He understood the implications. Once reported upward, this underground laboratory would become one of the most significant research facilities in the old soil, with security measures elevated to the highest level. Several researchers from the old soil were reviewing data reports, nodding in agreement, visibly exhilarated. This underground laboratory had already conducted numerous experiments utilizing the blood, bone marrow, and muscle fibers of the female practitioner, with comprehensive data and credible conclusions. Wang Xian attentively listened and observed. The 230-year-old female practitioner maintained the vitality of someone in their 20s, which was indeed astonishing. He was acutely aware that individuals with such remarkable achievements must have ventured into the inner realm. Her mitochondrial telomere length far exceeded that of an ordinary person, implying a theoretical significant extension of her lifespan. The researchers from the old soil were envious, eager to partake in this project immediately. Zhou Yu stated, "We have extracted a remarkable substance from the female practitioner's blood, capable of extending the lifespan of ordinary individuals to a certain extent." Upon hearing this, Qianlei's expression turned grave, and he inquired, "Do you have any stage results? I mean, in clinical trials. Are there any genuine cases demonstrating how much longer ordinary people can live?" Indeed, there exists a significant client on the New Star side, who is also one of our investors. This underground experimental facility has received 30% of its funding from him. We plan to inject the active substances extracted from the blood of the female practitioner into him. After over 2 years of tracking and observation, it has been discovered that, theoretically, he could live for another 15 years, despite his originally limited lifespan. Upon hearing such words from Zhou Yu, the individuals from the old Earth were utterly astonished. Even Wang Xian was secretly amazed. The female practitioner had been deceased for over 3,000 years, yet remnants of her longevity attributes still resided within her body, which was indeed extraordinary, akin to the legendary flesh of Tang Sung. Qianlei's expression immediately shifted, and he inquired, "Do you have any other such clients? How much of that active substance have you extracted from the female practitioner?" Zhou Yu replied, "We have several major clients awaiting our samples, but we do not wish to exploit this resource recklessly. Over the years, we have been attempting to artificially cultivate the cells of the female practitioner, yet the results have been unsatisfactory. For instance, her blood harbors supernatural powers, and once it leaves her body, its properties become extremely unstable, leading to multiple laboratory explosion incidents. We also have an experiment in preparation, intending to upload the memories and thoughts of a certain volunteer from New Star into the female practitioner's brain, and to reactivate the biological electricity within her mind, to see if we can harness her extraordinary physical vitality to allow another individual to experience a rebirth." "No," Qianlei exclaimed, becoming somewhat agitated and raising his voice. Wang Xian was rendered speechless, astonished that such an experiment even existed. On the side of the New Star, this type of technology has reached a considerable level of accumulation. From the perspective of researchers like us, there is little distinction between humans and machines. We are merely more intricate. The cognitive activities of the human brain can be reduced to a complex set of programs, and theoretically, they can be replicated. Qianlei spoke solemnly, stating that the experimental project you mentioned should be put on hold. Such actions cannot be taken. He then inquired, "Who is that volunteer?" He believed that an ordinary person would never obtain such an opportunity. It seemed to be an attempt to revive the female subject's body, granting her the ability to live for centuries without death. "It is Ms. Zheng, the founder of our Origin Life Research Institute," Zhou Yu calmly informed him, adding that 60% of the funding for the construction of this underground experimental facility came from Ms. Zheng. Qianlei remarked, "Since we are to collaborate, we must devise the most prudent plan. Your experiment is far too risky and should not proceed at this stage. In truth, I too do not support the idea of reviving another person's thoughts and memories within her. I am more inclined towards the latter proposal, which involves a comprehensive dissection of the female subject. Utilizing the most advanced life instruments from the New Star, we could record and decode her genetic information, fundamentally analyzing and compiling the microscopic structure of a being that transcends the limits of human life." Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was left speechless, mourning for the female subject, who had been dead for thousands of years yet could find no peace, constantly subjected to blood draws, and now facing dissection. Qianlei was taken aback. This seemingly demure woman exhibited such fervor. He quickly interjected, stating, "Please refrain from any rash actions. Certain experiments must be momentarily suspended until our proposal is ready for discussion. Since we are to collaborate, it is imperative that we achieve a mutually beneficial outcome." This particular bamboo was imbued with supernatural powers and possessed extraordinary vitality. Upon our refinement, we discovered that the life force it contained was comparable to that of the formidable female practitioner. When the subject of the robust bamboo, fashioned into a small vessel, arose, the female researcher Zhou Yu became animated. Wang Xian, intrigued, could not resist inquiring of a nearby researcher, "Are there no bamboo slips or other findings within this subterranean cavern?" A practitioner of such strength surely must have left behind additional artifacts. The researcher shook his head, replying, "No, when we entered, this underground chamber appeared to have undergone a significant explosion. Many areas were charred, and any bamboo slips present had turned to ash." From his description, whether it was Qing Mu, the two adept warriors from the Old Earth military, or the inherently powerful Qianlei, all wore expressions of grave concern. Qing Mu spoke solemnly. "Your account bears a striking resemblance to the records left by other practitioners of the pre-Qin era. Indeed, affirmed the adept from the old Earth military. This aligns closely with descriptions of explosive failures during the process of transcendence. The concept of transcendence has been a subject of debate among later generations. Some believe that choosing this path signifies an awareness of impending death, whereby one harnesses supernatural forces to incinerate oneself. There are those who believe that the process of transcendence signifies the imminent ascent to immortality, elevating the essence of life to its zenith, thereby enabling true eternal existence. Regrettably, throughout the vast expanse of time, no evidence has substantiated this claim. Every individual associated with transcendence has been found deceased. Indeed, an archaeological team dispatched by the newly emerged elite once unearthed the remains of such individuals, their remains bearing witness to an undignified demise. The woman before us has been referenced in other ancient texts, regarded as one of the foremost practitioners among the alchemists, aspiring to attain an immortal status. Naturally, she sought the path of transcendence. Alas, it now appears that she too has faltered in this pursuit, which elucidates the mystery of her untimely death despite having a considerable lifespan remaining. From a scientific standpoint, investigations reveal no signs of injury, and the cause of death remains elusive. However, when approached from the perspective of ancient practices, one might deduce that her spirit and will were irrevocably shattered, extinguished beyond the possibility of revival. Wang Xian found himself entranced, contemplating yet another instance of failure in the pursuit of transcendence. Chapter 31. The longevity seed project. There exists an abundance of legends surrounding the immortals, yet upon closer examination, one finds that these tales merely pertain to transformation rather than true ascension, particularly in this era of dazzling technological civilization. Numerous life research institutions and major conglomerates relentlessly excavate the past in pursuit of immortality. They have, on several occasions, unearthed individuals chronicled in the records of the immortals. Witnessing their vividly preserved forms upon the initial opening of ancient tombs was indeed a profound shock. However, moments later, one could only sigh in regret as these legendary figures swiftly disintegrated into ash, unequivocally confirming their lack of true transcendence. For instance, the figure known as Chixuzi, a genuine immortal mentioned in the records of the immortals, was discovered in ancient times, only to reveal a pile of ashes at his burial site. Similarly, the remains of Guan Lingyin, whose coffin was excavated, have been displayed as artifacts in museums for many years. Wang Xian remained indifferent to the debunking of the immortals. The knowledge he gleaned today regarding the lifespan limitations of alchemists was of substantial significance to him. The woman lying in the bamboo boat, as a foremost practitioner among alchemists, could potentially live up to 700 years, with an upper limit of 95 years, a lifespan indeed remarkable. To substantiate this with historical figures, one might reference the illustrious Pengzu, who is said to have lived for 800 years, falling within this range. Wang Xian was suddenly filled with confidence. Should he ever step into that realm, he would possess ample time to ponder the matters that lie beyond the culmination of ancient practices. However, upon a moment of reflection, he began to contemplate certain questions. For instance, why, despite having ample years ahead, was this woman so eager to achieve transformation and ascend? What transpired back then? Was it related to her personally? Or was it influenced by the broader environment? He pondered extensively. Her failure in transcendence, and the fact that she retained her physical form and vitality from her previous life, was intricately linked to this substantial golden bamboo. Zhou Yu explained that the research institute had named this bamboo Transcendence Bamboo, which contained a rich essence of supernatural material and vibrant life force. Qianlei inquired, "Do you have any other research plans or experiments in different directions?" "Indeed. There is another initiative, which we have dubbed Longevity Species." "Do tell." Qianlei was aware that the personnel from the New Star Research Institute would likely withhold certain information, but there would be ample time to uncover it gradually. Aside from the dissipation of her spiritual consciousness, the female practitioner exhibited remarkable bodily vitality, as if she had been in a deep slumber until now. Her physiological age was quite youthful, at the prime stage for marriage and procreation. Upon hearing this, even the two composed experts from the military were taken aback, rendered speechless, and deemed the researchers of New Star utterly reckless. Qianlei was also momentarily stunned, instinctively adjusting his black-framed glasses as if fearing they might fall. He could not restrain himself from asking, "Are you suggesting that, after 3 millennia, she could bear a child?" "Indeed," She is the true embodiment of nearing immortality that we have discovered, breaking the ceiling of human lifespan. The genetic material she leaves for her descendants is undoubtedly extraordinary and worthy of experimentation. Zhou Yu's face was alight with fervor, even more animated than when she had expressed her desire to dissect the female practitioner, as she could not help but vigorously wave her arm. As the head of a department within the exploration organization, Aoki typically exudes calmness and composure. However, he now finds himself somewhat taken aback. He suddenly perceives that the seemingly refined researchers, once ignited by passion, can be far more formidable than himself. Wang Xian feels a touch bewildered, contemplating the absurdity of the situation. Can this truly be permitted? To endure restless torment for 3 millennia post-mortem, only to bear offspring? Resolutely, he resolves that if he fails to master the ancient arts before his inevitable demise, he shall incinerate himself in flames. He is now deeply skeptical that the revered sorcerers of yore, who ultimately transcended and immolated themselves, had not foreseen such a day. Qianlei, with utmost seriousness and a grave expression, declares, at this stage, we cannot proceed with this experiment. Zhou Yu, one of the project leaders, though possessing considerable influence, does not insist on immediate action upon hearing this. She nods in agreement, stating, we had no intention of initiating this in the near future. While the maternal entity is sufficiently robust, we have yet to identify a suitable paternal counterpart. Perhaps a decade hence, should an appropriate individual emerge along the path of new techniques, we may reconsider. As for the old methods, it is best to abandon them. The likes of the preaching sorcerers will never manifest again. This path grows increasingly untenable in today's era, yielding results at a frustratingly slow pace and lacking universality. Wang Xian sighs inwardly, relieved that the female sorcerer has temporarily sidestepped a significant calamity in her life. Yet, he soon shakes his head, for the departed. Notions of honor and disgrace hold no meaning. Qianlei engages in extensive discussions with Zhou Yu and other emerging leaders before taking his leave, requesting to take a segment of the transcendent bamboo for further study. Zhou Yu and his companions seem to have anticipated this moment, generously offering him the severed piece of bamboo. Aoki, feeling unsettled, contemplated articulating a request on behalf of the expedition organization for a segment of the precious golden bamboo. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the representatives from the New Star Initiative preemptively addressed the matter. They expressed their concerns that further harvesting of the ethereal bamboo branches from the bamboo vessel could severely compromise its vitality, potentially jeopardizing the stability of the female practitioner's condition. Such repercussions would render all experiments futile, making it impossible to proceed. Aoki found himself at a loss for words, as they had effectively closed off all avenues. Persisting in his demands would only disrupt the larger scheme and obstruct the experiments. Zhou Yu displayed a look of regret and presented a golden leaf, indicating that this was the only option available. Aoki felt a pang of discomfort as he glanced at the segment of bamboo in Qianlei's hand, then at the leaf resting in his palm. Without comparison, there is no shame. He resigned himself to this reality. Wang Xian then spoke up, expressing his apologies and inquiring, "May I take a few stones from this cave?" The others present were taken aback, and the New Star representatives appeared puzzled. Wang Xian quickly elaborated, "I am a practitioner of ancient arts, revering the wisdom of the ancients. The notion of transcending into immortality feels mythical to me. To witness such relics firsthand brings me immense satisfaction, yet I wish to take away a few fragments as mementos to inspire myself. The path of ancient arts is viable, leading towards the realm of transcendence, a step closer to immortality." Aoki was astonished. He knew Wang Xian well and was aware of his lack of reverence for the immortals. Had he truly changed his demeanor today? The notion of taking stones for display was unexpected. The middle-aged man from the military revealed a smile. He was a formidable master of the ancient arts. Nodding, he remarked, "You're quite impressive, young man. A martial enthusiast, indeed. You remind me of my younger self. In the future, let us keep in touch. Although I am now transitioning towards the new techniques, I have not entirely forsaken the old ways. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out, and we shall engage in a thorough discussion." Wang Xian immediately donned a sincere smile, expressing his gratitude, and proactively approached to exchange contact information, naturally providing the phone number designated for liaising with the expedition organization. The project leader from the New Star Initiative, along with other researchers, observed this interaction and, with the presence of a military individual, nodded in a nonchalant manner. In truth, they had thoroughly scoured the area long ago. While the female adept had indeed left behind certain artifacts, most had been reduced to ashes, leaving nothing of substantial value. Furthermore, they had employed the latest instruments to probe the site dozens of times, finding no layers within the cavern nor any other extraordinary substances or energies. Wang Xian casually pried several stones from the cracked cavern wall with his bare hands, astonishing the new star personnel with his strength. Although the cave had been cleared, the charred marks between the fissures suggested something more akin to lightning strikes rather than combustion from purification. With an impassive expression, he collected a total of 6 stones before quietly retreating, exuding a demeanor of tranquility, though his heart raced with excitement. Qingmu sighed. I too practice the ancient arts. Yet lamentably, I lack the requisite talent. While I revere the sages of the past, my own abilities fall short, compelling me to pursue the path of new techniques. I shall take 2 stones as mementos. What can the newcomers say, having been given merely a single leaf? Surely, one cannot be partial even upon the stones, can they? Alas, our old path has reached its end. Henceforth, we must place our hopes in new techniques. The middle-aged man from the military stepped forward, visibly melancholic. And he too seized 2 stones. How tragic! Jin Xuan sighed and quietly approached, tucking the 2 fist-sized stones into his embrace. Wang Xian stood in a stupor. Yet he was convinced that these 3 individuals truly understood nothing, yet they mimicked his actions. Was this sheer folly or mere imitation? The newcomer laughed, thinking to take advantage of them. How ludicrous! This cavern had been thoroughly examined, countless times, and if anything of value truly existed, would they have left it for you? You all. Qian Lei sighed, shaking his head. Qingmu, Jin Xuan, and the middle-aged military man felt a tinge of embarrassment. They were all sensible individuals. Qian Lei took the lead in turning away, and soon they ascended back to the surface via the elevator, subsequently being conveyed out of the gorge by a small spacecraft. Little brother, I see you have collected quite a number of stones. It suddenly occurs to me that if my comrades were to request some, I would have only 2 to spare, the middle-aged military man said earnestly, gazing at Wang Xian. Wang Xian sighed. This man had earlier been so courteous, resembling a martial enthusiast from his youth, and he had spoken at length, only to realize that his gratitude was misplaced. Qian Lei adjusted his glasses and remarked, Little brother, do grant me a piece as well. After all, it is rock from the site of the feathering cataclysm, and I need to take it back for specialized analysis. Wang Xian found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was evident that none of these individuals were simple characters. They were all performers. However, he remained unfazed, having long anticipated certain possibilities. He had taken several stones, but his true concern lay with just 2 of them. Thus, he said nothing, silently tossing 1 stone each to the middle-aged man and Qian Lei. Upon noticing Qingmu's hesitant demeanor, he took the initiative to throw him a stone as well. Jin Xuan immediately interjected, Brother, we belong to the same exploration organization. Before he could finish, Wang Xian decisively rejected him, stating no. He did not forget to add, You attempted to ambush me last time. Jin Xuan was momentarily taken aback. He intended to correct him, insisting that it was merely a strategic interception, but ultimately chose silence and walked away, unwilling to provoke further conflict. Wang Xian regarded the group of middle-aged men and remarked, Are you overthinking this? I genuinely intend to take these back for display, as a constant reminder that ancient arts can be quite formidable. What are you all pondering? Haha, such is the wisdom garnered through life's experiences. The middle-aged man from the military, however, remained composed and refrained from escalating the situation this time. They departed, retreating, ready to return home. Qingmu patted him on the shoulder. Soon after, they boarded the spacecraft, returning smoothly. Although this mission was fraught with tension, yet devoid of peril, Wang Xian found himself contemplating withdrawal. He no longer wished to place his fate in the hands of others. Presently, his spirits were not low, on the contrary. He was filled with excitement, clutching the stones, eager to return to his residence. Even with his typically composed demeanor, he could scarcely contain his anticipation, underscoring the stone's immense value. Upon returning to the city, Wang Xian wasted no time and hurried straight to his residence, for he could hardly contain his anticipation. Time has flown by. It is already mid-month. I seek the support for next month's tickets. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Yi Wei, Chong Xian, Yi Ban Huahua, Xiao Mao, Ai Air Tian Kong, and Ba Zhonghe. Thank you to the esteemed patrons for your unwavering support. Chapter 32. strange objects. The night sky was devoid of clouds. The stars shimmered brilliantly, and the cosmos stretched into an abyss of infinite imagination. A flying saucer streaked across the urban expanse like a shooting star, swiftly vanishing, leaving only a faint trace in its wake, its speed astonishingly rapid. Soon, another warship soared overhead, its alloy hull emanating a chilling luminescence. A behemoth capable of traversing the void of space, hurtling towards the horizon with remarkable swiftness. Wang Xian, with food in his mouth, one hand clutching a meat sandwich and the other a cup of soy milk, was hurriedly returning to his aged community, the stars twinkling above him. When he glanced up and beheld this spectacle, he was somewhat taken aback. Was there some operation underway? Even the large warships were mobilized, crossing the city's sky and disappearing into the distance. As he continued on his path, nearly finishing his dinner, his thoughts were consumed by the two stones. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Qingmu calling. They had parted not long ago. What could possibly be the matter? Wang Xian hastily finished his last bites of food and answered the call, immediately greeted by Qingmu's laughter, his spirits evidently high. The Grey Blood organization's stronghold in the old Earth had been dismantled, with every spaceship and warship captured. Relevant authorities had intervened, issuing stern warnings to organizations that flouted the old Earth's regulations. Starting tomorrow, those institutions and organizations originating from New Star would adopt a considerably more discreet approach. Wang Xian felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing this news. He had not forgotten that fateful night when he had been ambushed in the very woods before him. That organization had finally been eradicated. Ascending the stairs and returning to his chamber, he promptly placed the stones upon his desk, scrutinizing them meticulously under the illumination. His interest was piqued solely by two of the stones, casting the third aside. Each of the two was roughly the size of a fist, slightly charred. Resembling remnants of a fire's wrath or the aftermath of a lightning strike, their surfaces marked by traces of molten crystallization. A profound aura of mystery enveloped them. Astonishingly, they remained imperceptible to others. Wang Xian mused. This was the impetus behind his fervent desire to retrieve these two stones. At that moment, they had been right before him, yet Qingmu, Qianlei, and the military experts remained oblivious, and one could hardly expect the New Star personnel, who had lingered there for years, to discern them. Wang Xian surmised that this was likely connected to his previous foray into the inner realm. His initial encounter with such enigmatic forces occurred within that inner domain, a place that, although desolate and silent, held the potential to summon mysterious substances through the ancient techniques of preaching alchemists. These ethereal entities could descend from the void, nourishing both spirit and flesh within the inner realm. Upon entering the subterranean cave where the female alchemist lay in slumber, Wang Xian sensed a faint presence of these elusive energies permeating the air. He was taken aback, momentarily believing he had approached the inner realm itself. Soon, he discerned that, apart from the delicate threads emanating from the woman aboard the golden bamboo vessel, a portion of this aura also originated from the rock face. At that moment, Wang Xian realized that the others seemed entirely oblivious to these phenomena, remaining indifferent to the mysterious forces produced by the inner realm. Despite the formidable prowess of Qianlei, Qingmu, and Jin Xuan, they too failed to perceive anything, their attention wholly captivated by the ethereal golden bamboo and the female alchemist. Wang Xian harbored a suspicion. Could it be that only those who have ventured into the inner landscape and absorbed this peculiar substance are capable of perceiving the anomalies? By the end, he was convinced that those individuals in the subterranean cavern had indeed failed to capture the enigmatic factor, mistaking this unique material for mere air. His countenance remained serene, yet internally he was quite exhilarated, having fixated on that section of the rock face, employing his heightened perception to ascertain the core location. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred, and he successfully excavated two stones. Throughout the entirety of the rock face, wisps of mysterious factors seeped forth, yet these two stones were remarkably distinctive. At that moment, aside from confirming the presence of an intensely concentrated, elusive substance within the stones, he sensed he had grazed the very edge of the inner landscape, which was the true cause of his racing heartbeat and the tumult within his soul. Furthermore, he recognized another truth. While the New Star had detected supernatural substances, they remained oblivious to this distinctly different enigmatic factor, failing to uncover anything despite employing the most advanced instruments. Clearly, the items from the inner landscape were extraordinary. Wang Xian caressed the two stones, their surfaces coarse and marked by scorch marks, releasing a pleasantly comforting essence that permeated his being. The remnants of ascension, the relics of immortality. Let us name you the Ascension Stones. He found this moniker most fitting. His thoughts drifted to those middle-aged men who, not only had they followed the trend of stone excavation, but crucially, upon emerging, insisted on possessing what lay in his hands, truly cunning. A smile graced Wang Xian's face. Thankfully, he had anticipated their schemes. However, he believed that those few individuals had also reaped benefits, as the entire cavern was imbued with a subtle sense of mystery, with the stones in their possession bearing traces of it. Wang Xian speculated that the female alchemist's failure to ascend had triggered a cataclysmic explosion, causing the mysterious substances she had extracted from the inner realm to erupt violently, scattering everywhere. The cavern had melted in the past, and a plethora of rare materials had been absorbed into the rock layers, rendering the entire cave a veritable treasure trove. Regrettably, the cavern had since endured constant assaults, resulting in a labyrinth of cracks, through which the mysterious elements had ultimately escaped. Otherwise, the ethereal stones would undoubtedly number far more than merely two. Wang Xian was convinced that to those truly knowledgeable, these two stones were priceless treasures, irreplaceable by any means. Holding the two stones, he felt a surge of anticipation. Even before he had shattered the ethereal stones, wisps of mysterious energy had already permeated his being, nurturing his spirit and rejuvenating his sinews. Most crucially, he caught a vague glimpse of the edges of the inner realm. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xian calmed his mind and prepared to invoke the ancient methods of the preaching alchemists, filled with eager anticipation and a fervent desire for exploration. The sound of falling leaves drifted through the window, soon followed by the patter of raindrops against the glass, as the autumn rain began to fall outside. Suddenly, Wang Xian opened his eyes, swiftly placing the two ethereal stones in an inconspicuous corner, and in a flash, he moved to the balcony, crouching down silently. He discerned an unusual sound. Beneath the balcony, there was a faint rustle, the unmistakable indication of someone climbing. Although the noise was too subtle for an ordinary person to perceive, the rain served as a natural veil, concealing all. However, Wang Xian's auditory acuity surpassed that of the average individual, particularly since the last time he had activated his heightened senses and ventured into the inner realms. His abilities had significantly escalated. Not only had he advanced the golden body technique to its third tier, but his mental vigor had also burgeoned, rendering his perception extraordinarily sharp. Who could possibly be scaling the balcony on this rainy night? As Wang Xian unleashed his full sensory awareness, he detected additional faint sounds. In the corridor outside his door, there were delicate footfalls drawing near, two individuals, moving with utmost caution, eventually halting before his entrance. Had his golden body technique not reached its third tier, and his mental state not been so robust, he might have overlooked these subtle cues entirely. But now, everything was different. He captured these nearly imperceptible sounds. Sensing the encroaching peril, silently, a hand appeared on the balcony, straining to ascend, followed by the emergence of a half-exposed head, and then a dark, ominous gun aimed menacingly at the interior of the room. Wang Xian did not catch a glimpse of the intruder's face, but crouching on the balcony afforded him a clear view of the weapon's barrel protruding inward. Should the two individuals outside breach the door while he engaged in combat, the sudden gunfire from the balcony would spell disaster. He recognized immediately that they were professionals. Someone had come to eliminate him, stronger than the last group he had encountered, three formidable assassins with terrifying prowess. This night, the Grey Blood organization was uprooted from its stronghold in the old grounds. Were these assassins merely driven to desperation, or had their employer increased the bounty, prompting those who had not been eliminated to seize the chaotic night to exact vengeance? Regardless of the motive, it stirred within Wang Xian a boiling fury. He had always been amicable, priding himself on never having wronged another soul, yet he found himself persistently targeted, with threats on his life looming closer. The rain outside intensified, pattering relentlessly against the window, while droplets swept in through the balcony, where a lurking assassin clung precariously. Clearly, she was enduring a difficult plight, drenched to the bone. Ultimately, with the agility of a weasel, she managed to flip into the balcony, intending to conceal herself behind the curtains and launch a surprise attack on the occupants within. However, her intentions were misguided. No sooner had she entered than a hand seized her gun-wielding arm, twisting it with a sharp crack. a sound that signaled the fracture of her bone, rendering her helpless to hold her weapon. Just as she prepared to cry out a warning, Wang Xian, having swiftly incapacitated her arm, unleashed a fearsome slap that struck her mouth and nose with overwhelming force. Not only did it silence her voice, but it also caused blood to flow from her orifices, nearly rendering her unconscious. Wang Xian was somewhat taken aback. He possessed unwavering confidence in his prowess, having mastered the third layer of the golden body technique. His physical form had become extraordinarily robust. A single slap of his would typically collapse an ordinary person's face, leaving them unable to utter a sound before collapsing to the ground. Yet this female assassin did not succumb entirely to unconsciousness. A potent force surged within her, fueling her determination to break free. She turned out to be a master of the ancient art of gas extraction, having achieved initial success, and with a firearm in hand. She would undoubtedly be a formidable opponent if caught off guard. To eliminate Wang Xian, a group of genuine elite assassins had arrived this night. If she had not succumbed into unconsciousness, another slap would have been administered. With his perfected golden body technique, Wang Xian's strength was exceptionally formidable, rendering those who had just begun to harness their energy utterly inadequate to confront him. Upon receiving the slap, the assassin's once commendable visage grotesquely contorted, fine cracks appearing on her forehead. As her vision darkened and she began to fall, an icy chill gripped her heart. She realized that this individual was far more powerful than described in the intelligence reports, even without targeting her vital points. A mere casual slap across her face left her utterly incapacitated, as though a ferocious Siberian tiger had pinned a helpless rabbit beneath its paw. Wang Xian grasped the female assassin with one hand, while deftly retrieving her firearm with the other, nimbly returning to the room. Almost simultaneously, the door emitted a faint sound before silently swinging open, and two figures entered, akin to monkeys, rolling onto the floor rather than charging in straight. Wang Xian's shot went astray, missing its mark. However, the force of the female assassin he had propelled collided with one of the intruders. This individual displayed remarkable ruthlessness, delivering a swift kick that sent the assassin sprawling, then leaping up with one hand bracing the ground, a dagger flying from his grip aimed directly at Wang Xian's face. At that very moment, as Wang Xian evaded, the assailant lunged towards him. Simultaneously, another individual arrived, exhibiting remarkable agility that far surpassed that of the earlier woman, indicating that these were two seasoned experts in the realm of ancient martial arts. They bore no firearms. One wielded a short blade, while the other approached unarmed, intent on eliminating their target. Wang Xian sighed, contemplating the necessity of honing his marksmanship. His previous attempts had resulted in several missed shots, revealing a disconcerting lack of precision. The true challenge lay in the extraordinary prowess of these two adversaries, who moved with such fluidity and grace, executing flips and leaps with remarkable agility. Having refined their physical skills to an exceptional level, these individuals had long since mastered their internal energy and cultivated their skills over many years. Had this encounter occurred a week prior, Wang Xian would have found himself at a significant disadvantage, perhaps even facing peril. However, after having previously endured a surprise attack, he had entered a newfound state of being, and everything had changed. He discarded his firearm and confronted the two with bare hands. With a resounding thud, one assailant swung his palm towards Wang Xian, only to have it met with a fierce slap from Wang Xian's right hand, effectively parrying the strike and producing a dull echo. The assassin was taken aback. No one understood the immense power behind that strike better than he did. A direct hit could easily shatter the bones of someone who had mastered their internal energy and physical cultivation, yet the young man before him remained unscathed. Wang Xian was indeed surprised, noticing that the assailant's palm was unusually thick and broad. He immediately recognized that this individual was a practitioner of the iron sand palm technique, as evidenced by the deformed shape of his hand, with thickened bones that would undoubtedly prove lethal upon contact. Another thud resonated in the air. The individual suddenly struck with force, shattering Wang Xian's desk into countless pieces. He was certain that his iron sand palm was functioning properly, yet he found himself unable to affect the young man across from him. Wang Xian's expression darkened immediately. If the intent was to kill him, they should engage directly, but to destroy his belongings was utterly intolerable. Then, the two assassins were taken aback. Moments ago, when they attempted to take his life, there was no visible reaction from him, yet now he was seething with rage, launching relentless strikes against them. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Xian had just begun his career. and his first month's salary had yet to be received. Now, he was faced with the prospect of compensating his landlord for a desk, which left him in a precarious financial situation. The two could scarcely believe their eyes. This slender young man possessed an alarming strength, delivering blows that felt akin to being struck by a charging rhinoceros. They were sent flying multiple times, their bones crackling, many fracturing under the impact. When their iron sand palms met his hand, he exhibited no sensation. Instead, their rough palms shattered, blood gushing forth. Thud, thud. They fell to the ground, immobilized, with fractures in their arms, legs, and ribcage. They harbored serious doubts about whether the organization had sent them to their demise. Was this truly someone who had just mastered the art of chi cultivation? Had the intelligence department gone blind? Wang Xian spoke. You have destroyed my desk and impeded my pursuit of immortality. What nonsense was this? What worth did a broken desk hold? And what was this talk of transcending to immortality? The two assassins felt a chill in their hearts, compounded by their confusion. Chapter 33. The shortcut to the inner realm. Two male assassins, appearing to be around 40 years of age, bore ordinary features. Both practiced the iron sand palm technique. Their robust physiques accentuated by their notably large and calloused right hands, resembling that of a bear's paw. Yet now, those hands were shattered and bleeding profusely. Having trained in martial arts for over 30 years, they had only recently attained remarkable prowess. Yet, they found themselves defeated by a young man barely in his 20s. A reality they struggled to accept. Not far off, the female assassin regained consciousness, her face and arms throbbing with excruciating pain. In response, Wang Xian approached her, seized her, and with a swift motion, broke her other arm with a sickening crunch. The agony was so intense that she nearly cried out. Wang Xian perceived that all three were desperate figures. Assassins who might harbor ulterior motives if their arms remained intact. Perhaps they would draw a firearm or unleash a vial of poison. His cautious demeanor, however, was interpreted differently by the trio. They increasingly viewed him as a formidable adversary, one who regarded human life as inconsequential. Grant us a swift end. One of the iron sand palm practitioners rasped, his voice hoarse, his body riddled with fractures and lacking strength. Which organization do you belong to? Wang Xian inquired. Gray Blood. To his surprise, the man on the ground readily divulged this information, revealing no secrets. Wang Xian's expression remained impassive, yet he felt a flicker of astonishment at the unexpected cooperation as the adversary willingly disclosed his origins. Indeed, the assassins on the ground felt a sense of trepidation as they witnessed the casual severing of limbs and the transformation of a rather attractive female assassin's visage into a grotesque mask. They speculated that Wang Xian might be exceedingly ruthless, fearing they could meet a similar fate. It seemed more prudent to divulge everything, as they harbored no secrets that could jeopardize the Gray Blood organization. Consequently, the trio responded to every inquiry. They were not fanatical zealots, but rather mercenary killers, willing to serve for a price without absolute loyalty to anyone. The Gray Blood organization suffered significant losses as their strongholds in the old lands were systematically dismantled that very night. Yet some individuals remained hidden, untouched by the chaos. Tasked with eliminating Wang Xian amidst the tumult of this fateful night, the three understood that regardless of the outcome, they must refrain from further actions until dawn. Wang Xian's demeanor was icy, and the deterrent of the old lands had an impact. Yet, these assassins, in their final hours, exhibited a reckless audacity, daring to come for him as if he were merely a plaything. Indeed, there were those who sought to increase the bounty on his head, but the identity of the instigator remained a mystery to them. Upon receiving their orders, their sole responsibility was to carry out the assassination. They had no means of uncovering the identity of the benefactor behind the astonishing remuneration. As for the internal dynamics of the Gray Blood organization's higher echelons, they were entirely out of reach, for the organization had instituted stringent safeguards and self-preservation protocols. Even with numerous assassins captured, the operational continuity of the Gray Blood organization remained unscathed. Repeatedly targeted, even a clay figurine possesses a certain stubbornness. How much more so does Wang Xian? The persistent attempts by unseen forces to enlist the Gray Blood organization against him were simply intolerable. Observing the three individuals lying motionless on the ground, he raised his hand and gestured a few times, yet he could not bring himself to act. Fundamentally, these three were mere instruments of murder, leagues away from the mastermind. Even their demise would not affect the shadowy figure behind it all, nor would it cause the Grey Blood organization to flinch. Moments ago, when ambushed, Wang Xian was engulfed in a tempest of murderous intent, but now, having regained his composure, he found the prospect of brutally ending their lives within his own residence, transforming it into a blood-soaked crime scene, to be utterly abhorrent. "Where are the assassins who came for me last time?" Wang Xian inquired. "They have all retreated. One has become a vegetative state, while another has received an artificial heart, rendering him effectively incapacitated for life." Despite his mastery of the iron sand palm and his typically ruthless demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine at the thought of the fates that had befallen two of the previous assassins. The young man before him, should he decide to strike, could indeed invoke sheer terror. Wang Xian was taken aback. He had not expected that the stone he had hurled would cause one assassin's skull to cave and yet leave him alive in a vegetative state, while another, impaled by a steel rod and with a torn heart, had somehow survived. "Fortunately, I have never taken a life," Wang Xian mused, though to the three assassins. His reflection bore a distinct air of insincerity, even leading them to believe he was mocking himself. Gazing down at them, Wang Xian suggested, "Perhaps you three should consider taking your own lives, or assist one another in doing so." The expressions of the three assassins shifted dramatically. They were all visibly rattled, their anxiety palpable. Was this truly the discourse of a human being? He had no desire to dirty his hands, resorting instead to insidious methods of murder. He was undoubtedly a sinister individual. They had misunderstood him. Wang Xian's true intentions were not to kill, yet he felt he could not show mercy. For his adversaries sought to take his life, and he could not afford to let them go. The three assassins lay there, their bodies rigid, at a loss for what to do. Could they truly resolve this predicament themselves? A sense of desolation washed over them, as they believed that this formidable villain was tormenting them in a more subtle manner, with further means at his disposal. "Never mind, I cannot bear to see this." Finally, Wang Xian sighed and shook his head, saying, "After all, I have never taken a life, and for the time being, I do not wish to make an exception." Upon hearing this, the trio felt as though the dark clouds that loomed over their lives had been pierced by a ray of sunlight, illuminating everything with brilliance. They were somewhat exhilarated, pondering if fate could indeed take such a turn. Wang Xian glanced at them and remarked, "What are you thinking? Your hands are stained with the blood of others. If I were to release you, it would be tantamount to condoning evil. I shall not grant you the opportunity to commit further atrocities. It is best to entrust your fate to professionals who can escort you on your final journey." He promptly contacted Qingmu for assistance, realizing that even the mere disposal of their bodies would be a hassle, as he had always prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. The three individuals, who initially harbored hope, quickly plummeted into despair, their emotions oscillating dramatically, enduring profound torment. They unanimously concluded that he was indeed a nefarious figure, tormenting their minds in a manner more terrifying than a swift death. He was undoubtedly a master manipulator. Wang Xian remained unfazed, hardly contemplating the weight of the situation, and lamented, "I am still soft-hearted and tender-handed." Upon hearing the news, the three individuals on the ground felt as though they had plunged into the depths of hell, increasingly convinced that they were in the presence of a devil. Aoki, receiving the message, rushed over personally, his anger ignited. Just recently, he had spoken with Wang Xian, informing him that the Grey Blood organization had been thoroughly eradicated in the old lands, and that everyone was to maintain a low profile the following day. Yet, on this very night, the Grey Blood organization had returned to hunt down Wang Xian. Was this an act of desperation, or had they become excessively arrogant? When Aoki surveyed the scene within the room, he grimaced. Young Wang's methods were indeed ruthless. What had become of the female assassin's visage? Given the situation, shouldn't a final blow be delivered to grant them mercy? "I have never taken a life," Wang Xian resolutely protested. Aoki clicked his tongue in disapproval, replying, "Very well. I shall conduct the interrogation myself and then dispose of them." With a wave of his hand, several individuals entered, removing the three assassins and simultaneously arranging for the room to be cleaned, expertly erasing the traces of blood. Wang Xian inquired about the valuation of the silver beastskin book obtained from Qingqing Mountain during their last encounter, wondering when he would receive the promised additional compensation. Aoki had previously stated that the book was astonishing, surely surpassing the usual spoils of adventure, and that compensation would be forthcoming according to the organization's internal regulations. Not yet. It is still being deciphered. The cryptic symbols have stumped many learned scholars who can only stare blankly at them. What is the matter? Are you in dire need of funds? Aoki asked, astonished. Wang Xin sighed, responding, as you can see, the landlord mentioned that this desk is made of rosewood. As a recent graduate, I have yet to receive even a month's salary. I am utterly unable to compensate for such damages. Aoki gazed at him, noting the serious expression on his face, and then glanced at the 3 assassins he had incapacitated and dragged away, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Well then, I shall lend you some privately. Aoki requested his account details and then turned to him, inquiring, have you not considered other methods? With 3 assassins at your disposal, you could have them transfer funds. Wang Xin replied, I fear being targeted by the relevant authorities. I do not desire ill-gotten gains. It must be my own legitimately acquired wealth. You are indeed remarkable. Aoki patted him on the shoulder, utterly speechless, before turning to leave with his entourage. The room fell silent as Wang Xin tidied up, muttering to himself, I hope these 2 ethereal stones will not disappoint me. It was precisely because he had recently mastered the golden body technique, gaining formidable strength, that he could confront the 3 notorious assassins with confidence. What the future holds, he did not know. He must rise swiftly to face all challenges, including the Grey Blood organization. As long as he became sufficiently powerful, standing tall enough, he would eventually unearth those lurking in the shadows. Once he reached a certain level of strength, instilling fear in the Grey Blood organization, they might even willingly divulge their hidden affiliates, perhaps even delivering them to him. Wang Xin believed that, at all times, he should ensure that his true power exceeded external expectations, thus enabling better self-preservation and confrontation of adversaries. A smile graced his face as he held the 2 ethereal stones, filled with anticipation and hoping for delightful surprises. The room remained tranquil as the dense, mysterious essence surged from the stones into Wang Xin's being, nurturing his spirit and cleansing his sinews. Subsequently, he indeed beheld the edges of the inner realm shrouded in a haze not far from him, and he yearned to draw closer. The metamorphic stone was indeed a wondrous artifact. Although he was unable to attain a heightened state of perception today, he still glimpsed that void of tranquility. Wang Xin felt an overwhelming desire. If he could once again venture within, it would undoubtedly yield immense rewards. However, despite his vibrant spirit and the operation of primordial techniques from the preaching alchemists, he found himself unable to approach that nebulous domain. Although visible, a distance lingered between him and that place. Crack! Without hesitation, Wang Xin fractured a piece of metamorphic stone, instantly engulfed by a dense, enigmatic essence, and he found himself drawing nearer, the inner realm now within arm's reach. Crack! He shattered another piece of metamorphic stone with equal resolve, becoming enveloped by an even richer tapestry of mysterious elements. In an instant, Wang Xin discovered that he had entered the inner realm. He had truly succeeded, yet today, it appeared somewhat altered from his previous experience within this ethereal domain.